Campus Rivals is brought to you by Intel and Predator Gaming.
Welcome to the Campus Rivals VALORANT Finals 2025. High grounds, make some noise! Yarn! And especially to those in the live stream, welcome, welcome. My name is Juicy Brucey and welcome once again to the Campus Rivals VALORANT Championship Finals 2025. And in case you're wondering, ano nga ba yung mangyayari today? We have two series for today. Number one is going to be our lower grand finals and also our grand championships in a bit. Once again, this is the Campus Rivals. But before we dive into the action today, I would like to thank, of course, a special shout out to our proud partner, Intel, a key force behind the very first Campus Rivals and a continued supporter of student gamers and the esports community across the Philippines. So before anything else, what started out as a friendly school battle has turned into something way, way bigger. Sobrang laki, tatlong teams yung makikita natin today, and this is once again a big milestone for all the campus gamers. Hundreds of students, teams joined from all over the country, and now only 3 has written. So yun na nga, lahat sila may pinanggalingan, may pinaglalaban, and today, one of them will take it all. Once again, I am Juicy Brucey, and I'll be with you throughout every play, every clutch, and every gameplay that's going to be happening today. Live here at High Grounds Cafe, and syempre, to everybody watching online, welcome, welcome to our championship day once again. The energy is building up. Dito nakikita natin yung teams. Teams, handa na ba kayo? Yung kabila dyan, handa na ba kayo? Yung taga-high ground, handa na ba kayo? Nasa live stream, handa na ba kayo? Ako hindi pa. Well, mag-ready na tayo. So ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome and meet our teams for the lower bracket finals. Let's welcome the team video. Hey. Before, and they're not backing down. Focused, disciplined, and ready to prove that the last win wasn't a fluke. Ladies and gentlemen, this is De La Salle University's Green Aces. They have waited for this rematch, and this time they're coming in swinging. Fueled by fire and unfinished business, this is UE Zenith Esports. Thank you so much. Guys, thank you. For the rest of you, balik muna kayo doon. And now let me welcome the team captains here. I'm now joined by the team captain of Green Aces, Fission, am I right? And then of course, from Zenith Esports, please introduce yourself to everybody here.
Hi, I'm Makarambon.
Yun, Makarambon, the top-notcher killer natin on the playoffs. Ikaw naman, Fission, how are you feeling today?
Feeling great.
Feeling great. Okay, sige, bago ang lahat. Chill ba kayo? Okay naman, okay naman. Kumusta? Kumusta? Alright, sige, lapit muna kayo konti. Lapit tayo dito konti. Okay, guys. Again, this is the lower brackets, ha? Ang matalo dito, exit na. So you guys have to do your best. Pero bago ang lahat, may mga inspirational words muna kayo from isa't isa. Pero bago ang lahat, Makarambon, may tanong muna ako sa'yo. Kung ikaw ay isang mapa sa Valorant, anong mapa ka at bakit?
Haven.
Bakit?
Phoenix.
Phoenix. Ha? Okay, Haven. Bakit?
Dahil makapagulo ni Phoenix.
Mapa ni Phoenix, Makarambon, the Phoenix God, by the way. Makarambon, ladies and gents. Ikaw naman, Fishon, kung ikaw ay isang baril sa Valorant, anong baril ka at bakit? Sige, isip ka lang. Okay lang yan. Okay, Vandal. Vandal, bakit Vandal? Wala lang. Okay, sige. Anong tunog ng Vandal, Fishon? Anong tunog ng Vandal? Okay, wag na. Okay, so eto naman, Makarambon, Fishon, this time I need you guys to talk to each other. Ikaw, Makarambon, ano ba yung masasabi mo para sa team captain ng kabila before we begin our matches today?
You guys did well in beating us last time, but it's not gonna be the same this time.
Okay. Ikaw naman, Fishon, this is a rematch. Ano masasabi mo sa team ni Makarambon?
Good luck.
Good luck na. All right, ladies and gents, give a round of applause to the team captains of Green Aces and Zenith Esports. Thank you guys. So you may go back to your team, but ladies and gentlemen, let's head on over to our... Yeah, go ahead. Let's now throw it to our courtside reporter, Bluey. Kumusta yung vibes natin dito sa event?
As we have a banger of a match to start our day. It is going to be UE Zenith versus the DLSU Green Aces. Now, a quick vibe check of the area. I mean, right now, everyone's still flowing in, still having the time of their lives, trying to get a lay of the land here at High Grounds. But then again, for the people watching at home, make your way here and let's enjoy Campus Rivals 2025, watching the first game, which is DLSU Green Aces versus UE Zenith. But right now, talking about the teams, DLSU Green Aces, they have been performing exceptionally well, especially in terms of using their utility, being able to really just play around and adapt to whatever the enemy shows them. But then again, you have UE Zenith, very much methodical in the use of their own utility and the way that they make plays around the map. So eventually, it boils down to the neck and neck of both of these teams, and I'm just excited to see some good old Valorant, especially today, as this is a much-awaited match. So everyone, please make some noise here for High Grounds Cafe as we are about to head into our first game, ladies and gentlemen. But right now, I'm very much excited to bring you another piece that I want to talk about, and that is actually moving in here. You can see here, once you step inside High Grounds, there is Campus Rivals Grand Finals Valorant. You're going to be stepping in here, register yourselves, just make yourselves comfortable. There's a lot of seats available and great food, just great company overall, and especially being able to watch history unfold today, as this is going to be the first Campus Rivals event ever to unfold, especially now since UE Zenith has been going on a heater, especially in terms that they had that first match against the LSU. They started off very, very strong. They took off a map against the wanted winners in this whole tournament. But right now, DLSU, they're looking to bring things back. They're looking to put a nail in the coffin. As they say, shadows die twice. And that's exactly what they're trying to prove. Both teams are ready, locked and loaded, and the energy is here. We're going to be sending it off to your casters, Asurai, Bipolar, and Ray Ray, for the story of this.
Thank you so much, Bluey. The best collegiate Valorant scene here in the Philippines is about to begin. Kung saan tatlong teams na lang po ang naglalaban-laban to be number one. And everybody, it's about to get exciting. Kasi ito na po ang Campus Rivals Finals Day ng ating Valorant 2025. Together with me, it's a pleasure to introduce to you Asurai and Ray Ray.
Yeah, I'm excited na nandito tayo ngayon. It has been a while na nakaset ako dito sa ating mga local tournaments.
Yeah.
And I'm very excited. Kaya sabi nyo, it's the first ever na Campus Rivals natin dito. It's the first time na magkakaroon tayo ng champions for this Campus Rivals. And it is a proving ground for these collegiate teams, for these collegiate players to really show their worth dito sa ating tournament.
Yes, tama ka dyan, Asurai. Ikaw ba, Ray Ray? Kamusta naman tayo dyan?
I mean, to add, right, in our generation before, hindi ganun ka-active when it comes to campus or rivalries, you know, students going up against each other. But right now, it's good to see that the students, they have really grown upon this and that accepting na din ang halos lahat dito lamang sa larangan ng Valorant. And syempre, esports in general.
Yes, very much. So, alam mo, speaking about na one of the best things about Predator is also that they're dwindling down to collegiate scene dahil doon naaangat yung mga ating mga players. Tulad ng nangyari ngayon, 3 teams ngayon ang alam natin are top of the line pagdating sa collegiate scene. Some of these players have actually flown to other countries already. Let's talk about the teams. Ikaw ba, anong pwede nating sabihin about DLSU?
DLSU, I think, has, sabihin na lang, napakalakas ng, or napakaganda ng history nila to begin with, di ba? Ever since other tournaments na nilaro nila, they have been dominating for so long. Quite recently lang, a couple of months ago, they also won another tournament din. So alam mo na may pedigree sila dito. And they have, I think, also adjusted din yung kanilang coaching staff.
Yeah.
So that could also be a pacifier sa kanila to use for victory. So I think DLSU is in a solid state ngayon coming into our next match.
Yeah, and speaking about pagiging solid, we're also thankful na nandito naman ang ating Games and Amusement Board para tayo ay, maging official ng todong-todo. Maraming salamat po, Gab, for officiating or basically making this an official tournament under the supervision of the Games and Amusement Board of the Philippines. So, Gab, maraming salamat po. Ikaw ba, Ray, speaking about these teams, the LSU being one of the top teams, ano pa bang pwede nating abangan later on?
I mean, they're going up against the University of the East right now, and looking back at their performance last time, it was really incredible. Out of the blue, they really, sabi ko nga, parating nag-grow parating yung mga teams natin. And looking at how they went into from the previous tournaments na kinas namin, nakita na natin yan. At excited ako kung paano ba nila or pwedeng matalo ang Dalasal.
At dahil dyan, there's something more exciting as we look back at our recap. Panoorin natin yan.
He knows where they're at. It's just sheer will and potential. The shots connect, but it's not enough. And Antonio jump in. Raven with a 2K, pero siya yung isa doon. It's Nixon to give UE their first win. 1-1. We're going shots. Raining down fire, pero blinded siya habang nagda-dash in secret now with a triple kill. Pero naman si Vision to maybe help him out, and he does. It's a triple kill right now for Sig. Flash na po ang angas mo naman, pero it's very much low. It's Snappy, the sub-in to maybe get the very first win in Campus Rivals. DLSU wins 2-1. Sa UM, pero wala silang gagamitin dito kasi isa-isang mamamatay ang All for West to fall down, Ralphie to fall down, Amor Fati to give that 1 point sa UM. Hindi pa tapos ang laban.
Okay, yun lang yung gameplay ng Fate as they go in with the Ghost with the shots.
Oh my goodness, it's Baby Dong. It's one more player. It's DTMM. Na paranoia pa nga, pero si Amor Fati gets it one more. Papam, papam. 13-1.
City. Up. This way. Ikal mo lang. Stick lang. Hey! Let's go! Good job.
Si Gabby Diz, nakita mo na meron siya nakita na gameplay at hindi niya inasip. Now Gabby Diz gets rewarded, gets the kill. Nebu gets one more kill. Can he get the Viper? No, he can't. 3 versus 2. Nebu inside the 6. You want a one-way smoke from the Jackal just for the assist. Let's see. And Nebu! Let's go!
Hold lang.
Okay.
Pilar. Nice one. Sorry. Nice one.
13-11.
Nice one.
Size on the sunset.
Pop lang pa ni turret. Yuris will take out 3.
Huwag niya papatay si ano.
As he might want to go.
One HP.
Gusto niya kuha niya ba? He does have a blind? Does he not have a blind?
1 HP.
48 surrounded out. Yuris ending the game in style as they deliver the win.
One more shot.
Ay,
Dito ng dalawang players ng UM. And now it's Nebu alone. with the crossfire.
Nice.
Or shot. Valomental to get one more, and UM is still
Nice.
It's a 2v3 and
Dikit pa ba, Lem?
can sacrifice his life here with the ultimate inbound.
Kalma.
Connecting now for Horizon, finally connects it.
Nice catch.
It's a one.
Bam, bam.
That's one more win. The LEC that we wanted from game number 1 and 2 is finally here. Viva Pirata! The smokes coming from the floor. Pero flash of tayo sa likod. Tatama na natin sa likod. Pero it's a
Front side.
natatama dun
Front side, oh.
No,
red block.
It's one player left.
Shut up.
Connecting on the last round number 3 as they
Out ah. Rush B. Okay, out na. Laban lang team. GG. Let's go! Let's go, best Robby. Zero.
Players here, LEC, what can you do? And that's a miracle play. It's from the back, and it's been from the right.
Let's go!
Miracle play.
Good lang, guys.
The last three
Good calls,
players.
guys. Good calls.
Charging to this one.
Charging. 3 dead. Laban mo ba? Okay. Nice.
Okay ba yung call ko, guys? Okay ba yung call ko?
Get set to UE. Bomba, bomba.
Yes.
One more remaining. See what's
Yes, lang, luwas.
Viper. Ano yung makahanap ulit?
Shit, man. Fucking God, Lucas.
Players has the
Joke
value.
lang.
76.
3 bullets.
Makukuha ni Bob.
Saan ba yun? Sabi ko sa'yo kasi, Pinoy, iwasan ako dun eh. Pag nasa B ako.
And the Phoenix soar high.
sila and hinahabol lang talaga nila. And again, it just shows how ecstatic yung mga players natin to have that opportunity para mag-compete talaga dito eh.
And if you can take a look sa mga scores, it's really close. Like a 13-11, 13-10. You can really see talaga na they are still on par with each other. And that's what makes this series and of course the Grand Finals really exciting.
Yeah, parang walang patapon eh. Talagang sulit na sulit yung may kita natin later on. But right now, let's look at the tournament overview. Sorry, ano nga bang may kita natin?
Ano nga ba makita natin dito?
Bagang,
Ayun! Salamat. Akala ko papakita natin agad yung brackets eh. Pero anyways, yun na nga, nagsimula tayo. Kayo na yung nagganito, di ba, na
Yes.
handle ito. Initially, may open qualifiers tayo. Nag-start tayo from that, couple of teams getting into the playoffs. And that's what we saw doon sa ating highlights for a couple of minutes then, showing yung best of the best plays na pinakita ng mga teams natin. And ultimately, we only have yung top 3 teams natin. We'll have the lower finals. That's going to be happening right now, or after a few moments na lang. That's going to be a best of 3 and then best of 5, I believe, yung ating Grand Finals dito. And of course, all of that culminating into a massive 200,000 peso prize pool na yung champion, 50K.
Exactly. Pero if you can take a look dun sa mga letters sa ilalim, right? They will be supporting the organizations as well. So there will be monetization, may prize pool din yung nagsusupport sa kanila. And really shows to us na sobrang supportive talaga ni Predator pagdating lamang not just only to the players but the whole welfare ng organization ng mga schools.
Yeah, sobrang ganda talaga. Tulad nga na sinabi mo kanina, Ray, na nung kapanahunan natin, which is kahapon lang naman, no? Na parang, hindi pa suportado, pero ngayon, look at this. They're getting into the orgs, not just to the players, but the entire campus themselves. Right now, let's look at the tournament bracket. Ray, ano nga ba yung storyline na pwede nating sabihin dyan?
All I can say is it's really, nagulat talaga ako actually sa upper bracket. But if you can see, Green Aces, nakuha talaga ng Ember Phoenix from Our Lady of Fatima University, ang 2-0. And it's rare, because, you know, fun fact, especially sa mga nanonood, Lasal has a good streak. I think it's 9 or 10 championships already back to back to back. And now we can already see a team that can actually maybe take them down for this grand finals.
Yes, tama ka dyan, Ray. Alam mo, speaking about the LSU, they were kind of the kings, no? Tama ba, Asaray?
Yeah, absolutely. And yun, the reason why they're kings na is kasi sabi nga ni Riri, they have been winning so many championships. But it's not just that then, it's just how good and consistent they are. And yun ang nga, pinag-usapan natin, di ba, na meron silang pedigree from previous players na also are, actually even right now, current pro players na rin. So alam mo talagang, you mentioned this, they have been playing in other international tournaments then, and all that experience, I think, is a big advantage when you bring it back sa local talaga na you understand the pressure, you understand better movements, better strategy, mga ganun kasing bagay. Green Aces at least has that naman para sa kanila.
Yes, very much so. You know what? Green Aces really do have something to prove here, especially sa ating lowest bracket or in this matchup later on. But right now, let's look kung ano nga bang ating schedule for today para malaman natin kung gaano nga ba ang timpla or gaano nga ba ka-spicy ang ating labanan. Of course, on our lower bracket finals, nandyan ang DLSU Green Aces versus one of the top teams na kung baga pwede natin sabihin, very classic in terms of playstyle. Pwede nila lituhin ang DLSU na pwedeng mag-overthink tulad ng sinabi ni Bluey nung nag-uusap tayo in just before the broadcast. So it's kind of like a strategic mindset versus a classic approach. Yun yung pwede nating sabihin.
Sure, absolutely. And again, it's going to be a rematch then between Green Aces and UE Zenith. Zenith. But this is going to be a redo para sa grudge match. Basically, all of these is going to be a potential grudge match nga naman. And usually yung ina-expect ni dito is the previous match, yun yung para magiging mirror natin. Pero I'm looking forward to seeing how Zenith adjusts. At least alam na nila yung timpla ng dito Green Aces. So they have an idea, they have VODs or basta basically history with this team. So if they can use it against Green Aces, this will be a really good best of 3 to look forward to.
Yeah, tsaka pwede natin isipin na UE Zenith has a lot of ways to know about these players kasi syempre, sinabi nga natin, DLSU is the top teams right now in terms of Philippine Collegiate Valorant. So, pwede nilang gumawa ng maraming strategies. Pero ang DLSU ngayon, pwede natin din sabihin na their veteranship with their coach, by the way, na nakita natin kanina, no, Ray?
Speaking of highlighting their coach, it's going to be Wits coming in from used to be Team Secret, right? And now we're retired now, na going in as a coach. Nagulat din kami kanina. He went here and he told us that he's gonna coach, and I'm really excited how he's gonna be leading the team towards it. But then, looking at it, makita na natin yung maps, and I'm so excited. What are your thoughts naman din?
Alam mo, feeling ko, as we look at the map pool right here, right now, basically Lotus is here. May kita rin natin Ascent, Haven, Icebox, of course Lotus, Pearl, Split, and Sunset. Sa sobrang ganda ng map pool natin, guys, hindi tayo nakita ng bind.
Hindi wala like Corrode actually. So, just kabuti na lang. Kasi medyo mahirap pa i-cast ng Corrode. And honestly, that map is, I think, very volatile din. Especially when these players love to be in a more comfortable spot, yung saan sila sanay. These are the best maps to look forward to the most. And this is parang na-realize ko rin, nanonood ako ng mga VODs natin, the night before, is some of these players, I'm not sure, kasi I'm just looking outside in, might be very strong in Lotus, but not so good in Haven, and then vice versa din. So I'm looking forward to seeing if that's going to affect yung match natin dito between the Green Aces saka Zenith, because yun yung parang nakita ko rin na ba tayo nakaabot ng map 3 where malakas ang Aces sa Lotus, and then they actually were able to get parang high points na sila sa Haven, tapos biglang nakabawi nila yung Zenith from underneath. So meron silang propensity na mahirapan silang i-finish off yung Haven. Sana ang 2-0 yan, pero naging 2-1 na lang kasi na-push sila sa map 3.
Yeah, naging ganun talaga yung parang timpla, not just for DLSU Aces, but also for UE Zenith, which is gonna be an interesting standpoint later on. Ikaw ba, Ray, ano sa tingin mo yung mga pwede nating makita later on na talagang may kita natin for the rest of the series later?
I want to see those aggressive plays as usual. Of course, those are the best things to cast about it. But then, what will be the, maybe yung look forward ko dito yung mga plot twists. May magkakaroon ba tayo ng overtime? Are we going to have 3 maps, syempre, for our first series for today? And maybe, meron ba ditong makaka-take over na sa mga dating magagaling na teams,
What if,
diba?
no?
So let's look forward to that kasi parating na lang. Parating may patches, parating may new efforts sa mga teams natin. And the more you study a team, the more na malalaman mo kung ano magiging weaknesses nila.
Yeah, I think, sorry, just to add lang dito. I think one of the biggest strengths na makikita natin ngayon sa Green Aces is yung kanilang duelist player, which is his Secret. Again, he has been playing sa Team Secret Academy in Challenger Series, and he has been, honestly, parang yung naging nangyari dito was nagkaroon ng resurgence ang Team Secret Academy in the last couple of weeks then playing sa Challengers. And bigla na lang, na parang naka-convert na yun ni Secret dito kasi nakikita mo yung kano siya kalakas, gano'n ka mas composed siya. Kasi parang couple of months before, siya, medyo volatile pa yung plays na ngayon, mas na siya, mas kalmado na siya.
Yeah, totoo naman man. Parang may adjustment din silang nakikita, na nakita natin throughout this tournament. Pero on the other side of that, yung easiness naman ang nakikita natin na talagang, like we've said before, did fall down against the LSU, against one of the top teams. Pero ngayon, bumabalik na sila. Mas ready daw sila. And speaking of UE Zenith, oras na, particular natin ang team profile ng ating UE Zenith squad.
Oh, speaking of, this is one of my favorite players nung kinakas ko parate yung UE, Makarambon, one of the smartest players. Talagang whenever there's a hard round for the team, he always saves the day. He gets those clutches. Siya talaga yung #1 pioneer na pwede natin makita right now when they're gonna be going up against the Green Aces. But of course, there's also the others one, like Drake's got deleted, Robbie and Nixon, na mag-pipin together, syempre, and then they can work onto something. Sabi ko nga si UE Zenith, parati silang magic team.
Yeah.
Kasi nakita natin that they can take over against strong teams before. And right now, going up against the LSU, I think this is not going to be a match na magiging one-sided. Both have their own special, sabi mga very classic approach. And sabi nga natin, despite the classic approach, at least alam nila yung mga roots and fundamentals kung paano yung magiging laban nila for this series.
I'll add na lang din dito. I think underrated player para sa Zenith is he got deleted. Dun sa last series nila against Green Aces, he was able to get 25 kills on Sunset specifically. So there are matches na pag nahirap si Makarban dito in Robbie as the double duelist, si got deleted yung kayang mag-uplift dito sa team, which again, I'm looking forward to kasi at least meron silang secondary or backup plan just in case.
Yeah, totoo. Alam mo man, speaking of these players right now, got deleted really did shine out pagdating sa ating group stage. Pero one player that really stood out for me, may kita nyo nandito ngayon sa ating POV cam, is ang kangkang ng collegiate scene. Si Makarambon. Talagang him being the operator or duelist minsan nakikita natin dito. He really does outshine some of these players. I mean, pwede natin sabihin the Zenith squad is a team to be scared of. Pero got deleted Makarambon, parang now they have the spotlight every time and they are not scared to show it.
Yeah, are you implying na they can have that clutch potential talaga kahit man 1v4 or something like that?
Kahit 1v5 pa ata pwede.
So at least something to look forward to, diba? Yeah, which again I think is one of the strengths nga ng Zenith dito kasi you never know who's gonna have that potential to shine for this particular team, and that's always going to be good kasi at least it's gonna be a mix-up na potentially has to be a case of worry para dito sa Green Aces.
Yeah, very much so. Alam niyo everybody, as we have looked at the POV ng ating UE squad, gamitin niyo na rin yung hashtag natin sa comment section or by sharing the live stream with the use of the hashtag UEZEWin para mapakita ang suporta niyo kasi syempre, pagdating sa onsite, parang aabot tayo palagi ng best of 5 kahit best of 3 lang eh. So ibigay niyo na yung suporta niyo to the UE Zenith squad. Ikaw ba, Ray, anything to add for this team right here?
All I can say is, sabi ko nga, parating may surprise factor. Especially ang laki ng factor kapag nasa LAN tournament ka, di ba?
Yeah.
May mga better comms and you're with your teammates, mas comfortable, syempre. But that's what makes UE strong din kasi marami na silang na-cultivate nga, na-experience sa mga lands. And hindi na to bago para sa kanila din.
Yes. And speaking of hindi bago, oras na para makita natin ang basically the veteran green people coming in from Taft Avenue. Naku po, it's gonna be the LSU Green Aces. We have Sarah, we have Secret, we have Fission, it's Banuno once again, and Schnappy. Ano pwede natin sabihin dyan, Asura?
Oh, ako pala yung tanongin no?
Napasobra.
Okay lang. Pero yeah, kagaya na sabi ko kanina, Secret I think one of the explosive players talaga. Very difficult to play against. And again, one of the most experienced player dito sa Green Aces.
I agree, but at the same time, it's not just only him. It's also Fission. Nakita natin, Fission was really consistent. He was really good as that duelist. Hindi talaga siya natatakot kasi alam niya yung amount ng support na meron yung mga teammates niya para sa kanya. He's just really confident. I mean, there's also the support from, Gutenberg, which is si Secret.
Yeah.
And nakita natin na MVP siya, if I remember, right? During the last time that we casted the DLSU. So I'm looking forward to him. And of course, kay Schnappy nga, di ba? When you have a new player going in, there's so much potential, there's so much excitement for the player.
Yeah, very much so. And a lot of excitement also pag nakikita natin sa comment section. It's for Eusebio, one of the players here sa ating DLSC squad. It's gonna be the initiator pagdating dito. Kasi syempre, palaging pinpoint accurate yung mga ginagawa niyang plays para sa team. He is a team player na pwede niyo talagang abangan na makakapagbigay din ng winning factor mamaya for the Green Aces.
I do like the fact na, again, di ba, kasi isa sa mga retired players nila si Savvy AK, which again, I think is a name synonymous sa DLSU if you're talking about Valorant esports. But what's more impressive dito, I think particularly for this team, is kung gaano straightforward or parang gaano nila kabilis nagawa yung pag-transition from Savvy being as one of the core players or one of the minds behind sa pag-calls nila into not having him. Again, I'm not saying na it's a detriment para sa current roster ng Green Aces, pero nakikita nyo kung nandun pa rin yung naturo or natutunan nila and then they're still able to use that to their advantage.
And syempre, di ba, si Javier, na alam naman natin yung veteran experience niya. So this time, without him getting the calls, what will be the next step, ano ba yung magiging standout ng team na to. But then focusing on the coach, sabi nga niya kanina earlier, Fanpak, it's his first day. And I think it's his first time coaching a team. So, the amount na meron nadala si Wits para sa mga naging teams niya before, I think I won't be surprised that he will be bringing a lot, especially in this tournament.
Yeah, I like that kasi Wits is also, not getting too much into it, business owner din siya. Ngayon, di ba? So, gusto kong makita kung yung mga natutunan niya dun na skills, traits, experience, nagagamit niya rin sa pagiging coach ngayon kasi first time niya to. Pero that doesn't mean na this might not be the first time na nag-handle siya ng people to guide, people to lead, di ba? So that's something that I think is pretty important to think about, especially when it's a potential new coach like Wits.
Yeah, so pwede talaga natin sabihin na parang may added factor yung translation niya from being a business owner to becoming a coach kasi may ibang handling, parang may ibang handling way din yun no?
Exactly.
And if I remember, ang tagal na ni Wits sa scene ng esports. I don't know how long.
Gano'n na ba katagal?
Hindi ko na ma-determine, but ever since Counter-Strike, right?
Yes.
And now he went in here. He went to Germany also. He went into Champions, di ba? Ang dami na lang napagdaan as a team. And he also went to Oasis Gaming and now esports. So it's really a lot of experience that he can bring here. And ito pa once na may kita mo din kung gano'n kalaki yung value, syempre, di ba? Nang mabibring niya on the table. But at the same time, for UAE Zenith din naman, there's leadership on the team. And alam naman natin na establishing familiarity nila. Kasi if I remember, yung roster nila before, talagang marami pang changes. And now that they are up here, they can still bring a whole storyline against
Yes, very much so. Alam nyo guys, as we look at the player cams right now, makita nyo are the highlights of our players. A big shout out to our production crew as well, coming in from TNC. Talagang napapakita natin yung mga player cams natin na just right now, nakita natin even before 8 o'clock actually na nagre-ready na yung mga players natin na una pa ata yung Lasal pati UE sa squad, sa venue bago tayo.
Yeah, excited. And I think may mga rin tayo dito ngayon, parents ng players natin. So big shout out siyempre sa mga moms and dads that are supporting their kids. Always very very parang heartwarming talaga kasi that's something that really boosts the confidence of our players dito. Seeing your family with you and giving you that, kaya mo yan anak, magagawa mo yan. That's talaga, that's a very big thing. I've seen it happen multiple times. May nakita din ako before nung nag-cast tayo nung other na tournament natin with DLSU and some of the other dito, collegiate players natin na nandun yung parents nila. Sabi nila, hindi ko kasi alam yung ginagawa ng anak ko pero dito para supportahan siya. Mga ganun kasi bakit, diba? Hindi sila naganda ng Valorant pero alam nila.
The support system na meron talaga yung mga players natin. And ito pa, speaking of support system, bakit di kayo pumunta right now? Dito lamang sa high grounds at panoorin nyo yung mga players right now. Send your support, of course, to your favorite teams or your favorite universities around. And speaking of university, habang nag-wait tayo, saan ba kayo graduate?
Pwede pa sabihin yun dito. Campus Rivals naman to, no? Okay, sige. Ikaw muna.
Parang hindi ako applicable. Di pa ako gumagraduate.
Saka currently studying.
I'm currently studying in the land of the Bulldogs. Pero nasa anong tawag dito? Nasa lugar ako ng walang makuhang pasyente. Nasa MOA kasi yung Enyo. Ikaw ba, Asaray?
I'm a pink scorpion.
Wow!
Yeah, CEU, Centro Escolar. Pero hindi ako sa Mindoro, sa Makati ako nag-graduate. Ikaw, alam ko na eh.
Sa Yellow School, University of Santo Tomas.
Kailan kayo nag-ano na yun? Kailan kayo nag-sumikat yun? Yung, guys, kailangan yung check to sa Orange app. Galing ako sa Yellow School. Galing ako sa Pink School.
Hindi ko na alam eh. Blue School, Yellow School.
Yung top 4 schools,
yeah.
no?
Maroon School, I don't know. But
Yeah.
yung mga slang na nowadays. Dati kasi uste ako eh. Diba ganun ba tayo? Yan, nade-determine na po talaga yung age dito ng mga casters. But again, diba, yun nga, I think it's been a year already of there's a lot of representation already when it comes to campus. And ito nga, napakalaki nito. Kasi imagine when you're a winner, you're gonna go to the next level of a Predator League, di ba?
Yes, totoo. And speaking of that, maganda yung sinabi mo, Rhea. Kasi if you get to be the champion right now, kung ikaw ang DLSU, kung ikaw ang UE, kung ikaw ang Olfu, you have the chance to get invited directly into Predator League, which is a big deal.
Yeah, true. Kasi ano na ba tayo? Mid-year na tayo ngayon sa 2025, diba? And they've already announced earlier this year, after nung Predator League, saan nga ba yun? Sa Malaysia, diba? Na the next one is gonna be in India. Yeah, so, syempre, another chance for our players to fly out and play internationally. And that's, aside from you just having that opportunity, ang laking bagay din ito in just, maybe if you want to get into pro play, opening your career, getting more known by other international teams. Kasi yun yung habang nag-intay tayo sa mga players natin dito, yun yung one of the ways para makita ka rin ng other teams in other regions din. And it has happened na, a PH player can get picked up by a non-PH team, which could lead to a championship, could lead to a Masters win. You never know, diba?
If I remember correctly, nanalo ang De La Salle when they went to Cebu for a Predator League
Yes, they did
match.
win.
Yes, right? So that's already a big statement na, hey, any team, they can really win. Diba?
Yeah, very much so. Tsaka it's not really na you're just a collegiate player. Pwede natin sabihin, you're up there already kapag nakapasok ka dito sa Campus Rivals and even to Predator League, you are able to outwit or even outfire against the top players sa ating mga Masters to VCT challenges. So basically, the top of the top, pwedeng labanan yan ng ating mga collegiate players. And yan ang pinapakita ngayon ng tatlong teams na ito. At may kita nyo, nag-huddle up na sila. Oras na ata para malapit na ata tayo mag-start, guys.
Yeah, yun nga lang. Very malapit na nga. As you mentioned nga, we are having these players na have that final words of encouragement. Usually, hindi na to strats eh. Ano na talaga to? Quick words. Ang narinig ko kasi dito usually is, usap lang, remember your training, remember your performance, remember that you are here because of what you were able to do previously talaga. Yun yung talaga, just give that big pump.
Coach Ashuray, parang pwede ko na labanan tong 10 to.
Pwede ka na dito, Acer, di ba?
I mean, yeah, everybody, it's about to begin in just a little while at nagbabalik kayo sa aming caster camps. And again, for UE Zenith, pwede nyo gamitin yung hashtag na yan. And just to reiterate, meron din naman tayo for DLSU kasi nandyan ang hashtag DLSUWin. Oras na para makita natin ang labanan with or map Vito against DLSU and UE.
So, big question dito. Ay, wait.
Hindi pala matatakpan, no? Akala mo.
Hindi, okay lang. Actually, yun nga yung magiging big question ko dito is, are we seeing the same maps that we saw the last time?
Yeah.
Yes, basically yun lang. Nag-switch lang tayo ng onte where Haven is gonna be started up rather than yung Lotus, pero same lang talaga. So this is going to be a rematch of that first time na naglaban sila doon sa ating upper bracket a couple of matches ago or a couple of tournaments ago.
Gumana talaga yung prediction mo, Azrael.
Ano yun?
You told us earlier that you want most of the maps that they're gonna be playing is going to be in Haven, Lotus, and of course, Ascent. Alam naman natin, yung familiarity nga, as what we've said with the players, are here. And it's up to them if meron bang bagong magagawa yung UE right now, considering nga na natalo sila ng De La Salle right now. Or may mga changes na naman onto the side of De La Salle, considering that there are just some minor changes when it comes to agents. Diba?
Yeah. It's gonna be actually spicy kasi there's some factor agad pagdating natin sa map number 1 na kind of revenge play. Kasi they've met each other in some of these maps already, one of them being Lotus if I am correct. So parang, paano nga ba talaga adaptation nila and may kita na lang natin yung mamaya?
That's a great question. I just think na is this going to be somewhere similar sa score sa standings natin? Pero I'm wondering kasi at least sa Haven mas even a matchup ng two of these teams. So I'm just curious to see how that's gonna go.
Okay, we're very curious as well kung ano nga bang prediction ng ating caster pool kasi ito na yung medyo mahirap na part para sa amin kasi kung players maglalaro din sila mahirapan, kami dito ngayon ang mahirapan kung sino nga ba ang tama. For me, mabilisan lang to. I think I'm gonna go to 1 UE. Kasi maraming pods na pwedeng pag-aralan eh. Doon ko binabasa, ikaw ba?
I'll go basic. I'll go Green Aces. I think they are in a solid state of mind. Maganda yung pacing ng map dito para sa kanila. I think they got this in the bag.
Ikaw ba?
Ako, I'm excited how Wits will actually lead the team. So I guess I'm gonna go with Green Aces, although it's a hard decision, but it's going to be a clean 2-0.
Yeah, so I think pwede natin talaga sabihin 2-1 for me, UE Zenith, 2-0 for Green Aces.
Sure, 2-0.
And 2-0 also for Ray over there. So medyo tabingi agad ako dito. Parang sa sobrang bigat ko, bumagsak ako dito sa fence natin. Pero everybody, that's your talent prediction para sa amin, dito sa aming casters deck. And of course, let's see na lang mamaya. For UE, pwede nating sabihin na prove us wrong once again against the top of the teams na talagang kinoronahan na natin for multiple times, for at least 9 times already. And for DLSU, sila naman ata ang pwede magpakitang gilas kasi they want to get that final spot for that big revenge play against Olfu.
I'm just excited to see what's gonna happen. Pero gusto ko lang makita dito is kung ano ba yung mangyayari sa difference nila sa agent selection. Is it going to be similar or is it going to be quite different? Mukhang nag-change ng setup dito ang Green Aces.
You know what? Green Aces here have Sova, have Neon as well, which is a good starting point. Ikaw ba, Ray? What do you think about the Green Aces squad here?
It's the usual, right? Yoru together with the ang pagdating labang kay Neon, very fast-paced talaga yung magiging approach na I think this is up to how Zenith on to their side, diba? They have a Cypher, they also have Deadlock, so talagang interesting kung paano yung magiging first half. I think this is very important with their approach. But then, ikaw, Asaray, we have a Phoenix here. I mean, it's the usual, right? But then, a Phoenix and a Clove and a Omen. Very interesting.
Okay, real quick. Green Aces, before, hindi to Neon, ISO to. So I think they want to go for something a lot faster sa kanilang pag-approach. Maybe last time naglaban sila, hindi nila gusto yung speed na ginagawa ng Neon. On the other side naman, para sa Zenith dito, they don't have an initiator anymore. Nag-double controller sila dito, having that Clove over the Sova from the last time, which is pretty important because I think they want to have a little bit more control in their post plans, in their fight potential. Kasi tignan mo yung similarities ng Phoenix and that Clove. It's all about the revival. So they all know na susugurin sila ng Green Aces dito. They just want a do-over na lang just in case with their ultimates, with the run it back, with the revive na meron yung Clove.
You know, you actually have a point, diba? Nag-ISO sila. Pero yun din, minsan Neon sila. I think it depends on the team that they're actually going up with. If they want to take it really slow, it depends also on the player who actually wants to play the agent itself. So yun talagang meron pagdating sa Green Aces. They really depend on how they want to they want to capture, of course, sa ang isang team. But up to Zenith talaga sa this time kasi talagang nakita natin Green Aces, they're so powerful on their attacking side in every single map that they're playing.
Alam mo everybody, just to reiterate, si Makarambon ang Phoenix na nagpakitang gilas din. So it might be a spotlight versus spotlight. Oras na para i-introduce ang ating casters for map number 1. It's Azuray and Ray Ray.
Thank you so much para sa intro na iyon, my man. As we are gonna get into our first game, best of 3, DLSU laban sa UE. We'll see how this goes. Mukhang nasa starting pa lang tayo, pero yun nga, pag-usapan natin sa ating panel na this is going to be a slight, actually a mix-up bit, a different set of agents. Not by a whole lot, pero just enough na alam mo may adjustments na ginawa ang team sa to. What do you think about that, partner?
I totally agree on that, partner.
Ay, sige. Taas mo kami mo. Yan!
I agree on that, diba? Alam naman natin na they always study sa isa. Sinabi mo nga, the more na mayroong VODs ang isang team, the more naman na makakapag-adjust sila. At may kita na natin yan on towards the first game. And ito na nga yung attacking side ng DLSU, sobrang powerful nga yan. At handang-handa yung UE sa very first half. If talaga magiging 5-7 to, I think may pag-asa talaga ang University of the East later on.
Ooh, this double push para sa UE. Alam agad ng Secret. Throwing out yung kanyang recon or yung kanyang shock dart. Secret already on the contact. Mahuhulog agad siya dito kay Makarambon as UE was able to just get the picks. Vision, mukhang gusto niya makakuha ng refrag pero mahuhuli siya dito ni Robbie. The rest naman ng DLSU, while that was happening, Ray Ray is going straight for that A site para lang makakuha ng extra bit of control as they work their way dito sa
And that was a good shot for Eusebio. Alam naman natin, si Nixon lang talaga yung nag-a-anchor ng mismong side, but they have no time left. Kailangan na nga talaga nilang pumush dito while Robbie tries to pick this in. Pero good post plant kang meron sa DLSU. Nakapwesto sa bawat angulo. Nilabas na nga din Kagabit now. You smoke, and now Eusebio was able to take down Robbie. Right behind him, naku, wala siyang bala. Pero nandun naman si Navila to give him an answer, and it's all up to Diggs. Actually, low on HP going up against Street. It's pretty hard, but Snappy finishes the round. A great start sa Green Aces.
Yeah, medyo magaling nangyari doon, pero it seems like Green Aces, hindi sila nawalan ng strategy. They already knew na ang daming sinet na players ng UE sa gitna na yan. Kita mo agad, yes, there's a couple of great initial kills para dito sa Zenith. Pero the big thing about that is hindi nawalan ng step ang Green Aces. They still work their way onto the A side. They still managed to pick up that spike. And ang ganda ng sinet-up nila na counter smokes dito from their Omen para lang ma-separate nila yung kills dito to mitigate yung numbers advantage ng Zenith.
Talagang nabit lang pala yung mga iba sa mid. And now they just all went up to A. And sabi nga natin, DLSU, attacking side, very consistent nga talaga pagdating sa Haven. And nakita mo kagad, first picks, kita naman natin pagdating din sa economy, lamang ang DLSU, hindi din gano'n talaga ng first ang UE considering nga na yung round na yon sobrang pagdating sa kills, dalawa lang yung na-pick off nila sa side ng Green Aces.
And already at the start of this round, kita mo agad na DLSU already privy dun sa shenanigans ng Zenith, diba? They're just looking to see who's gonna go for that first contact. Nang wala si Makarambon, who was already on the Sheriff, so unfortunately, medyo nasayang yung kanyang purchase of the upgraded pistols. And while that's happening, since alam nila na wala na yung threat ng Phoenix, no more curveballs, they're wanting to just kind of collide their forces na lang dito sa A and see where that goes. And this is not a very bad idea since they have the better weapons naman.
And then, there's the surprise coming in from Nixon, pero habulin na kagad siya ngayon ni Seeker. And sabi ko nga, there's just the trade-offs coming from DLSU. Yun naman talaga specialty ng team na to. Parate talaga silang aware sa bawat isa, sa bawat team na pupunta sa kanilang harapan. But while suddenly squeezes himself in, it's not gonna be possible because Robbie is up ahead. May chance pa actually. Very plenty of time sa side ng Zenith.
Yeah, problema lang dito is Seeker, wala siyang upgrade on the weapon, so kahit man anong mangyari sa kanila, hindi sila makakuha ng rifles or anything SMG. Seeker's already gonna be getting the kill onto Deleted. Patita na lang si Robbie. No, it's gonna be Drakes coming out from sewer and syempre mahuhuli na lang agad siya. It's a clean round dito para sa DLSU and they get themselves 2-0 agad-agad sa start ng ating first map.
Talagang kitang-kita nga natin, Makarambon, laki ng impact niya. Pag na-pick off talaga siya, it's kind of really hard, napaka-importante ng mga flashes. But then, DLSU, whenever there's the good extension ng team na to, talagang nagbabago yung pace para sa kanila. Talagang kitang-kita din natin na
yeah, medyo nagwawala lang yung barracks, okay lang eh.
Nag-ghost sila. Nag-ghost sila. Pero, ayun na nga, full buy na sa UE.
Shock dart to break util. in-expect nila siguro na meron dong tripwire or something since double sentinel din ang UE for the moment. I like this play para sa DLSU because they're gravitating attention ng Zenith towards that C site, knowing na if nasira nga yung util somewhat doon, kailangan nilang mag-rotate ng tao. And you can see that already with about 2 of the players ng Zenith dito. Still, gusto ko naman sa side ng Zenith is they're not really phased by that aggressive movement since they're just kind of feeling it out din. Narinig naman nila, walang sumugot dito sa DLSU. Alam nila, it's just a heat check lang muna for the moment dito sa ating Green Aces.
Yeah, maximize ang utilities. Hindi kailangan mag-overextend. Alam naman nila na sa DLSU nga, they have 2 duelists right now. Sobrang bilis lang ng magiging pangyayari. And the way that they handle it, very default lang. Sobrang slow nga lang din. Pero syempre, while DLSU, they're trying to make it work for themselves, while the others are already extending up to this side. Pero ito ang problema. Kung nakuha sila agad ng player na ito, it might be over for them. While the others naman, still, kailangan na lang lumipat sa site na to.
Snappy, kailangan niya magkaroon ng smoke somewhere. Maybe entrance ng Swan or something. Nice catch. Nahuli nila si Got deleted dito. That's a good start. Fast lane to use. Get in. Recon Dart. Nahuli ba dito si Got deleted? Mukhang hindi. For the moment. Frontside, mahuhuli ngayon ng DLSU. Backside though. Yeah, unfortunately, hindi kinaya to ng UE. 12 seconds. There should still be time to plant. Makarambon and Nixon already on the long and delayed rotate. It's a 3 versus 2. Pero still, they have a chance. They have the capabilities. Pero Secret is not taking any damage but getting all that information as the round continues.
And now he will be surprising them up with this. And speaking of, he will be getting the head of Nixon. Meron nga lang kaagad si Makarambon. 2v1, kaya pa rin niya papato. Pero naku, inuhuli lang siya ngayon ni Snappy. And I think they're just buying plenty of time right now. There's an up from Novilla. A round win sa side ng DLSU. And if this keeps on going, sabi nga natin, considering that this is one of their specialties, this might be hard for Zenith Warriors.
Ito ang problema, or we'll see it na lang after, I'll explain after yung replay natin dito. Ito ang problema ngayon ng Zenith is if hindi nila kasama si Makarambon in that first contact, pag nag-push ang Green Aces, kita mo agad na wala silang counter flash, they're already only relying dun sa util ng kanilang Sentinel to kind of stop yung push ng Green Aces dito. And that's not really enough. Alam ng Green Aces kung saan nila kailangan sumulpot para hindi sila mahuli ng sound sensors, ng tripwires, and so far, hindi nila nakukuha yung value na gusto nila sa double Sentinel na pinili nila dito. Uy, yun lang! Huli! Si got deleted.
Talagang si Fisha, no? He's really notable with this type of shots talaga na nakikita natin with that gun. Pero syempre, sabi nga natin, nasa disadvantage ng University of Phoenix. Wala din silang enough of guns to clear it out. And all that said, DLSU, sobrang clean lang papunta sa site. Pero may mga konting pickups lang mula kay Nixon, getting some economy, going in. And now, they're just taking over the site. It's just gonna be hard ngayon para sa UE Zenith. Apat pa ang kanilang kalaban and they only have their sheriffs.
Yeah, pretty soon, kailangan nilang mag-call ng timeout dito ang UE Zenith. It's not looking to be a good start para sa kanila and they're really not getting that much success dun sa gusto nilang setup dito sa C side. So, I don't know, baka kailangan nilang i-rotate si Nixon onto C pero at the same time, kailangan niyang palitan yung sa niya si set yung tripwire kasi kita mo merong shock darts na set dito si Eusebio. Snappy will shut down Yung Arcane kasi yan, na sila ni Victor.
Ano, sabi mo nga yung mga voice lines ni Victor.
Hindi ko alam, actually, nakalimutan ko na eh. Hindi na ako nag-League of Legends.
Akala ko lang isa eh.
Hanggang ba-
Demasha! Lux main here.
Hindi, okay. Hindi na ako sabi ko, di naman Victor yan. Pero anyways, ito nga yung sinasabi ko, di ba? Nakita mo yung may set plans dito ang Zenith, pero ang nagiging problema nila, I'm not sure if this is due to impatience or due to just not having that map visibility, kaya kumukuha sila ng map control kanina. Yung push out ng Clove na yon, I don't think they really needed it, pero you saw that they wanted it just because, paano ba explain to? Just because I think they want to get more map control for the earlier state of that game para lang ma-dictate nila sana kung yung mangyayari just in case, di ba? Pero dahil doon, nag-backfire siya na onte, what was the adjustment na lang ng Zenith was just going around and seeing nilang if yung natitira nilang mga Sentinels makakuha ng flanks, which was good. Pero again, loss of manpower. So sayang na sana. Anyways, tapos na yung technical pause natin. Nice shot from Fission though. Hindi makakuha ng pick onto Nixon. Nixon also good with the sidestep. And for, at least for the moment, bit of information dito para sa Zenith.
I agree with that, but then the guns, laki talaga ng meron DLSU. Plus, available na nga din yung ultimate ng bawat isa. And speaking of, minaliit ko kagad ang mga guns ngayon ng UE. But then Nixon, great shot na nga kagad. The valuable information that he got, he gets the second tap. Seeker is gonna go down, and DLSU, that was way too low. But at the same time, sabi nga, the fact na nag-extend kagad, si Nixon doon, ang dami na kagad na bigay na valuable information.
Yeah, no refrags whatsoever from DLSU. Great start dito para kay Nixon. He was able to find all of those one versus ones, and syempre, he's not gonna miss a beat. What I like about this is he's not overstaying his welcome. He's actually going for that rotation and still gaining some map control. Kasi alam pa rin dito ng Zenith na if they make a mistake, yung firepower ng Green Aces would still overwhelm them. So still playing the numbers advantage and playing na siguro for retake is something that they are looking forward to. Pero si Robbie, di ko lang kung medyo may ipit siya dito ngayon. Yun nga lang, nahuli siya. He will use his ultimate. So interestingly enough, susugurin talaga nila to. I wonder what's gonna happen. Oh, another one. Ooh, Vision. 3 kills agad sa kanya.
Vision, sobrang no sure siya. Kailangan na lang talaga niya maging confident those at ayaw na niya mag-pick up. But he gets the 4th kill. Si Eusebio, he took the ace, but whatever. Drake sa lang kagad ang mag-isa. Na-reveal na nga din kagad kung nasaan ang mga miyembro ngayon ng UE, but then they just want to held back. They don't want him to get some guns maybe, but there it is. There's the ace from Mr. Fission. Isa talaga sa pure energy na nakita natin mula sa Green Aces. Mr. Pure Energy, I think I remember someone with that. Alam mo sino?
Ano yan?
Si Batman.
Ayaw nga pala, sorry. Uiwa. Di ba yun yung sa
Sabi, uwi. Ay, nako, memorable to. But anyway, Fission talagang nakita na natin. I think there was like a tournament na never ko siyang nakas na hindi siya nagka-ace. Parati na lang siyang nagkaka-ace. Talagang, uy, dali, I'll give you the ace.
Di ba nga ang Fission kasi, kailangan ko pa i-google, no? It's a nuclear reaction, splitting. He's splitting all the kills for himself. We're learning!
This is Big Bang Theory already, guys. But anyway, going back 6-0 DLSU, Asher, I think UE talaga, they have to do something. They have to step up para lang talagang makuha at makakuha syempre ng good half para sa game na to.
That's been the name of the game for the first half dito, and the more that's the consistent theme dito para sa Zenith, the more difficult that is actually para sa kanila to dig themselves out of this hole. They've already called for the timeout a couple of rounds ago, and hindi pa rin nila nakukuha yung rhythm na gusto nila. Vision is gonna go for the contact dito, and Makarambon whiffs the shot. That is not what you want to see. Vision hitting that big one. Loses. That means that Zenith will lose that control in Garage. Someone has to readdress the contact dito, and he got spotted. Kailangan niya tumakas, pero Novilio was able to trace him through the wall. That's a big no-no ngayon para sa Zenith, and still, once again, 2 players down agad dito sa Zenith.
Very smart.
The Villa.
And now he's just giving info. Wala na nga din kaagad si Robbie. Drakes na lang together with Nixon, and I think they don't have much of a choice right now. All of the members of DLSU looking at them, pero tayo lang talaga sila ngayon makakuha ng malaking chance para makapag-pick offs ng kills ngayon. Pero yes, speaking of, there's Nixon, but there's a trade from Eusebio, and now Fission closes that round of 7 rounds. Sunod-sunod. Nakita mo din talaga kagad yung guidance pagdating sa team. Strong talaga na start nila.
Yeah, this is the big problem naman para sa Zenith. Not having an initiator, at least in the defending side ng Haven, gives you no information whatsoever. Kaya nakikita natin nag-take ng risks si Robbie sa si Makarambon to always go for those peaks. Pero DLSU, Green Aces, parang ano na sila, kita mo yung galawan nila, parang alam nila yung kailangan nila gawin or sanay na sila sa ganitong kasing galawan. Kaya anytime na mag-aggress dito sa Makarambon or si Robbie, akala mo makakuha sila ng pick, pero bigla na lang wala. And that's always a problem dito para sa Zenith because the more they expose themselves, the more they can get picked off. Pero they have to expose themselves to get that information then, which is problematic again para sa Zenith. Because right now, they're not getting the kills that they need to get advantage. Oh! Hala!
Nagkasilisihan sila, but then nothing happened. You know, I'm gonna add later on sa the fact na wala talagang initiator ang isang team. But then, just it. All of the members of DLSU nandiyan na nga kagad. Natila tries to hit na kagad para kay Secret. And he spots one. He gets two. He might get the third kill. And Secret is doing it. Pero syempre, si Jakes nagpakita sa kanilang harapan. And what are they doing? There's just some shots from UE Zenith. Pero syempre, looking at it, medyo impossible dahil syempre, nakita mo naman yung pwestuhan ng DLSU, nakita mo din naman yung mga guns nila.
Yeah, the problem is Yusef is still alive. So as long as Yusef is alive, meron siyang Hunter's Fury to stop the defuse on this spike. And dahil buhay pa si Snappy, he also has yung one-way na to just to mess around sa defuse nung spike na yun. Drakes is doing a fantastic job at kind of holding the fort here. Pero na-force na rin ang Hunter's Fury ni Yusef dito. Snappy hits the shot and the Hunter's Fury actually catches the other player ng Zenith in the back line. Huge stuff from DLSU. Green Aces is on a warpath ngayon, really.
It's really hard. Kita mo naman yung mga efforts nila. Sabi mo nga, nag-extend sila. And you can really see there's the shots that just keep on going and going. But only if DLSU, they just try na talagang maging aggressive. And 8-0 na tayo so far. Sinabi na natin ito noong unang pa lang na nakita natin ng Haven. Considering that DLSU, they're really good here. First half talaga will determine the flow and what will happen on towards to this series. Pero alam mo, wala akong statistics. Pero usually mga teams na di walang nilalarong initiator, medyo talagang hirap sila.
Yeah, you have to have full faith sa mga duelist and pseudo-duelist mo. Kailangan they have to get value 10 times over compared sa kung meron kang initiator. I definitely agree with that statement. Robbie, tignan mo, nag-peek out agad siya. He wants to overextend himself. He needs to overextend himself just to get that value para sa Zenith. But again, they're getting pushed back slowly by this control na meron ang Green Aces.
Take flight.
For him, they need some little bit of those changes. Nagpalit na nga din kagad sila ngayon ng pwesto. Nakita natin na si Nix and he wanted to focus more sa C-side dahil parating na pick off nga kagad pagdating kay got deleted. Pero syempre, DLSU nga, alam nila yung how UE maximizes their utility outs considering na sabi mo nga, ang dami nilang kailangan itapon ngayon. Wala silang info na nakikita ngayon din. Pero syempre, after making some cat noises here and see, they're going towards on this side and I'm excited. Makakapasok nga ba sila ngayon or dire-diretso lang or UE, they already have a new plan?
Actually, I have to double check. Si Makarambon,
30 seconds left.
Has he just gotten yung kanyang run it back? So he hasn't used it in like 8 rounds. That's huge. Kasi Phoenix, di ba, one of the easier agents para makakuha ka ng ultimate mo. Having Makarambon in that situation, it's not good at all. Secret now on the contact against Robbie. Kung may push out, he got deleted dito. He's just gonna go for a one-off trade. I'm not sure if that's the best way to go about this. Pero Makarambon has already claimed his victory. Paranoid hitting, beautiful stuff. And Sinovillian na lang ang matitira. This is the good stuff right now para sa UE. Still, Spike has yet to get planted. And this will be the first round na makukuha ng Zenith. Running out that clock. Huge stuff para sa Zenith dito. Able to take it with taking risks and doing a good job at just being able to trade efficiently.
I mean, kinakaba na tayo. It's already 8-0. Want natin, best case scenarios, what we've said, 8-4 talaga ang kailangan nila abulin. And considering that maganda naman economy nila, nakapag-push na nga kagad tayo with an operator here. There's just a lot of what they can do to take down at the LaSalle right now. Yun kanina, medyo nagkaroon na sila ng mistakes. Ang ganda na kagad ng pinapad, kagad yung got deleted. Hindi nakagalaw kagad si Secret. Now, the rest of the members na-hold back na nga din sila dahil naka-rotate na ang ibang users. Siyempre na nga, start again. May konting info lang at kailangan nilang speed up. But then Makarambon, he's finally on the zone.
Yeah, that's what we want to see. Makarambon finally getting his rhythm, his groove back. Napakalaking bagay nito because again, he is the first line of defense ng Zenith. If he falls down, well, medyo mahina na yung other walls dito ng against the Titans ng Green Aces. So, moving forward away from that. Losing Snappy. Wala nang smokers dito din ang LaSalle, so they're gonna have to figure out a way to get into the site without yung kanilang mga standard smokes on a site, and biglaan na lang si Eusebio. Okay, that's a step in the right direction para sa Green Aces dito.
They really needed that, di ba? As much as possible talaga si Makarambon ang magiging problem nila. But, ito na nga yung problema mo. Pagdating sa A-side, it takes so much time before, of course, pagdating sa mga walls dito, ni got deleted ay mawawala. So, mga ibang miyembro dito gumagawa na nga lang din kaagad ng opening pagdating kay Navila. But the stronghold that they have sa side ng UE Zenith here on A, it's quite a hard time para kay Secret to get his pushes. Pero syempre si got deleted. He gets too excited. Nakita yung baril ng baril niya. Pero nagkasalisan sila para sila
Hinabol!
At nandiyan na nga kaagad. He gets got deleted. There's the side also with the help of Vision. And they just took over onto the A side sa side ng Green Aces.
Grabe, it felt like Zenith just did not have enough information to figure out kung saan magpo-full force push ang Green Aces dito. That is unfortunate para sa kanila. Dre is gonna be on an operator. Medyo mahirap mag-retake with that weapon, especially kung naka-omen ka, hindi ka pwedeng mag-reposition quickly enough when you're like a duelist. And si Nixon, very far removed from the situation then. So this is probably just exit frags na lang for the moment para sa Zenith. And DLSU, not really losing their step or their ferocity. Kaya kalmada lang muna tayo dito. And they will have that 9-1 for sure. Oh. Extra. Okay, exit frags muna tayo, Drex.
Ayaw niyang ano eh. Ayaw niyang ipag-save ng operator, syempre. Si Dix, pero he's just looking at them one by one. Sige, sinong mag-audition ngayon sa harapan niya? But then DLS, they don't want to stop. Pero nakalayo-layo na nga din siya. There's just a good thing. But then, the scoreline right now has reached 9-1 already. Nakuha pala ni Vision si Dix, so he wasn't able to save the operator. And that's just make things worse sa side ng University of the East.
I think we'll see here's the replay din kung paano nangyari. I looked away for like a second, bigla na nawala yung operator sa kamay ni Drakes. This was a great start though from Eusebio. Again, yun na naman problema sila. And this is, tignan mo, mukhang walang support yung Sentinels dito and they're playing in the front of the site. That's how I think far spread ang Zenith, ang UE Zenith. And that just means na they're not really in the most commanding of spots. He got deleted or he was spotted. Makarambon is just brushed aside dito by Sigre as he just goes running rampant into that A site agad. Green Aces, they have full control, full command. Nixon as si Drix na lang ang matitira ulit.
Grabe sa isang iglap na Thanos snap.
Spike planted.
Nangalahati.
University of the East, exactly. But then, going into it, 10-1, it is Azurai. And then, that's what we talk about. Medyo dangerous at the double-digit score na ang DLS. Yung tinahabol, walang patawad. Actually, pero natalo pa si Sika doon. Pero dyan naman si Snappy together with Eusebio para sagutin yan. And despite those timeouts, despite them wanting to calm down, wala talaga ngayong makuhang equation, makuhang sagot ang Zenith Warriors actually. And hopefully talaga on the next round, meron silang matutuloy kahit man lang 10-2, di ba?
This is a very difficult predicament to be in para sa Zenith. And this is what I was asking din kanina. Si Makarambon, total of 17 kills and deaths. So that just means na medyo up na siya sa kanyang ultimate. Pero again, sa 21 see sa kanyang Phoenix. Agad-agad though, I'm hearing Seeker use yung kanyang ultimate. He's just rushing right in. I think they just want to finish off yung ating first half agad-agad. And I'm not sure if this is gonna be problematic or okay sa kanila. Pero somehow with the ultimates na meron ng mga duelists nila, they're able to push them back. Medyo nahilo na onti si Robbie as he does look at the other direction. Maybe because Snappy was able to get that flank around. Pero si Drakes na naman titira 1 versus 5. Drakes around the corner, judge siya. Diyos ko, paano niya makukuha dito yung positioning na yan gamit ang shotgun lang. But we'll see. If he can get the kill onto Snappy, maybe there's opportunity. Oh, he switched out the weapon sa Vandal. Okay, there's a chance. He's now working his way. Pero alam agad ng Green Aces kung siya nakapwesto.
Plus, the time is ticking, Azurai. I mean, going up against 4 people with little time, I think this might be impossible already. But there's Fate, but then Vision is right behind him. They finish it off with an 11-1 in the first half. Sabi nga natin, there's a chance earlier on. We thought it might be 8-4, but then the fact that it just keeps on rolling onto the side of De La Salle, they were really prepared on towards Haven. It's just quite impossible sa UE Zenith. Pero sana nga lang ngayong second half, magbago syempre ang magiging tune ng team na ito.
So, kita mo sa player comes ang alaga niya eh. Bigay agad ng water bottle sa mga players.
Sige, bigyan din nila water bottle.
Yes. Salamat nga ba sa production for providing us.
Yes.
We're much
Mga
needed.
idol natin.
Oo, sobrang intense ng laban natin. Ubus agad boses ko, map 1 pa lang. Now we're kidding. But we go. Anyways, this could be the turning point for Zenith because their composition is built to ram themselves into a site. Diba?
Yeah.
So, we'll see how that goes. Siyempre, medyo, teka lang muna. Fission! Teka, ay, sa tumitigas si got deleted. He already got the second kill by Fission. 2 bullets. Reposition muna si Fission. Hindi niya kailangan mag-overcommit ngayon, especially with those 2 kills agad-agad. But that is a huge blow against Zenith that needs to get this pistol round.
It's always about the timing. How many times,
Mm-hmm.
diba? On these rounds that we've been casting, it's always about Fission and the timing. The rest of the members of De La Salle taking a little bit of those 2 steps ahead against Zenith Warriors. And now we only have Robbie together with Nixon trying to save this round. Siyempre, sabi nga natin, on the second half, sobrang importante to para man lang makakuha ng lead ang Zenith Warriors. But at this point, the members of DLSU, very just, di na talaga sila shaken kasi hinihintay lang naman nila pumunta sa kanilang harapan ang kanilang kalaban. Ito naman, naghahabulan na nga sila. Nagpapatintero. Ito na nga si Secret trying to get it. But hey, sabi ni Robbie, it's not impossible for me yet. But he's tagged already at this point. There's a shock dart. Mawawala na nga kagad siya sa mapa. At si Nixon na lang ang natitira.
And that spike dropped as well. So, 4K for Fission dito. And now it's 12-1. Map point agad tayo para sa DLSU. From what was, I think, the most back and forth map ng series. The last time that these two faced, it's the more dominant performance that we are seeing from De La Salle Green Aces. Incredible performance para sa kanila. This adjustment na pinakita natin sa comps, sa map agents, or sa agents, excuse me, on this particular map. Nakikita niyo yung difference ngayon. And it is an enormous struggle for Zenith to try to counteract that.
Kita mo it's just Fission leading the way, the teammates that are getting yung mga ibang kills as well. Sobrang prepared sila this time around going against the Zenith and they don't want to make the same mistakes as well. Pero looking at it talaga, great start na naman pagdating sa DLSU dahil Snappy will be able to take down Robbie and the rest of the members of UE. Pagdating nga lang din sa Gods, it's just sobrang dehado talaga ng team na ito and hopefully makakuha sila ng chance as they approach going on this side. And speaking of, nakuha nga lang si Eusebio na napaka-importante ngayon na information, pero nakakuha pa nga siya ng dalawang Dex Stinger. They're gonna be going down one by one. Makarapon kahit together. But Eusebio, 3 people got deleted. We only have 1 left. And that's a first map. And being taken on by De La Salle Green Aces.
Wala na akong masabi talaga. Napakalinis ng performance ng De La Salle Green Aces. You can already see, sobrang in control sila. Yung game plan nila, kung whatever it is, they're always able to make it happen, make use of it, and it's just incredible, man.
Very much incredible. Alam mo kung iisipin natin, this is the comeback of the king papunta sa trono niya muli. Kasi man, a statement piece na kaya mong manalo sa map number 1. Pero another thing na i-add mo dun is 13-1 yung score natin. Man, that is intense, brother.
Yeah. This is the map din na pinili ng Zenith, if I'm not mistaken. Kasi pumili ng side yung yung Green Aces. So this is a map that they wanted to bring out, that they're confident na makakuha sila ng win against Green Aces, and it just flopped, it floundered. It was just completely countered by De La Salle. So this is not a good start for Zenith for sure.
And yun nga di ba? Sakita natin yung agent composition, talagang confident sila na makakuha sila kasi nga they have double smokers, they have double sentinels. So they were really going to that. But then sabi ko nga din on the other side, ang magaling ang De La Salle pagdating sa kanilang attacking, especially on this map. How many times did they actually overtaken a team? May mga overtimes pa nga sometimes, but they always pave their way in pagdating sa Haven. And that is, sinabi natin kanina, na pagdating pa lang sa experience, talagang na-handle nga ito. And I think that's a good start for Coach Ritz as well, di ba? Pero sana on the second map, which is going to be in Lotus, may bago, may mararating pa rin, syempre, ang UE Zenith Warriors.
Sure.
Yeah, feeling ko din yung double sentinel setup nila dito might be better pagdating sa Lotus. Since it is somewhat na nalaro na rin naman nila. Pero one thing that is kind of unsettling, yung ace up their sleeves for UE Zenith is makarambon on the Phoenix eh. So parang in the first map pa lang, natapos agad ng DLSU, what more can they do sa map number 2? I want to see that happen. Pero alam mo yun, parang DLSU is a different a different team right now. They're dominating like never before.
Here's the thing kasi, Makarambon is incredible as a player, right? On Zenith side.
Yeah.
Pero if you compare yung duelist ng Green Aces dito sa duelist ng Zenith, nakukulangan ng potential taga-setup si Macarambon, right? He's always trying to set up for himself or si yung kanyang teammate na Clove. Not really together or not really for himself. So problema dito is he's not in position to make something happen because parang na-alley-oop siya ng teammate niya. Pero pag tinignan mo niyo si Green Aces, tignan mo si Seeker, tignan mo yung other one, di ba? Palaging may setup nung Sova nila. It's so much easier for them to get that quick information, quickly charge in, and then just keep getting kill after kill. And that's, I think, the problem that Macarambon was facing this entire game, na he had to make something for himself when there's so many obstacles na binabato sa kanya ng Green Aces dito.
And again, that's the price that you have to pay when you don't have any initiators. Diba? Parati na lang, there's just a, I don't know, there's just a big chance that you might not get a map. Especially, we are talking about Haven, diba?
Yeah.
This is not small maps. This is actually a big map, 3-site map. Napaka-importante na meron kang initiator. Whether it may be Sky, maybe a different one, maybe Breach, diba? It will really help your team, diba, into getting it. And that's it. At 13-1, na talagang alam na ng Dalasal ng Green Aces how this will maneuver.
Yes, very much sure. You know what? Let's look at the breakdown right now ng ating post-match statistics. It ended with 14 rounds with DLSU taking a dub with 13-1 ang ating scoreline. Just look at how intense these statistics are right now, Azuray.
Yes, nahihirapan sila. Or hindi na sila nahihirapan, sorry. But ganda ng performance talaga ng Green Aces. The last time na nakita sila, what was it? Like 13-11 ata, no?
Yeah.
Na nanalo ang Green Aces, if I'm not mistaken. Or sorry, yung Zenith, if I'm not mistaken. But in any case, now it's a completely different story. Look at Fission. He's already 22-6 sa kanyang overall KD stats. 429 ang kanyang ACS. He was just massively important in this game. I thought si si Banuno yung nakakakuha ng oppressive plays pero hindi pala, si Fission pala yung gumawa or nakakuha ng most ng stats dito. But still, it was an incredible team effort and you really saw that sa performance ng Green Aces.
I think, Azra, it was Seeker on the D, right?
Yeah.
So,
Sure, yeah.
so to avoid confusion, it was Seeker.
Ay, Seeker nga pala, tama.
So, I totally agree with you on that part. Akala ko nga maglilid talaga Seeker. Kasi he always gets the first kill, I guess, and then it's just up to Fission to actually hold on sa mga next rounds natin. But then, pagdating naman sa stats sa UE Zenith, it has been really hard for them. Although nakita naman natin yung stand-up pagdating kay Nixon, it wasn't enough for Macarambon. Napaka-importante kahit you're on the defending, on the information, talagang na-force sila to make some incredible plays sana, but then parati silang nahuhuli ng Dalasal. Kita mo naman kagad, di ba, on that Sova, nakakakuha kagad siya ng utilities ng isang Cypher under attacking. So, napakabilis na kagad para sa kanilang pumunta sa C-side. Kasi na naman sila parati, they never went to B-side. They always go from A to C and back and forth. Kung saan sila nanalo, dun sila dumidiretso.
And here's the thing. Alam na natin na nangyayari yun, di ba? They keep going back and forth, and nami-mix up dito a lot yung Zenith. Here's another question. When you were watching the matches, or when we were casting the matches, did you see ba na nag-switch ng side si got deleted sa si Nixon?
No, you know what? Not really.
Right?
Yes,
Not that
there
often.
was. Like, I think there was just
Maybe-
2 or 3.
Yeah, 2
Yeah,
or 3
exactly.
lang. Onti lang.
Pero that just, has, diba? That means na Zenith had only a static plan siguro na they only had Nixon holding that A site and then si got deleted. Maybe I've seen other teams na nag-double sentinel on Haven, na nag-double sentinel sa C just because alam nilang palaging ina-oppress sila.
Yeah, very much sure. You know what? It might just ended up by them reading UE Zenith like a book. Pero right now, titingnan natin kung sino nga ba talaga ang nagbasa against UE. It's none other than Fission coming in from the Green Aces squad. 22-6 KD and an ACS of 429. Man, that is something to look forward to. Map number 1 pa lang to, everybody.
Yeah, and he had the one round na he was on that sheriff just hitting shots with the
Yeah,
Diba?
I think it was a second half pistol.
Yeah, exactly. And he was doing it by himself lang din. That's just showing how much confidence he has with his aim, yung kanyang dueling capabilities, and being able to just net 4 kills out of that one by yourself is a big boon na para sa Green Aces.
I mean, he never misses. Always an ace type of player, right? Not an ace earlier. So I think that already speaks how good of this man is. And I'm looking forward for his performance pa, syempre. I think
Yeah.
we all agree na si Fission talaga ang pinaka-consistent or not just consistent players talaga pagdating sa Green Aces.
Yeah, very much. You know what, everybody? Speaking of Fission, if you want to perform like him and if you want to be like Fission, you can get that. You can be a main character by claiming that energy by activating it with a laptop coming in from Predator. So, iscan nyo na yung QR code dyan because purchase any participating Acer Predator gear and receive exclusive Acer Day 2025 rewards when you get Predator Gaming. Pero syempre, tapos na yun kasi syempre, yung Acer Day natin sobrang successful. Kung nakita nyo, it was a concert kung saan nandun si Sarah G.
Sarah G.
Nandun yung SB19.
SB19.
Susunod si Azuray, nandun na rin.
Azuray, flex ka muna. Ay, sayang, di may kita.
Di makikita, no.
No comment.
No, but everybody, again, if you want to be like a performer, like a Fission, do get your Predator laptop and shop it right now. Everybody, yun ang ating first map of the day. It's UE versus DLSU, and DLSU takes game number 1. Magbabalik tayo. Ako si Bipolar, and together with Azra and Ray Ray, we'll be back for map number 2.
Campus Rivals is brought to you by Intel and Predator Gaming.
And we are back dito sa ating campus rivals where we just saw game number 1 go definitely the way ng De La Salle Green Aces. My name is Asaray. Kasama ko po ngayon si Bipolar at si Rere, and we are your casters, your talents sa best of 3 na ito. Gawin pa ako eh.
Paano ulit?
Yan.
Talagang sakop na sakop lahat, no?
Pero anyways, guys, yun nga, nakita natin, nag-cast natin yung first game na yun. It was a completely dominating performance from Green Aces, and I don't know, mababawi pa kaya ito ng Zenith?
Alam mo, feeling ko, understatement yung dominating. Parang na-sweep through agad from the first map. Parang nabigla yung UE Zenith from the force of the LSU. Pero feeling ko naman, the answer to that question is, there's a possibility. Kasi tulad nga ng nasa lower thirds natin, there might be a redemption in the mix.
When we were talking, di ba, during break time, sabi ko nga, napaka-importanting factor, especially sa mga younger players, yung magsa-start on the attacking side. It gives you more heat, it gives you that driving force to take down your enemies. It's really better pagdating sa ganong terms, considering that we are talking about Green Aces earlier. But then, right now, I think, yun na nga, yung sana makapag-reset sila after that short break, sana makakuha sila ng different mindset pagdating sa Lotus. Kasi ang masakit na bagay dito is Haven. Siyempre, ang pumili dito was UE Zenith Warriors.
Yeah, actually, exactly, diba? And that's the problem na I think they're gonna have to face getting into the second map naman. This is the map na pinili naman ng Green Aces. And this is the map that they finished it 13-6. So, looking back into that, is that going to be another hurdle dito, a big hurdle dito para sa Zenith? Or do they have a counter plan na ma-employ nila coming into this one with how difficult the performance was nung first map na yun?
Yeah. Alam mo, we're just really waiting for UE Zenith to show kung paano nga ba talaga sila nag-aral against the LSU, kung paano nga ba sila nag-adapt, or ano nga bang kinook up nilang strategy, because medyo hindi talaga natin nakita yon on the first map kasi like what we said before, bumalik tayo after that short break, is yung lineup nila, from the first map, parang nabigla sila because they weren't on the side that they wanted to.
Exactly. What do you think? Coming into sa Lotus naman, di ba? It's going to be, again, this is going to be the map selection ng Green Aces. Zenith?
Please, put initiator already, especially it's Lotus.
Pakita muna natin pala, sorry, yung ating unfiltered ng ating previous match.
Pwede naman. Paano ba to? Paano mute?
Wait lang, may smoke ako, may
Okay.
smoke ako.
Okay.
Wait lang. Ito lang.
Alright. Ito na nga tayo sa ating match or map 1. Even dito. Nakita mo agad yung yung tempo na pinakita ng DLSU. Great start para sa kanila altogether. Very accurate ng plays nila. Sa aside ng Zenith, were they able to execute the same ng mga pinag-usapan natin sa Pagkakabon nung post natin, nahihirapan ka. Is he gonna have that same difficulty then getting into or playing into that next map? What do you think, Bible?
Feeling ko if they really do have the initiator na hinahanap nga ni Rere and all of us here, he'll have a better time getting those entry frags and getting those aggressiveness in the mix. Kasi parang it was parang siyang nag-solo queue para sa akin nung pinapanood ko siya on the sidelines eh. Kasi you're not really gonna be relying on yourself in a tournament like this. Pero parang ganun yung napakita nila, which was pretty underwhelming. Pero ngayon, I just really wanna see kung paano nga ba sila mag-change ng playstyle. Ikaw ba, Rirek?
Yun din naman talaga yung look forward ko sa side ng UEZ. And it's not over it. We still have maybe the next map if they will be able to win Lotus. But
Sunset,
alam naman natin na here in Lotus, it's again a Green Aces map. They survived a lot of matches coming in from their previous tournaments. But then, sana natuto na ngayon UEZ. I'm sure naman that they are prepared here as well.
Yeah, syempre naman, no one goes into this big tournament, diba, na hindi wala kang preparation. For sure, Zenith have poured in the hours, they poured in the effort talaga to get to where they are right now. Now, this is a big, I think, question for, for you guys then. I just wanted to get your insights on this. Nagbago ng setup yung ng composition, yung both teams nung nag-haven tayo. Do you think that's gonna be something na gagawin din nila dito? Kasi syempre naglaban sila previously na yun yung agent selection nila. We'll talk about that a little bit more. Pero tingin nyo mo magbabago sila dito?
Feeling ko for me, yes.
Okay.
Especially for UE Zenith. Kasi they're one of the teams na talagang they have versatility sa pangalan nila. So, titingnan natin ngayon kung paano nga ba nila gagamitin yun. But I think for the LSU, parang hindi na nila kailangan magbago eh. Because they got map number 1 in that kind of style. Parang you don't really have to do anything else.
Yeah. How about you, Ray?
I agree with him about the LSU na they are still gonna be sticking to what they practiced. Very by the book naman sila pagdating labang sa mga agent compositions. But pagdating naman sa UE, I hope they don't get too far. Diba? I know naman that they want to be out of the meta. But sometimes being out of it means that it's gonna be a harder time sa kanila to get into practice to actually do it sa mismong tournament, diba, sir?
Yeah, I completely agree with that. And maybe it's not a bad thing para sa Zenith. Kasi kanina naghirap sila sa Haven, di ba, na only Makarambon was the true duelist para sa kanila. Sure, Robbie was kind of pseudo-duelist gamit ng kanyang clove, pero he really struggled to also get that kind of impact na ginugusto niya. Kasi ang kita niya sa galawan niya, gusto niyang mag-push up, umatake, makakuha ng kill, tapos makuha yung heal, tapos takbo agad, di ba? And then Makarambon just kind of doubles up with him. Pero hindi nakuha yun. Pero now into Lotus, alam natin, previously on that match that they played against DLSU din, they both played two duelists.
Yeah.
So is that potentially what we're just gonna see? Are these two teams gonna have different duelists or the same duelists? And yun tinanong ko sa'yo kanina, it's something na I think is gonna be very workable para sa nila, but at least there's more firepower na pwedeng i-rely upon ang Zenith dito.
Yeah, and speaking of those firepowers, may kita natin dito possibly yung sinabi mo nga na duelist setup wherein UE Zenith squad, ginamit nila dito is the Neon Jet, tapos yung other side naman, Raise Yoru. So talagang maraming firepower na pwede ibigay yung dalawang teams natin.
And because of that, diba, nakita naman natin na may mga differences lang din. Syempre, you have that Jet, you have that versus the Neon and the Yoru, diba? Iba't ibang approaches. But what's important here is that they're gonna be able to reset. They're gonna be starting again na nakaka-aggressive. Yun naman yung mas bagay sa playstyle pagdating sa mga teams natin. And very common, diba? Pagdating ngayon din sa Lotus map. So hopefully talagang ganun lang yung magiging approach. Relax lang din talaga si UE Zenith. I'm sure that they have what it takes, diba, to really win this. And looking at our description right now, or redemption. Pero grabe talaga yung mga supporters ni Makarambon. Talaga nandyan yung circle of friends. And yan yung importante sa mga nandito ngayon. Pumunta na kayo, support nyo na din si Makarambon.
This is actually super important din. Kasi isipin nyo kung gaano kahirap ang ginawa ng UE Zenith just to get back to this lower finals, right? I'm looking at the bracket nila dito. They faced two grueling opponents in best of threes where they won 2-0. So the performance, the confidence is there, and they have the grit na to really reach that top. Now, papakita na nakalagay na sila natin, di ba? It's map number 2. Is it domination or redemption? I think this is the question specifically for for Zenith and not for Green Aces.
Yeah, feeling ko talaga na naka-focus na lang to para makabawi and to take it to overtime or game number 3 talaga.
Yeah, it's sunset, guys. Anything can happen when it comes to sunset. But looking at our viewers right now, sa mga nanonood mismo, ina-encourage ko kayo, syempre, na pumunta dito lamang sa high ground, sa may Tomas Morato. Search nyo na lang sa maps at baka
i-waste nyo na lang.
Waste nyo na lang, may kita nyo kami dyan. Pero syempre, going back to our discussion na nga about the teams, again, we've already talked about the maps, we've already talked about the players and something like that. We've already talked about duelists. What can you say naman? Anong mga iba pang agents na pwede nalang kunin na, sir?
Oh, it's a very good question. Honestly, sa Lotus, they kind of covered all of their bases na din. Siguro ang gusto ko nalang makita potentially would be to come back for, or maybe a holler back to the Jet. Or I'm not sure if this is another agent na baka makita, pero probably not. Waylay. There's a potential kasi I think, having those linear or one big line ultimates can impact immensely yung mga sites na natin, and we have seen that with the Nightfall and whatnot. So potentially lang, we're kind of in the portion of the game where or portion of the discussion where we're just hypothesizing na lang what potentially they could bring to the table. So I'm looking potentially for that Jet, potentially for that Waylay, and maybe for Di kasi na-nerf na kasi siya Teho sana pero I don't think so. I don't think so much.
I actually want to add something to that. Kasi we see a lot of fates sa Lotus map natin. And speaking of Teho, sobrang ganda ng utility niya. Kaso nga lang na-nerf. I want to see a Brimstone in the mix dito. Nakita kasi natin with that ultimate, yung Rolling Thunder, sobrang B-site and C-site, sobrang dali makuha yan kapag meron ko ultimate.
Breach or Brimstone? Breach.
Yan.
I got you, man. I got you.
You know why? They look like each other.
Magkamukha kasi. So,
tama.
Parehas sila may bigote. Tama.
Sorry.
Di ako makarelate kasi wala akong bigote. Sa balbas.
Okay,
may muscles ka naman.
Hindi kita sa Bala kung hindi nakakot. Anyways, going ahead sa tama naman. Yeah.
Ano tayo? Mag-waylay na skill lang ako, pabalik lang ako, mag-throwback lang ako onti. Pero breach po yung sinabi ko. And now, speaking of agents, eto na po ang ating lineup.
Okay, so I'm just, the wording is cross-referencing yung ginamit nila from the previous time. It looks like wala naman nagbago dito for these teams. Although Zenith, actually no, may nagbago na onte. Here it is. Zenith is gonna be on the single duelist once again. I think si Makarombo na maglalaro ng Neon dito. I think the only difference na lang that I'm looking forward to doon compared sa Haven niya is Neon can make something happen for herself na lang din dito because of that relay ball. So this might be the good option, pero hindi ko pa rin alam kung anong gagawin nito sa Green Aces with a double duelist. What do you guys think?
You know what? Medyo there's not really a lot you can do for Zenith, but I can see the point wherein pasok ka lang with the Vice Flash, you can also help her with the Fade, and also pasok lang tong Neon, tapos protect the President. Yung pagpasok dito ng Neon, diretsohin na lang natin. Pero yung Great Aces kasi, something to point out as well is Raze yung ginamit nila dito and a Yoru. Pero pinalitan nila Neon. So, itong Neon battle na to medyo magiging problematic for Zenith kasi dalawang active duelist yung kakalabanin nila.
Exactly.
And ko lang din to add, again, kinakabahan lang ako. When I just base it on the previous map, right? It was the double sentinel. They were having a hard time. But at least this time, sabi nga natin, very important yung nung fade nila talaga. And of course, syempre pagdating sa Vice na yan, I really do think, Azure, that when it comes to this map, Vice has a big potential, especially on C-side.
I agree. Completely agree with that. Here's another extra thing na notice ko lang. Green Aces, they have a whole bunch of flashes, which is their playstyle talaga. Tingin nyo yung side on Zenith. I wouldn't consider Vice too much of a flash agent kasi yung maliit na lang yun. There's not really a lot of flashes talaga para sa kanila. So, I don't know how Zenith is gonna go for this. Medyo parang they're gonna have to go for a contact pretty much raw into every single fight they're gonna have dito sa Lotus.
Yeah, parang iro-rodog talaga nila yung pagpasok dito. Pero, speaking of those flashes, parang hindi kasi siya instant flash yung kay Vice. So parang
exactly, diba?
They'll take a slow approach feeling ko pagdating dito sa mapa na to.
And kung ako nga mismo, diba, there's just a lot of angles that pwede pang ma-takedown kagad ng kalaban mo yung flash. So once that disappears, it's already gonna be hard, diba? But then, on the other side naman, pagdating sa Green Aces, we've already seen, if I remember, on the previous tournaments that we casted here, on that Neon together with that Yoru, they were very successful pagdating sa map na to. So talagang, I'm sure USN is sabi nga natin, they are prepared for this. So they know what they can do on this map. And sana talaga sa first map, naging close talaga yung ating scoreline. Kasi kanina, we already thought it might be possible considering it was an 8-1, but then really fell down considering na pagdating sa Green Aces, they were really on point already.
Yeah. Anyways, seems like we are about to get started na sa ating second game dito. It's do or die para sa Zenith. I don't know how this is gonna go, but we'll see. You guys, please take it away.
Let's go everybody, it's time to go into map number 2. Oras na para maglaban-laban ang DLSU Green Aces versus UE Zenith. High grounds, oras na para mag-ingay. Sumigaw para sa inyong teams, DLSU or UE.
Here we go! Makakabawi nga ba? It's all about redemption pagdating sa UE Zenith, while it's all about consistency sa side ng Green Aces. Do they want to take the crown going to our grand finals later on? At kitang-kita na nga natin sa start kaagad, Robbie will be able to take down the Vision. Ganda kaagad ng start pagdating sa utilities sa UE Zenith. Pero si Secret, he wants to push some more here in a seaside. He already taken on someone, pero with that wall, sabi nga natin, it's really difficult to go inside and Nixon, he takes them down. 3 members left sa side ng DLSU.
Tinangkeo pa der pero naiwan lang siya doon. Now, here comes the forces of DLSU. 3 na lang natitira versus 5 players. Pinaplant na dito ang spike pero nakupo, Snappy nasa likuran mo. Nixon to get a triple kill against Novillian Snappy at kumuha pa ng pang-apat. It's a good start for the Zenith squad.
That was just, I don't know, Nixon is just on fire. I mean, if you take a look at the stats on the first map, siya talagang nagta-top frag para sa team. And I think it's not impossible for him to bring that momentum. Nag-audition lang sa harapan niya ang mga miyembro ng DLSU. And reiterating what I said earlier, Vice very important. Plus si Nixon pa ang nakita natin na naglalaro na to.
Yes, tama ka dyan. You know what? You speaking about this Vice beforehand, bago pa tayo pumasok sa map natin, was really, you know, picturesque. Talagang napredict natin na in the hands of Nixon, we know that he can outperform these players. But right now, UE's in it. Another battle up in the mix. Robby na naman makakuha ng first blood, pero di naman mo si Secret. Already falling low. 3 players simultaneously falling down for DLSU.
That was an intense aiming push. I don't know, they just know that the mga miyembro ng DLSU, they don't have anything else. You said he tries to take it, but UE is starting this really good. Sabi nga natin, it's not impossible na pumunta tayo ng sunset.
Yeah, posibleng lumiwanag ulit ang ating mapa papunta sa side ng ating dalawang teams na to. Pero this is a confident start. As you can see, everybody, 2 rounds already is a good start for UE.
Agree. I mean, they are on the defending. Sabi nga natin, it's kinakabahan tayo in a way na on the first map here in Haven. Natalo nga sila. But right now, on that double na meron sila on that Sentinel, I am sure they can make anything better. Shoutout kay CJ nanonood sa atin, sa mga viewers natin dyan. Talagang supportive, di ba? But then, going back to the game, full buy already sa DLSU. I'm sure that they can make something out of this. But considering the momentum of UE right now, Bipolar, mahirap-hirap to.
Yes, if they do win this 3rd round, it's gonna be so bad for DLSU. Sinasabi ko lang yun sa inyo. At kung titignan niyo yung ating mapa right now, it's gonna be a bloodbath. 1 minute 14 seconds onto the clock. There's a lot of gunfire already being thrown out. Para makita nyo, here comes the Prowler. But right now, all eyes on the first blood killer. From the first blood king, it's Robbie to peek out. Nakita niya isa pero nakawala pa rin naman. Kailangan na ata pumasok dito ng DLSU. They're running out of time.
Nagulat si Secret. Sabi niya, hindi pa man lang napatay. Low on HP na yun, sure ako. Pero syempre, while making some noises here in a B, they know exactly what to do next. They don't want to remain there forever. But Vision, good call. Napatay nila si Nixon. Napakalaki na nga ang chances sa kanila that they can go into a site itself. Pero syempre, sabi nga natin, all that going to be going to be, but they want to make this default as much as possible because they have to respect that double sentinel sa Zenith War.
Yeah, yun yung mahirap sa side ng UE right now, and for DLSU to take these sides. 2 sentinel ang kailangan mong labanan. You don't know where the other one is. Now they know some little bit of information. 13 seconds onto the clock. Ang pasok dito ng DLSU ay hindi matatapos kasi nandito na si Segre. Makakuha ng isa. Makarambon to get another. Pero 4 seconds on the clock is enough time for DLSU to plant the spike. There's 3 players left now. Ubos na ang players at mukhang DLSU nagpaparamdam dito sa Lotus kasi isa na lang ang natitira sa UE.
Got deleted all by himself. May search operation na nga onto the side of Green Aces. They're just waiting for him to come at them, pero they are prepared for this. And now everyone's just around him. best option na lang sa kanila, it's either he saves or talagang it's just gonna be going to the detonation, syempre, ng ating Spike. Kita mo man kagad yung efforts ni Fission eh. He's always been doing that actually on either A or C. He's trying to play by himself. Meron naman din kasi siyang TT out para lang kagad hindi siya mapustit ng kalaban. And you can see naman sa UE, great start pa rin. So medyo magiging dikit, I guess, itong laban na to.
Yeah, very much so. Alam mo, medyo I'm getting excited, Ray, kasi sabi mo kanina gusto natin ng pantay na laban at we're already seeing it.
Oh, syempre.
Masyado pa atang maga. Naku po, wag naman.
Oh, we can see, of course, kung meron nag-cheer para sa UE Zenith, meron din, syempre, para kay Eusebio and the rest of the Green Aces squad to what it is. And we are seeing, sabi nga natin, Lotus, iba na syempre ang timpla ng mga teams natin ngayon din. And looking at it, Secret, talagang very, very minimal effort. Ayaw nila masyadong magpaka-aggressive kasi napakabilis basahin eh. Diba? You have that neon, you also have that, you need to be unpredictable this time.
Yeah, very much so. And with these flashes, they have the utilities para to bamboozle the other team, which is UE. So, it's a matter of time kung paano nga ba gagamitin lahat ng DLSU, yung lahat ng pwede nilang ibigay sa UE.
Exactly. And while waiting, there's already a start from Eusebio getting those, information. Pero nakita na ngayon kagad ni Drix, kaya nagkuha na nga din kagad sa mga wall na yan. Pero syempre, kuha lang ng mga utilities. They're just exhausting out of UE. Kasi ang hirap naman talaga bumentry ka kagad. There's gonna be a huge mistake over into the side of the LSU.
You know what, everybody? Ito yung nakikita natin from the group stages to the playoffs na ang golden timer natin palaging 35 seconds. So baka yun yung makita natin coming in from DLSU. Pero bago yan, a big shout out to one of our mothers in the crowd right now supporting the entirety of UE Zenith squad. Sobrang sarap po na makita kayo dito sa ating on-site, everybody. Pero looking at the map right now, 30 seconds on the clock, tumatakbo. Ngayon si Secret using that stun, but not really getting into these sites. But now with a fast lane, got deleted, gets one. Eusebio falls down. Ando naman yung isa and got deleted before he gets down. Dalawang makuha niya. Na-stop ang push ng DLSU pero hindi pa rin matatapos. Si Fission naka-double kill.
But then Fission, he gets the third. He always wins. Here on the A side, it's just him all over the place. Hindi mo nga agad-kagad na nag-spawn na lang siya bigla-biglaan sa harapan ng kanyang kalaban as Snappy takes the last one guy out. Kanina kasi nakita mo yun na hindi makatake down ng isa si Fission. They always want na meron siyang unang makukuha para dun sila mag-decide kung saan sila makakalipat. But then, when they don't have much of a choice, si Secret na nga kagad si Gutenberg, dumire-diretso na nga siya. Hindi nila napansin si got deleted, pero buti na lang nandiyan ang support system ni Fission and everything there, naging perfect na nga at pumabor sa side ng DLSU.
Alam mo, nakikita ko tuloy DLSU parang cinnamon roll or crepe eh. Alam mo bakit?
Hala ko cinnamon roll lang. Kuromi.
Kuromi, number 1 pa din si cinnamon roll, guys. Parang kailangan niya na matalo.
Si ano na nanalo? Yung dog.
Yung dilaw.
Oh, si Pom-Pom Purin.
Yeah. Pero sinasabi kong parang layers kasi pag may namatay sa isang squad ng DLSU, may papalit agad, which is very scary
At kita mo naman na hindi alam sa may collective efforts nga sila niya. But man, that was an almost sa Warriors. You can really see how dedicated got deleted there at muntik na nga kagad maging over sa kanila. But I'm excited here. I don't want to see this pa coming from Macarambon. How many times did they get those kills na nga kagad based on their games? But Nixon on towards this, hindi nga kagad siya. Nakita buti na lang may kasamang flash, pero saan ka tumitingin ngayon? Fission, I think it might be over for you! Nasa likod mo! Kagad at mabubulaga ka na nga kagad ni Nixon here. But then, there's already an answer coming in from Eusebio, leaving only Drakes, got deleted together with Robbie.
The damage was done, pero na-trade off pa rin naman. No? Sobrang sayang nun na nag-aabang pa sana siya ng pangalawa, pero parang inalay lang yung buhay ni Fission dun
Secret, ako po. And that's it na nga. May guard na nga. No ID, no entry. Pagdating laban kay Robbie, pero kinagat na nga kagad siya na 7ends. Marami nang nangyari sa kanya. But buti na lang kay got deleted. Meron na nga kagad siya ngayong gunman. Eusebio together with Nabila. Wala silang available na ultimate. Makikita pa kagad siya ni Drake. They don't have much of the time left. Kaya kailangan na nga nilang pumush dito. But there's just the members ng UE. Kailangan nila i-delay lahat ng mga pangyayari. And I think that's just it. Yui gets it. Ganda ng delay ng ating team mismo. At sumayaw pa. Here's the groove.
Nako po, nakita mo, gumigewang na eh.
It's really in it. It's really in it.
Nakita mo yon, sabi niya, mga lobo daw. Mga lobo. Yun.
Mga lobo.
Maraming balloons.
Ako ay may lobo.
Yes.
Lumipad sa langit.
Yeah, kasi nandun yung UE Zenith ngayon,
Yes,
parang ang
yes.
saya nila masyado.
Words of affirmation. Kasi yun ang love language ng mga Pinoy.
Yeah.
Words of affirmation, lalo na sa LAN tournament.
Di ba? We're giving love kasi,
Yes.
di ba? Respect din, ganyan yung nakikita natin. Napagiling tayo dun ah. Nahawa ako.
Ibig sabihin na yung mood na sineset ng UE Zenith going into this matchup. And if I were them talagang, they just need to be continuous pagdating lamang sa nararamdaman sa pinapakita nila sa game na to.
Oh my goodness, everybody, it's getting spicy in the mix. And as you can see, 3 ultimates for each side. Got deleted, has 1, and as well as Eusebio. So these crucial ultimates right now are going to be the standing point para sa ating 6th round of the game. Ang pagpasok dito ng DLSU is already taken. C-Take was not defended by UE Zenith.
Oh, it was just a free giveaway, but no it's up and he gets one. Maybe twice again. Pero nasa likod niya! Lako, parati na lang may ganong moments right now. Kailangan mo tumingin ng mabuti. Baka mawala pa sa'yo. But then, speaking of 4v4, Secret is getting his work done here. He takes down Drix. He takes down Nixon. Got deleted na lang together with Robbie, but Snappy is up there. He tries to snap out of them. That's not gonna work. It's going to be 1v1. Low on HP pa kaagad dito si Robbie. And Eusebio saves the day. What a series ngayon na meron tayo. Palitan ng mga rounds ngayon. Napakatindi ng both ng teams.
Sobrang ganda ng round na yun para sa DLSU. You know what? This pick right here coming in from Navilla, napatigil niya yung push eh. From around one side of the map. Tapos may kita mo si Secret, naka-infiltrate agad towards the spawn of the defending side. It was just good Valorant as you can see. And with Robbie falling down to what, 17, 20 HP? May kita mo, the health advantage really popped off for Eusebio. At kung naglalaban-laban ng ating mga players sa Lotus, pati ata yung crowd natin, nagkakagalitan na eh.
We have Team UE, we have Team DLSU. And syempre sa mga nanonood dyan, sumunod na kayo sa amin dito dahil it just gets more intense right now between our teams. But syempre, kanina, medyo mabagal talaga yung approach pagdating lamang sa DLSU, but they want to do it faster. There's already some Owler going right now. Nahanap na nga kagad nila kung nasaan ang isa but got deleted. Hindi nila nakita ngayon din. Pero ngayon, Robbie, he tries to sniff in to the members of the LSU. Pero talagang after making it, wala silang nakitang tao at all. Nag-back off na nga sila kagad.
Yeah, very disciplined muna sila dito. We're taking our time in the 7th round. Hindi katulad ng ibang rounds na sobrang aggressive. Isang pitik lang, may kita mo na isa. And now, this might be the golden opportunity para kay Secret and the rest of his team. They do have the Steel Garden as well, which is the ultimate of Vice right now. They can utilize this para ma-flush out yung players dito. Pero yung pag-push dito ngayon ni Robbie, he doesn't get one. But with his ultimate, he wants to find more. But ultimately, simultaneous kills for UE. Nauubos ang players nila. DLSU, wala nang kukunin kundi buhay ng Zenith Squad. They take one more point.
Vision is just anywhere. He gives valuable information to the team. But on the other side, it was just a huge fight between the teams here on A-Main. Kaliwat kanan. Robbie tried, of course, pagdating sa kanyang ultimate as well. Pero syempre, alam naman natin, pagdating sa club vault, haabulin ka lang ng kalaban mo. And even despite na maganda na sana yung start ng UAE, walang nakitang kalaban mula sa side ng DLSU. They were just really disciplined. Pinush out pa kasi ng UE because they have to do it or else they won't be able to get information.
Yeah, alam mo, parang you just have to really sacrifice your life para lang makakuha ng crucial things just like that. Pero ngayon, it's a buy round for each these sides, so medyo pantay na rin yung laban natin. Pero right now kasi parang kanina, from the start, UE may momentum na kuha nila yung tempo, but parang inaagaw na ng DLSU ngayon.
Pupuntahan na nga kagad.
Oh my God.
Okay, Eusebio is up there. The wall ni Vice didn't work. They have to bail out of that. And I was quite lucky. Nakita lang talaga na ngayon si Eusebio nakaangat at nakikita ko kagad ang shot na yun. But in the exhaust na nga kaagad yung wall ni Vi. So they still have those chances to go in. Magkakasalisihan. So now is gonna get through Fission once again. He wins those shot. Ay nakahina-snappy na nga kaagad ang sagot. Pero that's not gonna work. Makarambon is pretty good at that. Navila din kaagad bumagsak na.
Kung dalawa ang napatay dito na Makarambon, dalawa na lang natitiraan. Pero isa na lang pala kasi Vision falls down, Secret falls down, 4 kills para kay Makarambon.
You can see that 4-4 para lang tayo naglalaro ng volleyball rally dito sa mga teams ngayon, di ba?
Palitan lang.
Oo, palitan lang. And looking at it, I think Makarambon is finally awake. If you have a good backup talaga with your teammates, you're gonna be confident. Kita mo kagad yung help sa kanya pagdating lamang kanyang teammate, which is the Cove. He was able to gather 4 kills and it just really, it was a tight spot syempre sa Green Aces.
We can confidently say also na Zenith squad or UE Zenith performs well under pressure.
Yeah.
Baka kailangan lang nilang pagbigyan ata yung DLSU sa map number 1.
Alam mo kasi, first game eh. Diba? Maaga kasi kanina. Diba? So, baka nag-warm up lang
Practice
sila.
lang yun?
Alam mo, minsan nangyayari yun, di ba? Alam naman natin yan. Pero sabi na nga ni Coach, kailangan na natin mag-time out before it gets too late. Because we already know na on the attacking talaga ng DLSU, they have to make it work. They have to be quick when it comes to making decisions. Kaya si Wits, nakita natin nagde-decision na nga siya. Natatawa kasi, alam mo dati kapag kinakas namin si Wits, fun fact lang, may kamukha kasi siya.
Sino yan?
Kumikrit yan eh, sa galit na ano yan eh. Pero shoutouts kay Wits. I like his leadership so far. And I hope it will work right now, syempre, between Green Aces and UE Zenith. Well, UE Zenith naman, they're so incredible. They are back. They are so back.
Yeah, they are so back and hindi mo na masasabi na talagang, you know, parang kukunin lang to ng DLSU because look at this. We forced round number 8 into a tie game already. But right now, Vision uses the ultimate dimensional drift papasok. Getting the information na kailangan niya. Flash out. And already, ang pagpasok ng DLSU is now in C.
Vision. Buti na lang kagad ginamit na nga kagad ang kanyang ultimate. He was able to take out one, but Griggs talagang kinuha lang din siya as well. Good trades for trades, but the Villa is up there. Griggs is gonna go down. Aware na nga kagad siya. We're got to be wala na nga kagad siyang match of a choice ngayon. Kailangan na niya i-pick up, but Makarambon makes a statement. Puro trade-offs ang nakikita natin ngayon. It's all up to Nixon. Nakita na nga din siya ni Snappy. Disiplina ang kailangan nila gawin. Take up the smoke. Just play already where Nixon is gonna be coming from. At nakabang na nga kagad sa kanya ang mga miyembro ng Green Aces.
Naku po, firing squad to. Nixon, wag kang lalabas dyan. Pero ginusto niya pa din. 2 kills! Pero kulang pa! Eusebio na naman ang pumatay kay Nixon. 2-0 na yung matchup na yun.
That was an almost.
Almost!
Almost is never enough.
Yeah.
But then, kita-kita mo doon, that's about to give us, what, a heart attack syempre sa ganong moment na yon.
Tatalon na ako dito.
Anyway, looking at that, agad-agad ng start with Vision, pero sabi nga, once that he got that ultimate, the rest of the members ng UE Zenith, they just came over. Nixon almost clutching that. Buti na lang Eusebio was there. And it is a scoreline of 4-5. Kita mo eh. It's just really a close matchup between this team.
You know what? Medyo concerning yun for DLSU even though they won that round kasi it just means na UE is not scared of DLSU anymore. Parang, alam mo, talagang parang warm-up lang yung map number 1 para sa kanila. They did lose that but they got crucial information right now. As you can see, using the decoy para mapop yung wall and that Razor Vine as well. And I think it's just gonna be a slow game for these two teams.
Have an ultimate from Makarambon. Maybe he might be using that, pero good shots ang ating Vision. Buta na lang Seeker, nakuha na nga din kagad siya as well. Pero while he's just out there at B, di na nga kagad yung nakuha to. The rest of the members of DLSU, they try to fight C as much as possible. Pero while nawala na nga kaagad si Snappy, no smokes available. It's up to Novila right now if he'll be able to pick off a person and makuha kaagad na lang, ma-open na lang inside.
Yeah, if he really does his job here well, maraming pwedeng gawin dito ang DLSU in this site as well. They go towards 3, uses the Prowler. Someone's here, but si got deleted. Nakuha ng dalawa bago siya ay mamatay. It's gonna be a 2v2. Maging equal battlefield at si Makarambon boy pa. He uses a stun, not hitting Secret. Secret gets 1 kill. It's a 1v1. Uses the fast lane to get this plant up. Malayo pa dito si Nixon. Pero in terms of HP, naku po, Ray, mas marami dito si Nixon.
He has to play it here on 3. He doesn't know where Nixon is gonna be coming from. He's slowly getting into it. Remember yung merong hawak si Nixon ngayon, nakapag-upgrade na nga lang din kaagad siya. Who's the better player? Pagdating sa 1v1 na ito, Secret kind of prepared, but then Nixon will be taking him out. Nixon once again saves the day. 5-5. Alam naman natin talaga nga Yui, every time nga sa mga clutches sa mga 1v1s, on their experience, on the tournaments that they've had, they always win it.
Yes, and with Nixon in the mix, nako po, you have to be careful 24/7. Kasi kahit na nandyan si Secret sa other side, nako po, Nixon is ready for every onslaught na kaya ibigay ng Taft Avenue.
Sayang talaga. I think pagdating kay God deleted, parati siyang problema ng DRS pagdating sa side that Roy was able to take down to Imagine. That was really, it was already a 4v3 and yet, just because of him, everything just turned onto the favor ng kanyang team mismo. Pero Secret, talagang kailangan pa rin na mag-push na Vila. He already gave a lot of information. He knows kung saan manggagaling na yung mga miyembro ng UE Zenith. That's why he told the rest of the members, stick na tayo dito sa side na to.
Yes, very much so. That aggressive push by him. By the way, mag-isa lang siya dun, guys. So, parang it was a gamble nonetheless. But right now, here comes the ultimate just to flush these people out. They know na wala dito sa A side. So, process of elimination. They've already taken B side, pero it's a 5v5 still. Novilla ngayon needs to hold rubble, needs to hold each angle. Makarambon, nakitang isa, pero will hit the shot. Nakpo, nag-ultimate, pero he still gets the kill. Novilla to fall down. Now, ang pagpasok ata dito ng UE is gonna be detrimental as Vision gets one more. Eusebio to get one, and the third, one more to get round 11 win. And there you go, have it.
I want to give credits kay Novilla dahil sa kanya, nalaman niya kagad kung saan yung mga miyembro ng UE Zenith. They will, of course, bail out of it dahil nakita na nga, prepared na kagad sa sagot ang mga Green Aces. Pero dito great start na nga kagad kay Makarapon. But the fact that Vision is on his position, tapos si Eusebio also getting those kills as well. They were able to eliminate them 1 by 1, 6-5. Sabi natin, magdedetermine nga yung first half ng mga pangyayari sa games natin ngayon. Pero mukhang hindi, dahil parehas na teams ay palong on each side. They came prepared na nga this time around. So,
yeah, parang Lotus talaga yung pinag-aralan ng dalawang teams na to. Eusebio to get the wall bang, got deleted. Sheriff lang kailangan para mapatay si Snappy. Already no smokes for DLSU. And looking at Secret's HP, medyo delikado to para sa DLSU.
Oo, medyo alanganin na nga to. Alam naman natin that the Secret always gets the first talaga. But then, at the same time naman, sulit na nga din na wala na kakagad. Si Arambona, but right now, kala nila ba kapag push up na nga sila sa A, so may slow approach pa nga lang kagad dito going into the next site. Siyempre, kailangan na lang umayaw dito dahil it might be too late. But then, look at this. Nakikita na nga natin na prepared para sa sagot si Jakes together with Nixon. So once makapick off sila, I think this round might be over sa DLSU.
Yeah, nako po. Ang ganda ng pwesto nila. Again, it's not a big buy round for UE, pero ang ganda ng position nila. The ultimate is there. Shots not yung lahat ng dinedefend dito ng DLSU. But speaking about like kung paano nga ba talaga nilalaro ito, I think they really don't need to do anything. They don't really need to change anything kasi ngayon, angat pa rin naman sila sa points. They just need to be more consistent, but they don't need to give a lot of momentum for UE na pwede nilang gamitin against the Green Aces.
And at,
Go ahead.
and at the same time, basing lang sa mga Lotus matches, syempre ng Green Aces naman, we already know that they're going on a double duelist setup with that Yoru. And I really know that pagdating kay Fission, his value on the defending is really good as well. Because he can just play all by himself, di ba? He can just go to another side, to one another. He can just play around. So yun yung nagiging role niya pagdating lamang sa second half.
Okay, so we're discussing na yung second half natin dito. I posed this question kanina din na there's not really a real flash agent para sa Zenith. That didn't seem like an issue sa first half. Now we're getting into the second half na sila na yung aatake against, di ba, yung defenses na pwede ni Fission, that he has so many flashes as that Yoru. Do you think that's gonna be, just predicting lang, is that going to be an issue moving forward dito para sa Zenith or no naman?
I think it might be an issue Kasi again, madali sila makakapasok. They do have that, pwede silang mag-stop ng mga retakes ng DLSU, but I think it's a factor pa din na mahirapan sila.
Yeah, for sure. Anyways, we're gonna throw it on muna sa ating courtside reports. Bluey, my man, take it away.
Thank you so much, casters. We've been having an amazing time here at High Grounds Cafe. And honestly, everyone's just at the edge of their seats. Coming from a dominating win in the first match for the DLSU Green Aces, they have come back here for the side of UE Zenith. And now we're actually going to be moving around the venue right now. For all the people that are watching at home, I am inviting you to please make your way here onto High Grounds Cafe, as we have been seeing a lot of banger show matches for today, especially the first match going to be happening here. Now, muntik na ako mahulog doon, pero okay lang yan. Mag-iikot tayo dito at magtatanong tayo sa mga tao dito. But right before that, let's talk a little bit about the game. Honestly, right now, in terms of performance, DLSU Green Aces have been showing sheer dominance in the first few rounds. But then again, we can see a red-hot UE Zenith fighting back, making sure they are still in this game. And now we are in the second half of the second match. Currently standing at a 7-5 position, they are looking to bring things back and make sure to bring us into a Game 3. But right now, let's have a little bit of a crowd check here at the High Grounds Cafe. So for everyone supporting UE Zenith, Makingay! O para naman sa DLSU Green Aces, Makingay! Looks like the hype is here, ladies and gentlemen. But right now, I'm just very much excited to bring you a lot of great Valorant, especially since both of these teams have what it takes to really bring us over the line and bring us an even better Grand Finals. I mean, seeing the performance of Fission, being able to look into those frags that he has, playing that Yoru exceptionally well on both maps, but we can't deny the performance of the star player of UE, known as UE Makarambon, as he has been stellar in those entry frags, in those use of utilities, and really just making it so that he is able to just round out those rounds and bring wins for the side of UE. But right now, maghanap kaya tayo ng matatanong natin. But that will be for later. But what I want to highlight right now is DLSU, they have what it takes to bring this over the line. But right now, UE needs this. This is their final lifeline. It's go big or go home. It's very much difficult to really just look into what they have in store for us, considering that they have just been putting down questions that DLSU Green Aces seem to have every answer for, especially in that last map, Haven, considering that the score ended at a 13-1. And that is very dominant, considering that prior matches with UE Zenith and DLSU Green Aces have been very, very close, even in other leagues going into this. But right now, we have a lot of things in store for us, and we still have a grand finals to go to. But I'm going to be throwing it back to your casters to continue our game. Let's go, Asarai, Bipolar, and Ray Ray for the story.
The story is, it's neck and neck for map number 2. But this is still match point, series point para sa Green Aces. As we are entering the second half, there is still that pressure from Zenith, but Zenith is having that resurgence, which is very important. Now, we're getting into that game. It seems like you guys have got this. cannot wait to see what's gonna happen dito as we turn over ng second half natin.
Let's go right back into the game, everybody. Again, it's the LSU versus UE Zenith. Tayo po ay nasa second half na ng game. It was concluded as 7-5 before that short break. At mukhang, any other thoughts, Ray Ray, as we go back to the game?
I just wanna see this really close, syempre, sa mga teams. The more na close, mas intense, syempre, sa ating mga crowd right there. So guys, keep on cheering, syempre, sa mga favorite schools nyo right now here sa ating tournament. But then, 5-7 na nga, nakita na natin yung efforts ng DLSU. But Drakes, that was a great start. Tanong nga ni Asaray kanina, if I were to answer it, maganda pa rin naman na nasa attacking itong pagdating lamang na may deadlock ka, di ba? Daming aggressive din na utilities, pero mukhang na-jigs ko yun. Namatay kagad si Drake sa isang iglap and mukhang hinahabol na nga kagad nila ngayon si Makarambon as well. Pero nabait na nga kagad si Vision. Post-plant it is, and it's all up to Snappy together with Eusebio para lang ma-protection na ng meron sila. But I think that would be possible, and that's what we've said. First half, or rather, the pistol round pagdating sa UE, very probable naman. And looking at that, 6-7 na nga tayo.
I really like what UE is doing here. Despite the lack of flashes, despite the lack of initiation, meron pa rin nagagawang paraan ang UE dito para makuha ng kills. Onting KDA check muna tayo for Zenith. Ang top fragger nila is Makarambon and Robbie, getting those bucky shots every time na nakuha sila ng close quarter combats. For Green Aces naman, still popping off like usual. It's Vision with 15 and 8. At ngayon may kita natin kung paano nga ba nila papahabain pa ang laban na to as the shots from Drakes connect onto Vision.
Not over yet till it's over. Seeker gets, he was able to get on Makarambon, but that's not giving them a hard time. Tuloy lang ang laban sa UE Zenith as they go towards A. Pero syempre, we have the last two members left na lang para sa DLSU. This is just hard for them. Ang ganda nga nakagad ng start ng UE. You know what they need to work on pagdating sa kanilang attacking side. Ano ba ngayon nakagad kagad na Villa was taken over it? I think this is just a 7-7. Equal na nga ang ating score. And DLSU, ano pa kayang changes ang mangyayari sa kanila?
Oh, naku po. Novilla to fall down and no mula para sa kanya. Pero si Eusebio, kahit na vandal yung kalaban niya, he still gets that kill. At pinagbabang bang 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 kasi ito ang tunay na bang bang.
Sorry, natawa ako, Eusebio. Si Unix, I don't know.
Ang daming binari, ang daming tinutukan.
Palong-palong. Dapat siya nilagay nyo kanina sa flip-top eh. Ang bait eh. Sabi lang ni Vision, good luck, di
Good
ba?
luck. Very ang tawag doon na, may tawag doon eh, like, mamaya, babalikan natin yan ako po. Parang natamaan din ako ng UE doon ng bale.
And UE, they're just really hiding this up. Sabi ko nga, the more na ganito kanilang kainitan, the more naman lalamig naman ang Green Aces. Nabila, hindi nila alam at nakapag-cross ng ibang mga miyembro ngayon ng UE. But then, napigilan na nga lang din kagad sila. Bantay sarado ang DLSU. They know that this time they can't make mistakes because they have that full buy. If they lose it, this might be a 9-7 in favor of Zenith.
Yeah, medyo they're on tight ropes already for DLSU in the 15th round. Multiple Guardians. No, it's just one Guardian, multiple Phantoms para sa kanila. But right now, medyo diverting the attention, trying to nudge the defenses of DLSU. Sabi dito ng UE, mag-rotate naman kayo. Naglalagay kami ng C people pero walang bumabadya. Pumunta kami sa B with the Prowler but no one moved. Ngayon, UE might try to go to A but DLSU still formidable with the defense, trying to go for the 2-2-1 setup.
They are so on point. Pero once that they are there, malam naman
30 seconds left.
Sobrang bagal na approach, pero very collective naman pagdating sa mga mangyayari. Hitting lang kagad sila sa setup. Pagdating lamang here in this side, pero Eusebio, nakabang! There's a timing coming from Vision. Nakuha na nga kagad niya info at alam niya na saan sila magkakala. And he has to play around, and he wins that against Nixon. Seeker is up there. Yung time para i-plat, madali pa nga ata sila, but Robbie takes them down! And they have it. They can still plat it up. 2v3 na nga kagad tayo ngayon. Agad na kagad ng start eh. Pagdating lamang sa DLSU. But that didn't work. Naku po, Snappy has to play it around. Kailangan na gawin 2v2 to. But that's not gonna work against Drakes. Vision na lang. Nakuha pa. And this is where thing goes into the side in favor of UE Zenith. At ang dami niyang sinasabing words of affirmation. Ano sinabi niya? Mahal na mahal ko ang Green Aces.
Ay, naku po, sabi niya, finger heart sa'yo, finger heart sa'yo. Madami akong ibibigay. Naku po, gusto ko maraman kung anong nasasabihin niya mamaya. Kasi may recap tayo eh, parang ang spice yan.
Pa-reveal ka po ng audio direct.
Pwede na, ano muna tayo, player audio. Bawal po lumabas ng booth ha, sinasabi ko lang.
Dapat talaga mamaya dalhin natin siya sa flip-top battle, di ba?
Isa-spotlight natin. 2 minutes para sa'yo, brother.
Time out, Coach Witt, sabi niya, okay, this is not going well in our second half. 8-7, very tactical. Sabi ko nga kanina, you have dalawang sentinels.
Yeah.
And they can still play on that post plant. Napaka-importante. Kahit it takes so much time for them to go into a site, ang maganda naman dito, they still win the duels.
Yeah.
So, UE Zenith, they're really on heat right now, and this is dangerous sa Green Aces. Medyo malamig nga yung first half nila. Ina-expect ko at least 8-4, but that scenario didn't happen, and they are quickly struggling. They have to maneuver something new here on the second half.
You know what? I think another thing na pwede pang sabihin dito ni Coach on the DLSU side is that kailangan nyo maging aware na dalawa ang pwede maging lurker sa UE. They have 2 sentinels na pwede mag-roam around the map and you can't overextend like you do. Pero even though Fission, Secret, and Eusebio are hitting their shots, parang UE, even though they're outnumbered, they can still get the fire within them. Parang binubugay. Like, they have what it takes to get these sides even though they're outnumbered. Ngayon, looking at it, 16th round, not a lot of buys coming from DLSU. Para lang next round, it's a big buy round. But right now, Makarambon starts off the round with one beautiful wall back onto Snappy.
They got the timing against Snappy. They were always waiting for him to come out. That's not gonna work as well kay Eusebio. 1 by 1, and these members are just going down. May kita pa nga din kagad nila si Novila, pero the rest of the members are just going up against him. Nilabas na nga kagad. Do you think he gets the second shot? Will he get the third? Pero syempre, dami na kagad nasa harapan niya and got deleted. Will take him down. Seeker na lang all by himself. He only has a Sheriff and a Dream. Going up against 4, it's pretty difficult. Going up against 3 rather kasi wala na nga agad yung ult dito ni Robbie. Pero ang hirap neto. There's H as well. He doesn't have any much of a choice. He needs to destroy ngayon. Kailangan na lang niya i-knife out to. Pero the rest of the members are just spamming through the smoke and trying to get the chance if pwede nilang makuha si Secret.
Great Wall of Dre putting that big cage in front of Secret. The Secrets are out. Hindi makukuha ni Secret ang win na ito kasi sobrang daming hadlang papunta sa side na ito. But still, Secret just needs a little bit of skills for the next round. And an easy round for them as they dominate that round against 5 Sheriffs. UE looking pretty good.
Sabi nga natin, if yung full round by kanina ng Green Aces won't work, that's going to be our scoreline. 9-7 it is, and they are really struggling. Hopefully ngayon, after that timeout, after na meron naman kagad collective shots mula sa kanilang mga miyembro, makakahabot sila at the dominance na meron sila. And looking at Rick, sobrang init niya. This is, I think we might go into the 3rd map in Sunset.
I want it to be a 3rd map kasi dun tayo magkakaalaman kung worthy kings pa ba ang DLSU or the rightful throne owners na nga ba ang Zenith. Eusebio using the Prowler, spots people out. Nandito sa rotating doors, Makarambon and Robin to get 2 kills for DLSU. Eusebio with a double kill to make it even. Buhay pa naman dito ang ating mga players sa 3v3. Kailangan lumabas ni Makarambon with the reposition. Eusebio still alive. And with that ultimate, they get one more.
Here it goes, Eusebio! He just wants to get this all together. Pero syempre, nahuli na nga kagad ni Riggs. And DLSU suddenly kumambak na nga sila ngayon after those difficult rounds. At parang may sinasabi, okay, wala, sumisigaw lang siya. Excited kasi siya sa mga mangyayari between them and UBZ. Pero ito na nga, again, Eusebio, he saved the day. How many times did this man always tries to make a big effort para sa kanilang team and worth it siya?
Yes. Kung may Nixon sa UE, merong
Eusebio.
Eusebio, sa kabila. Inantay ko lang. Inantay ko lang. Sorry.
Sorry, medyo naggalag.
Yeah, medyo naglalag. Medyo yung frame rate ko naging 0 bigla. Pero right now, 9-8 ang ating scoreline. UE still with the lead. Pero parang both of these teams still tie game pa din no?
I totally agree with that. 9-8, I mean, kita mo naman pagdating sa economy, parehas silang medyo, rather mas dehado, syempre ang DLSU, they lose this, the next round might be difficult para sa kanila, but UE, they can just still prosper onto the next rounds na meron para naman sa kanilang team. But then, careful lang kagad yung DLSU. Ayaw na kagad. Bigyan ng chances yung UE kasi kanina nakita mo kaagad si Snappy biglang na-pick off here in A, and now that they're slowly approaching this side, buto na lang din maganda na yung setup na meron si Navilla.
Medyo nag-reposition na rin tayo ng ating mga sentinels. Here comes the trigger of the wall. They need to go in with the Nightfall. Vision Eusebio kailangan mag-rotate. Ang pagpasok na naman dito ng UE ay hindi natitigil. Can they get kills at Makarambon to get the first blood? Vision falls down. One more in the mix. Kailangan lang ata mag-push ni Makarambon. Andito ng Shark. Dinit. Pero nandun naman si Nixon again. Killing off the rotation. Snappy ngayon. Hindi makakapag-provide ng smokes para sa DLSU. Secret falls down. Eusebio with one. Pero got deleted. Deletes the one true king of DLSU. It's one last player. It's Novilla against 4.
This is so dangerous sa DLSU. Mapaforce na naman sila to actually save the next round. At tinatry na lang kagad yung Navilla. Kaya that's not gonna be possible. May sasabihin na lang siya. Bang! Anong tunay na bang-bang?
Valorant. Naku po yung quiz ko kanina, tumama. Buti na lang.
Drake, you know this man. I really like this guy.
I like him.
I like the attitude towards the game. Pero ito na nga Makarambon. Akala natin there might be possibility for Navilla to actually take the one. But then kita mo kagad straight up ahead into this site. And they were able to take down the members of DLSU. At excited pa ako ngayon dahil 3 rounds na lang. Pupunta tayo sa third map, which is going to be Ascent pala rather. I'm sorry for that. It's going to be an Ascent. And lahat ng Pinoy ay magaling sa
Ascent. Yan, tama. 2 out of 2 na ako, everybody. Sa quiz namin dito sa taas. Pero everybody, one thing to point out is that UE, pwede sila ma-recruit ng Wolves, Medyo ang ganda ng tayo ng tayo Yun yung gusto ko nakikita. But as you can see, DLSU still not really a lot of buys para sa kanila. They do have the Vandal, they do have one Guardian, they do have a lot of ultimates. Pero UE still formidable. Marami silang pwedeng ibigay, marami silang pwedeng ibuga. And it's a matter of time kung DLSU kaya pa ba nilang humold ng mga sites na ito.
It's just difficult to the side of DLSU. Nakita mo naman kagad, for worse na lang din si Eager together with Vision thinking na meron mangyayari ngayon. And tingnan natin kung si Eusebio, mamamax out niya yung Nightfall niya ngayon against UE. Pero UE, very careful. But looking at this, they are prepared to come here in E. Pero sino ba yung nakakagat natin sa perfect one? Tingnan natin kung makakapunta si Vision. He takes number 1, got deleted. May mga next members palang mabibiktima dahil low on HP na nga sila kagad dito as Navilla. Gets an answer, gets Makarambon, leaving only 3 sa side yung UE and the rest of the members nag-collapse sila kagad sa kanilang plano. Good call once again. Sino ulit? Si Superman natin, si Eusebio.
Naku po, nag-disperse ang 3 players ng UE. 10 seconds on the clock. Secret to get 2 kills. And he can get 1 more. It's the triple kill para kay Secret. Tatayo na. Sabi niya, halika dito. Apir tayo. Sabi niya.
I love the banters between the teams. Shows us talaga mainit na mainit ang laban.
Yeah.
Pero again, Eusebio, I give my claps to this guy. Without him, sabi nga, very crucially, he needs to get that perfect timing. Pero buto na lang, Navilla called it as well, that the rest of the members from UE Zenith, they're gonna go into the site.
So alam mo, speaking of timing, sobrang ganda nung Nightfall doon. Sakto sa pagpasok. Paglapag pa lang ng fast lane dito nung neon natin, talagang ang tawag doon, pitch perfect yung pagpasok niya doon. Tapos, when they got the kill with the Ghost coming in from Novilla, may Steel Garden pa na pwedeng gamitin. And it really just stopped the push of UE even though they had a big buy. Guys, dalawa lang ang rifles doon ng DLSU. Ginamit lang nila Sheriff and a Ghost. Man, that's gotta hurt for UE.
Imagine that would have been like an 11-8 round na nga kagad, but then things is getting talagang exciting para sa mga teams natin. 10-9 it is still ang DLSU. Kailangan pa rin nilang maging consistent. We still have that ultimate coming from Secret, but makarambon. Nakuha na nga kagad si Novilla. Sabi nga natin, Novilla is going to be their problem whenever we are on C-side. While Shinabi tries to play it out, he gets it against Drakes. At least 4-4 pa rin tayo dito. But then, there's the shot. Vision is gonna go down. Natag lang niya si Makarambon. Sabi niya, sayang. Mag-45 na yun eh.
Naku po, ulti na lang eh. Mas ginamitan man po ng ulti, yung 7 na naman gumagawa ng milagro. 10-9 ang ating score at kailangan ng gumamit ng ultimate para makapag-reposition. 3 versus 3, Secret. Timing will be on your hands. Headshot onto Robbie. With the spike being planted, kailangan mag-retake dito ng DLSU. Pero fun fact, 3 versus 2, mas angat ang DLSU.
Narinig ni Secret lahat ng footsteps mula sa side ng UE. He still have that ultimate. Let's see if he's gonna be using that. But remember, this is got deleted together with Nixon. We are talking about. He gets one. It's going to be a 2v1. Got deleted. Ang tanong dito, will he be able to clutch this? Yes or no? Nasa harapan na nga niya kagad si Secret. And Secret, aka Gutenberg, gets the 3 kills. And now, magiging tayo na nga ang ating score.
Nako po, yung electricity niya mula Germany pinadala dito sa Philippines. Sobrang tulin. Tinusok yung ulo kahit malayo pa doon. He got deleted and ultimately deletes him from his existence. As we look at the instant replay powered by Intel. Ang ganda ng start for the side of the LSU. They just got the pickoffs that they wanted even though Robbie was able to get one. And it was just a matter of time. Unti-unting naubos ang player ng UE.
Kanina nga, medyo kinabahan na tayo. Vision, nakuha na nga kagad siya. There's just a lot of chances already. But then, it was Secret talaga against Robbie. And now, Secret was able to send out the signals to his teammates. Ang dami talagang coordination. But Zenith, ang ganda na kagad ang start nila. At sana ma-close nila ito para mapunta tayo syempre sa Ascent.
Alam mo, feeling ko, they need to adapt towards getting that kill onto Vision. Kasi palagi mag-isa si Vision sa site eh. So if you get that kill, sobrang dali na makapasok kung nasan ngayon si Vision. But I think they don't know it yet. 10-10 ang ating score. And what can these players do? UE, down by 1 player. No smokes in hand.
There.
Pero the sheer potential of these players to kill off the king and claim their throne. The LSU now holds these sites.
Makarambon, he still has some ultimate. You can definitely use it. Nakikinig na lang nila, binibait lang nila, syempre. Ang mga utilities ngayon, pagdating lamang sa DLSU. Pero habang yan ay nangyayari, they still can't decide where they have to go. Kasi ang ganda-kagad na siya eh. They can just quickly go towards the B. And there's also, of course, the ultimate coming in from Nixon himself. Makarambon sa kanya na nga pinag-uusapan natin. He will be able to take down Vision, pero nga lang Snappy will take over on towards the trades. 3v4 na nga kaagad tayo ngayon.
Yeah, 3v4. 2 ultimates will use there coming in from UE, Nightfall, and also the Overdrive. Eusebio now joins in with this Neon. No people inside. Secret to get 1 kill. Hindi po tumama yung ultimate doon. Ako po, walang naging cocoon. Dre with the kill. Pero doon naman si Eusebio. Once again, it's 1 player left. At si Nixon pa nga. Can he hit these shots? No, he cannot. Pero to connect pa rin naman. But it was not gonna be able to get those kills. And I think DLSU finally getting their smiles upon their faces. I think they're ready to get this game.
And remember, that round was crucial on towards UE Zenith. So wala na silang pera sa next round, which is going to be this round. Pero looking at how they played it, really good na nga kagad. Sabi nila hindi posible ang isa. Kaya ngayon, move sila sa B, pero syempre, rest of the members syempre ng De La Salle is just waiting for them to come in. And yun na nga kagad yung struggle. Minsan, yes, you can really win a lot eh. Pagdating lamang sa attacking, kahit naman naka-double sentinel ka. But on the latter parts of the game, once makuha na kaagad ni Vision yung good mix niya within how he's gonna be playing on that Yoru sa kanilang defending side, it's not impossible na makapag-adapt na nga kaagad sila. And you can really see right now sa side ng UE Zenith, kailangan nila plansyahin yun. They called for a timeout and I'm excited. Anong mangyayari? Is it going to be an 11-11? Are we gonna be seeing an overtime? I don't know, but only the teams can tell.
Yeah, medyo the LSU finally finding their footing, finally finding the steps towards victory. UE ngayon struggling a little bit if they do give this point towards DLSU, mahirap kunin ang overtime since DLSU already does have the momentum. Pero it's UE Zenith, everybody. Nakita natin na tinay game nila itong game number 2 na ito in this best of 3 series. You can count on them on getting this tie game. Let's go into round number 22. Mukhang magbabakbakan tayo with the first kill going into Fission.
Natatimingan na nga kagad ni Fission ngayon din. Kanina parati siyang natatalo ni Nixon sa mga moments na ito. Pero syempre, while the rest of the group is going towards A, nandiyan na nga kagad si Fission. Once again, nagpapakita kung saan-saang parte ng mapang ito. Si Fission. 3 members left. Nakaabang na nga din kagad si Drakes. But there's just everyone once again getting the trade. Dalawa na lang kagad sa 4. And talagang ang DLSU, after those series of crucial rounds, they were able to come right back in, leaving only one left. That's going to be Robbie. And it is already a match point sa side ng Dalasan.
A match point for DLSU. Mukhang uuwi ang ating grand final spot. 4 Taft. Round win para sa kanila to. And again, everybody, just like what we've said, it's gonna be a hard time for UE to maybe get this. Because if they do not get these next 2 points para sa kanilang team, that dream of getting into PL, that dream of getting that 50,000 pesos is off the boards.
And remember, 1 round left.
Yeah.
Para sa side ng DLSU, pero may 2 rounds pa ang Zenith. May Nightfall tayo. So, this might be a big game changer that they can use para lang talaga ma-close ang gap. Pero si Secret talagang mainit na. Talagang kung saan-saan na lang siya pupunta. Vision was able to get against Nixon once again. Here in B, he never misses. Pero he spots up a lot of people galing kay Robbie. Pero buta na lang din kagad si Secret na nga kagad ay nandyan. Nako, na-miss na nga kagad ngayon ni Makarambon ng kanilang sarili.
Oh my God, Mama Mia, ito na nga po ang nating Nightfall. Let's get right into game 4v2, 4v1. Nightfall hindi na nagamit at mukhang DLSU ang makakakuha ng final spot. The composure, the resistance, no redemption for UE.
5 consecutive rounds, everyone. The consistency of this team, they never failed. Although there's just a big effort coming in from UE Zenith Warriors, nakita natin na yung puso and approach ng mga taga-DLSU is up there and kicking. And congratulations sa kanila because they will be taking that slot going into our grand finals later on.
Nako po, it's gonna be one hell of a finals, everybody. Still a good game coming in from UE Asurai. What a game, brother.
Yeah, grabe. I'm lost for words. My breath is just taken away. Napakaganda ng pinakita ng Green Aces throughout this entire series and on that second half nga. Pinag-usapan natin to nung let's call it halftime show natin nung nag-tech pause tayo na what is going to be that adjustment from Zenith. It seems like mas matindi ang adjustment dito ng Green Aces. They were a lot more proactive. They were taking fights faster than what Zenith could handle. And nakita mo na lang, there was like 1v2 scenarios or 1v1v1 na biglang makakuha ng picks dito yung players ng Green Aces and then nawala na lang bigla yung map control ng Zenith. And that just resulted and spiraled into round wins consecutively para sa Green Aces dito.
Alam mo, it's actually crazy na DLSU, the composure, the veterancy, the sheer experience, kahit na ang daming words of affirmation ng UE, hindi sila natibag eh.
Bigay ko talaga high Drakes on. Pero syempre, kita naman natin, di ba? 5 rounds suck. At golden sila actually pagdating sa economy. So every round is very important sa side ng Green Aces. And napansin ko pagdating nga lang kagad sa B-main, parating napipick off si Fission. Diba? Parating siya napipick off ni Nixon, kaya hindi na siya nakakagalaw masyado sa side. Pero after that, he just tried and again, finally, nung nananalo na siya, it became a game changer sa side ng Green Aces.
Yeah, and again, I think this we call this win conditions ng Green Aces. As long as Fission is activated, he's alongside his co-duelist, there's really nothing that could really stop them, honestly. Tapos, yun na nga lang. Zenith, Makarambon, he is the spear tip. But once that spear tip becomes dull, what else can they actually throw against Green Aces that works against Green Aces, diba?
Yeah, very much so. Alam mo kung yung trabaho lang talaga ni Fission is to do a distraction, he did that plus get the kills that he got, that he saw in the line of sight. So parang hindi lang niya nagawa yung role niya, but he did it ×2. So medyo naging maraming problems talagang UE in that later parts of the round. Parang hindi nila alam kung saan nga ba sila titingin kasi kung si Fission nakakuha ng isa, matatakot ka na lang kasi nasa likod na rin si Secret, di ba?
There's also this just incredible round I think na naka-pistols ng ata yung Green Aces, right? Tapos bigla nag-steel guarding yung Vice nila. They were actually even before that he was getting already kills with the pistol. Tapos bigla nilang nag-compound pa yung steel garden. Biglang nasa position na yung Zenith na ipit sila dun sa site, may isang na iwan sa labas and they can't really paano ba sabihin to? Hindi sila makapag-group up together tapos makapaglaban ulit. So there was that difficulty from Zenith na naramdaman mo sa round na yun, but it also kind of permeated sa other rounds din.
Yeah.
And ito pa yung i-add ko lang. I'm really impressed with how Eusebio, once again, he really stood out in a lot of times where there's just crucial rounds sa Green Aces. But then, give ko lang din talaga yung credits kay Drake. He always wins it against the members of Green Aces. Sobrang kitang-kita mo na, aside from him fighting the team, he's just really consistent din as a player. Si Macarambo, nag-step up. Kita mo naman kagad yung mga first skills niya. Nakita natin yung parehas na best na merong effort yung mga teams just to regain their stuff. But every match, sabi nga natin, there can only be one team at ang Green Aces talaga. Yung experience, yung motivation ng mga players, yung guidance sa kanilang coach as well. I'm sure yung mga tactical pauses, napaka-importante dun para lang magpatuloy yung kanilang momentum.
Yeah, and that just is, akin nga, or nakikita natin yung impact din dito ni Wits as, the new coach ng Green Aces. So with all that being said, this is a great I think rising force ng Green Aces, diba? Yeah. What's gonna happen now once we reach that that ultimatum, that grand finals para sa kanila? So we'll have to see that later on. You know what? For his first tournament and in his first series, he's doing pretty well, man. Like talagang I guess nag-added factor na din yung pagiging business owner niya. Naging added factor na din yung he knows the players very much well. He played with them. It's not really just a coach, but it's a mutual connection with these players. So alam niya kung paano i-handle yung games. Even though nasa spite na sila ng mga ng UE Zenith squad, still the LSU parang hindi sila na-phase or they were still able to perform under pressure.
Plus, he's a pro player before. He's a notable pro player in the scene. We have all to agree with when it comes to that. Pero syempre, nakita ko kanina, medyo natatakot din si Secret actually to gamble on those shots na medyo nadedehado siya, hindi siya nagiging confident. But after that, he was really on a roll.
Yeah, let's just look at yung highlights natin from that match. Grabe, it's just a do-over na yung mga magagandang dito. Again, ang ganda ng start na rin nakita natin sa Zenith But it just felt like masyado ba sila nag-overreach? Did they underreach? What felt like the tempo, ano ba sabihin ito? Subject of that thing. Wala na talaga sa subject. So, the tempo. What was the name of the game for Zenith? Overreaching, underreaching, what happened?
Feeling ko they were overconfident.
Okay.
Pagdating ng second half natin. Kasi they got the advantage multiple times. I think 3 times sila nakakuha ng 2-point advantage in that first round. Pero pagdating ng second half natin, parang naging lackluster. They were very much overconfident and now you can see, makikita mo, even though they're screaming, alam mo naman the skills really do perform. So hindi natin masasabi na they're all bark. They're also
Whether you may be sa side ng UE, whether you may be on the side ng Green Aces, parato na lang talaga silang nandyan. But then, kita mo, it was a better match than our first match. You can really see it was a 10-13. Pero looking at our stats right now, ang ganda kagad ng start ni Macarambon. But then sa DLSU talaga, kita mo, Fission together with Secret.
Yeah, incredible talaga yung nakita natin dito. They're such a dynamic duo, I think, para sa Green Aces. Like you mentioned already, it seems like it's even yung stats nila, but this is only because mataas yung spike ng Zenith at the start, then bumawi bigla yung Green Aces. So this post-match stats, it doesn't tell the entire story when you look at it talaga because the flow of the game was so erratic, so different from the beginning to the end talaga.
Yeah. Alam mo, one thing to point out as well is that kahit na ang UE, they targeted Snappy almost every time. As you can see, 816 is kind of, not really that good.
Yeah.
Pero na-cover naman ng DLSU, the rest of the squad of DLSU, na-cover nila yung mga mishaps na nakuha ni Snappy against UE. Look at that, 24 kills on Secret. Sinabi mo, Ray, na he was kind of, he was doubting himself. But once Fission told him na, I got you. Pumasok ka lang, nandyan ako sa tabi mo.
I got you, bro. And speaking of I got you, bro, because of that, we have, syempre, ang ating Intel MVP, straight aimer of the match. It's the man himself once again. Fission, sabi nga natin, this man, Mr. Pure Energy, Mr. Consistency, lahat na nga kagad ipapangalan natin sa kanya because earlier, it was really good. He really helped the team. Also with the same agent, if I'm right? So he went on to that again here in Lotus. There were times that he really failed pagdating lamang sa first half natin and dun sa early steps pagdating sa second half. Pero after that, he was so consistent. He already got the upper hand.
Yeah, and again, I just have no words. We're just looking at the highlights lang, just more from what we've seen from Fission dito, just giving the man more recognition din. Kasi look at how he's able to seamlessly be a playmaker by himself, but then also be a playmaker with his team. That is a skill that you have to have. Or that's a talent that you can't have talaga. And he's definitely honed it to an extreme level dito. And DLSU, they're benefiting from it.
Yeah, and I think this is why DLSU trust each other. Kasi even though you're alone, just like Fission, alam nilang you can perform individually.
Talagang kita natin, di ba, may mga times na nag-fail pa rin naman yung kanilang duelist, but everything became perfect. But all in all, he presented, it was also a good performance coming from them despite yung nadehado sila sa pinakaunang map. They're still back on track here. But then our first series, tapos rather ang ating lower bracket finals has already been finished. I'm so excited what will happen. Syempre, sa main game natin for today.
Yeah, and this is, I just want to add lang din na these kind of tournaments, we'll talk about this na lang a little bit more later. It seems like always may heat na retention yung winner ng lower finals. Anyways, we're gonna go to our courtside na to give us more information about the players.
Thank you so much, Asurai. And here I am with our Intel MVP of the match, Fission. Once again, congratulations on the win, but I mean, you did amazing. You really stood out today in terms of playing really, really well, especially in those moments where you get those multi-kills in the matches. So how did that make you feel every time you hit those kills, hit those 3Ks? How is that impactful to your team?
I think I'm just doing my job, so I'm not really thinking of the kills, but more of like how to help the team win the round and then just win the game overall.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I agree with you on that one. Just focus on your craft. Job's not finished, as you are going to be meeting up with Olfu in the grand finals today. How does that make you feel?
I'm feeling confident, and we look forward on meeting them in the grand finals.
Yeah, but then again, thank you so much, Fission. It's been an amazing performance. Is there anything you want to say to the fans that are supporting you right now?
Thank you for supporting, and I hope you watch the game later.
All right. Thank you so much. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, palakpakan naman natin si Fission as he is your Intel Match MVP. I'm going to be throwing it now a little bit soon towards our host, Brucey. But right now, it is going to be a little bit of a wait here, but that's no problem. Fission, thank you so much once again, man. You've been performing so well. And once again, congratulations to the Green Aces as they have been performing amazing. Shout out to their coach. But right now, we're going to be throwing it to Bruce. Sabayan mo ako, babato natin in 3, 2, 1. Brucey, it's all you.
Thank you so much, Bluey. And once again, let's give it a round of applause to DLSU's Green Aces as they are going to be heading for a revenge match on the grand finals. And of course, let's give a round of applause to UE Zenith Esports for making it this far into the tournament. Pero we are not yet done here in Campus Rivals. We will have the Grand Championships in just a bit, another best of 5 in Valorant. Pero I am here to give you guys a bit of a good time because today we are going to be giving away Predator merch. So simple lang, all you have to do is to join me here on stage. We're going to be having a very, very short mini game, and then you will be winning some prizes that we have here. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, Thanks so much to our casters over there. They are going to be coming back for our grand finals in a bit. It's going to be a best of 5 series for all of them. So ladies and gents, I need 3 players to be with me here on stage. Pero ako na yung pipili. I will volunteer themselves to you right away. Okay, so by the way, you guys, we're in High Grounds Cafe. So if you wanted to enjoy, have some fun over there, get some drinks, snacks, the cafe is always open to go for. For now, we might be taking a very short break, and then we will be coming up with a mini game. Ladies and gentlemen, don't go away. The live stream will be back. Best of 5 against Ulfu and Green Aces will be back after this.
Campus Rivals is brought to you by Intel and Predator Gaming. Campus Rivals is brought to you by Intel and Predator Gaming.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Campus Rivals Grand Finals 2025 High Ground Smugging Eye! Yeah, there you go. That's the spirit that we're looking for. This is the battle of the greens. Mananalo ba yung Archers or mananalo ba yung mga Phoenix? Ladies and gentlemen, 44 teams have been fighting to get to this very moment. 8 left on the playoffs at ngayon dalawa na lang sila into the Grand Finals. Can I hear from the fans of DLSU's Green Aces? Yun, how about the Ember Phoenix? There you go. This is the energy that we need right here. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a best of 5 series. One team fresh from a very good revenge match and a team waiting in the wake to be here and crown themselves as the champions. So this time, I hope the players are ready. And everybody on the live stream, don't forget to put in the hashtag DLSUwin or hashtag AlphaWin if you want to support the teams. And also, kayang-kaya pang mag-catch up dito sa High Grounds if you want to join us in this momentous Grand Finals of Valorant here in this beautiful Saturday. Maulan nga, pero let's keep the heat and energy up here. As ladies and gentlemen, kayo guys, handa na ba kayo? Ready na ba? How about you over, guys? You ready na ba kayo dyan? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, here's a video that we're going to be showing you for the first team to be joining us today. They have fought a very strong lower bracket grand finals. Ladies and gentlemen, through the fiercest brackets, they outsmarted every opponent and proved they have the skill, strategy, and heart to go the distance. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the first team here in the grand finals, De La Salle University's Green Aces. Player, let's go into the stage, Vision! On stage, Nappy! And moving on, Jedi! Now let's welcome on stage, Secret! Now let's all in, Bandu! Final member, Ruben. Post naman kayo dyan. Wala bang konting flex dyan? Wala bang flex. Yo. Close up nun ulit. Ladies and gentlemen, this is De La Salle versus these Green Aces ready to take on the next match. Ladies and gentlemen, this time their final opponent for the grand finals. Let's check it out. Video of our Fatima University's for Phoenix. Now from All Foods, Ember Phoenix, let's welcome Ralphie Man! Now let's welcome Wes! Now let's join all Shinto! Let's welcome B-Dog. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's give an applause to our grand finalists here for the Campus Rivals Grand Championship VALORANT of 2025. But before anything else, kausapin muna natin yung players natin. Let's start with the Ember Phoenix themselves. Hey man, Ralphie, kumusta naman? How are you feeling today? Okay ka lang, sige. On a scale of 1 to 737, gaano ka ka-excited para sa match na to, Ralphie? 738! There you go! This is the energy of Ember Phoenix. Ikaw naman, Vision, nakausap na kita kanina, dyan ka muna. Dito tayo! Snappy. Alright, sige. Matanong lang namin, bakit nga ba Snappy yung IGN? You got it from a friend. Thank you so much, friend. Pero Snappy, now that you're going into the grand finals, is there anybody special that you want to say thank you to, or like any messages you want to say to your friends out there?
I just want to say thank you to all the fans and to everyone supporting us. And
Marco Lasal. Alright, there we go. Pero bago ang lahat, kailangan ko munang marinig from some of the players here on how you felt about your opponents. Wes, iba yung tingin mo sa akin ha. Sige, dito ka. Sali ka sa akin. Malumpat ikaw dapat. Okay, ikaw, from anyone from Lasal, sinong gusto mong kausapin dyan? Pili ka ng isa. Kahit sino daw. Okay, who wants to step up? O, Sikre, ikaw na. I volunteer you. Dito ka. Para tumatago ka pa. Okay, so this is it. These could be your final words for today for each other, ha? So, una, ikaw muna, ha? Wes, what is it that you want to say to your opponents here from De La Salle? You could be as nice or naughty as you want, Wes. Anong masasabi mo?
Ready na ba kayo sa amin?
Yeah, we're ready.
Yeah, he's ready. Okay, sige. Okay, ready. Alright, Wes, one more thing. Ito pa, isa pa. Last na to na tanong, ha? Mabilisan lang. Kung si Sikre ay isang agent sa Valorant, sino siya at bakit? Hindi mo rin alam. O sige, wag na nating alamin. Ikaw naman, Sikre, same question. If Wes is an agent at Valorant, what is he and why? O sige, wag na. Bumalik na kayo. Maglaro na lang tayo. Walang iya kayong dalawa. But anyway, let's give a round of applause to our finalists here. Ladies and gentlemen, these guys will be having an intense match. So to close things out, guys, go against each other and fist bump as we head into our grand finals. All right, ladies and gentlemen, to be a great grand finals here on Campus Rivals. So ladies and gentlemen, I want to throw this to our courtside reporter for some thoughts here in the crowd of everybody. So ladies and gents, let's check it out on what is going to be happening here as we have an interview coming in from Bluey himself. Bluey, take the stage, my man. All right, actually, we'll be having a team, so roll VTR.
I am Christian Marty Guzman from University of the East, Caloocan. And yung role ko po sa team is basically one of the backbone of the team. Yung preparation naman po namin is usual. More on nagbibigay po kami ng time to scrims. And syempre po, yung ginagawa na po namin is not by the book. And mas confident po ako sa kung ano pong comp yung nilaro namin ngayon kasi comfortable po kami lahat sa role namin ngayon.
Hi, I'm Robby Macapagal from Caloocan City. My school is University of the East. My GN is Robby. My role in my team is Flex. Tiwala lang talaga sa mga kampi, sa mga teammate. Although kahit ahead ng 10 rounds yung kalaban, still the same. Tatawa, mag-enjoy, and magko-compete.
Marami po kaming iniba ever since nung naglaban po kami ng Lasal kasi ayun nga po, gaya po ng sabi ko kanina, by the book po yung laro namin nun. And ngayon po, may sarili na po kaming comp na ayun, parang mas comfortable po talaga kaming gamitin.
My name is Aaron Sablay. My IGN is Fission. I'm from the La Salle University and my role in the team is IGL Flex. Try to practice all the maps, but we also grinded rank individually so that we could improve our individual plays.
Reminded us that we're still not that strong and it doesn't affect our confidence, but we'll still dominate anyone.
Our preparation was the same. We essentially just focused on our own game and we tried to not overthink anything else.
My name is Mark Dari Corpus from Olfo QC Valorant. And my IGN right now is Amor Fati, but I was Shintaro, and I am the duelist on the team. Hindi talaga kami nag-prepare, sa totoo lang, kasi super busy namin lahat sa team. Sa dami namin tournament sa Valorant, kumbaga may experience na kami and parang alam na namin yung galaw ng bawat isa.
Masaya sana kung DLS ulit kasi parang sila yung the team to beat sa collegiate esports. Siguro natutuwa na pares yung LoL at Valorant na Grand Finals and tingin namin na kaya namin mag-champion. So yun, parang nakakatuwa lang sa feeling din.
Masaya po talaga ako kasi nagkaroon na po ng highlight talaga yung esports sa Philippines eh. Then, yun nga po, thankful po sa Predator dahil nagbigay po sila ng oras or kahit ano pong support para makilala po yung mga players sa collegiate scene and ayun po.
I think this opportunity that Predator gave us helped us, yun nga, ma-recognize kami as esports athlete. It helped the esports scene gain more exposure in the collegiate scene.
Napakagandang move ng Predator yun dahil sobrang limited ng tournament na nabibigay para sa mga collegiate teams.
Sobrang malaking exposure na mabibigay sa mga estudyante na lalo na gusto mag-pro. And yun yung magiging stepping stone nila para kung gusto nila mag-pro, after nila mag-aral, may chance sila ganun.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back on the ground here in High Grounds Cafe. And might I say, we've had so many banger matches today. Once again, my name is Bluey. I will be your courtside reporter. And honestly, these games today have been stellar, especially the lower final that we just saw. It was between DLSU Green Aces and UE Zenith, with DLSU winning out 2-0 in the end. A little bit scrappy, but that's because UE Zenith actually showed heart in their gameplay and was able to scrap up a few rounds and show them that they were down, but they weren't completely out. But at the end of the day, it was DLSU domination through and through. And now, let's focus on the task at hand. It is going to be the Grand Finals, the culminating event of this whole Campus Rival 2025, with it being DLSU Green Aces coming in from the lower bracket, going up against the bosses at the peak of the hill, which is going to be Alfu Ember Phoenix. Now, my name is Louis, ladies and gentlemen. We've had such an amazing day today, but right now I'm going to be throwing it back to Azurai, Ray Ray, and Bipolar for the story weaving of this Grand Final.
Thank you so much, Bluey. Now we are back into the game here in Grand Finals. Yeah. My name is Ray Azurai, together with Bipolar, and we are going to be your shoutcasters for today's Grand Finals, guys. The match rather, sobrang ganda talaga na pinakita yung UE Zenith, and still, Green Aces, they were able to capture them talaga with a clean 2-0. And now we are going to the Grand Finals. I remember before we ended the series earlier, Azurai, you were about to discuss something. I think it's more about on the momentum, di ba, na nanggaling ka sa lower bracket. So can you emphasize on that?
Oh yeah, that's a pretty big thing. I think, sa dami na ng tournaments na experience natin, there's always that heat retention. Pag nanalo ka coming from such a gauntlet, on the lower bracket, and you're able to win consistently and consecutively, it builds momentum, it builds your confidence, and napakalaking bagay niyan coming into this match na rematch din. Ika nga, dito sa Ember Phoenix, and that's going to be, again, a very big thing para sa Green Aces.
Yeah, and a very big thing talaga yung, even though they were pushed down to the lowest bracket, that just means more games para sa kanila, more practice, more game time, which means marami silang pwedeng gawin mamaya against Olfu pa.
Kaya nga talagang that's the thing between these teams. Ang dami pa nalang surprises. I mean, this is going to be a best of 5 series. Pero looking at our bracket talaga, ang dami nang napagdaanan ng ating mga teams. Marami nang kagad pinagdaanan ng Olfu together with Green Aces. And ito yung magiging redemption arc, syempre, pagdating sa Green Aces. Kasi nga, sinabi na natin ito kanina na it's not usual na natatalo sila. But, it's good then because in the competitive scene, it's not always like you're at the top. But let's see. Sa mga agents kagad na may kita natin between these teams, ano na mga ba yung papakita nila sa atin, what's going to happen right now. Ang most pick agents natin is obviously it's going to be Sova, followed by Cypher together with Clovaser.
I think it just makes a lot of sense kasi these provide the most stability and support for your teams. And I think ang nagiging narration lang dito, narrative natin dito, is these guys enable more diverse picks sa duelists. Kaya tayo wala nakikita ang top 3 na duelists kasi sobrang daming duelists na pwedeng piliin ng mga entry frag players natin dito. And these are the staple ones or the most stable ones that kind of, again, enable that.
Yeah, I agree with you on that, Asare. Kasi syempre, if you do pick these heroes or pick these agents, to correct myself, is that you basically just have to combine them with duelists na you're comfortable with. Raze, KO, pero of course, these three can also just give out information and provide that defense na kailangan mo and also a post-plant defense. Pero right now, I think, Ray, meron pa ata tayong kailangan tignan.
Siyempre, no? Kung mayroon tayong most top pick agents, of course, we're gonna be proceeding with the top pick maps. And it's going to be Haven, followed by Ascent and Lotus. And I think, looking at not just only in this scene, but also on the competitive scene, right? They love to play on this map, especially in the open na ulit ang Haven. There's Ascent already back on track. And the Azrai, they are really focused on those triple site maps.
Yeah, I think more than sa mga map videos natin, di ba, you always try to ban out yung worst or yung strongest maps ng kalaban mo. Pero if it's also your strong map, might as well just play it na lang there and see who's best, di ba? Tanggalin nyo na lang yung mga random variables, which is the less common pick map. So I think this is why we're seeing itong tatlo na to be the most picked maps ngayon sa campus service natin, which makes a lot of sense, di ba? We're in the Philippines, Haven, Ascent, and Lotus feels like our stock stand, our staple maps talaga.
Yeah, parang naging hometown din talaga natin yung tatlong maps na to. And it all ends up with comfortability. If you're comfortable with these maps, you're just able to dish it out with firepower and sheer strategy sa game natin.
Pero sana, no, aside from this map, makakita pa tayo, syempre. We know it's going to be best of 5, so maybe some teams, they were already practiced, syempre, sa mas magandang map, or maybe they're just gonna be focusing on this top 3 maps that we have. But then, palapit tayo sa ating series, and looking back at our games before, you said kanina, Bipolar, na ang ganda na nga ng history ng OLFU together with Green Aces. And sabi nga natin, hindi naman parating at the top. So what can you say, syempre, dun sa mga games natin before?
Alam mo, looking back at the games actually is that talagang nakikita natin na nagde-develop yung collegiate scene natin. It's not always just the top teams. There's also orgs or campuses na talagang umuusbong na kayang tumapat sa ating mga veterans, kumbaga. So it's a healthy environment kung titingnan mo.
Yeah, I have another additional lang dito sa narrative natin, di ba? And this is, I think, going to be similar sa nakita natin sa lower finals. Since rematch to technically ng Ember Phoenix saka Green Aces, I think there's a big chance na there's going to be more adjustments in terms of yung agent composition natin. And it's already been proven by Green Aces that they're willing to take that next step talaga. They're willing to adjust via composition para lang ma-one-up yung kalaban nila. And that's going to be a big thing if we're going to be in a best of 5 na there's less bans and more maps to play talaga for these two teams.
And speaking of these two teams, let's introduce syempre ang isa sa mga grand finalists natin for today. It's going to be De La Salle Green Aces. Our roster, Snappy, Banunu, Fishon, Secret, together with Sarah. We've seen them earlier. They're still performing. There were just a little bit of those hiccups, but Asray, we've seen itong Fishon together with Secret. Which are the other members pa that you can really explore on their performance earlier?
Yeah, I think ang strongest point talaga ngayon, para sa specifically ng Green Aces, is their capability to really maximize yung output ng double duelist nila. When they're able to do that, sobrang free to do whatever na lang si Fishon. If he's underperforming, Secret's right there, making a whole lot of noise elsewhere in the map, gives them so many options to work with. And this is why I think sobrang versatile ng Green Aces.
And again, tulad nga na sinabi natin kanina, when they were fighting UE, as we look at the players huddling up, layers by layers by layers ang nakikita natin for DLSU. So just like what you've said, if someone falls down, there's another that can back him up. If someone is popping off, meron ka pang kailangang problemahan, and that is what you need to look out for kapag DLSU ang kalaban.
And speaking of itong DLSU na makakalaban, may kita mamaya ng OLFU, they have the guidance from their coach. Kanina, behind the scenes, we were asking kanilang coach, which is si Witz, kamusta ang performance na at the same time, experience sa coaching. Sabi niya, sa una talagang nakakaba. He knows already how it feels like to be a coach, diba? Watching your players. And ito yung number 1 talaga na nag-struck sa akin. Na syempre, the younger you are, the more na mas nagiging nervous ka, kinakabahan ka, there's the pressure. And, knowing these players, kailangan talaga nila ng guidance ng someone who's been there, who's been in their shoes.
Yeah, and what I like about, si Witz, diba, was he was also confident naman or he said na okay din yung tactical timeouts. Kasi yun yung isang important thing ng coach. Kailangan mag-give mo yung gusto mong mag-give na information or adjustment sa player mo within that 1 minute timer.
Agree. And that's what we have for Green Aces. Pero syempre, hindi palalampasin ng Our Lady of Fatima University ang kanilang performance. Nakita ko, grabe talaga yung nararamdaman ng mga players na to, the fire within them. We have West, Amor Fatty, Raf Cutie, Baby Dong together with Ralphie Man. We've seen the leadership coming in from West. So we've seen him in other competitions. We've seen him getting the good calls. But as for Amor Fatty, it seems like he is really one of those familiar players in the scene by Paul.
Yeah, pinag-usapan nga natin to before we get back into this broadcast. Amor Fatty, or also known as Shintaro, is one of those players na talagang dominating not just in this game but for other game titles as well. So parang you can apply that to this Valorant scene wherein ngayon nagbabalik na siya to the FPS role. Ano pa bang ibubuga niya? And ngayon, it's time to shine kasi Grand Finals na tayo and I think they are ready to battle out against the Green Aces.
Yeah, and from at least what we're seeing sa energy nila and everything getting into the player boots, it seems like yung win na nakuha nila over sa Green Aces is carrying over din dito sa match natin. It looks like they're all calm, they're smiling, all nice, positive energy. That's what you want talaga in a best-of-5 match kasi this can go the distance and having that energy carry over throughout the is so important para hindi ka mag-mess up, para hindi ka in your head talaga kasi again, this can go that distance.
And considering nga talagang sobrang kitang-kita natin yung performance din ng De La Salle, syempre. But guys, speaking of, show your support below by getting that hashtag OLFUWin and make sure to scan as well and get that shopping, syempre. Pagdating sa inyong Predator laptop, scan nyo lang yan. Ako, naka-Predator laptop din ako. Sobrang ganda ng performance. Nanalo ko sa Valorant, syempre, sa tulong ng Predator. And going back na nga sa ating mga players, we've discussed yung mga wins from also we've discussed syempre ang mga taga De La Salle. What I'm thinking right now is the question ng how ready are they pagdating sa ating map, Vito? Because we're gonna be seeing ang laki ng impact syempre sa both ng teams kung anong magiging decision nila, Asuray.
Okay. Yeah, yun yung reaction natin.
I think it's giving us Throwback Thursdays, I guess.
Yeah. So this is the interesting part. We're starting off with yung standard na 3 maps natin with the Haven and Lotus as the first and third. The Icebox is the one that I'm most curious about because once we reach that point na that is where Olfu was able to close off yung best of 3 nila last time in a 14-12 fashion. Yan yung gusto ko makita if nagkaroon ng adaptation dito ang DLSU in terms of their comp, in terms of their strat, so on and so forth. Yung other ones na lang dito natin ngayon, I think, again, it goes to the theme na they're just going to where they're most comfortable sa maps, and I think they just pushed into the very end na lang split, which at least personally, I haven't seen, I haven't watched a VOD yet sa Campus Rivals natin with their played split action.
Yeah, medyo, parang lacking tayo towards getting that split map kasi palaging ban or again, tulad nga ng top 3 map picks natin, Ascent, Haven, and Lotus, parang na-shine out siya. Pero what I'm looking forward here is Icebox. Kasi last time na nakita natin ang mga players natin dito, once they were able to get ahead of the enemy team, nagiging just like what happened in that in our lower bracket finals, na parang nagiging tamad. Pero what's also good about Icebox is that if you watch VCT, if you watch the higher tier of competitiveness, nag-iiba ang mga agent selection natin dito. So that's gonna be interesting.
I'm on the same page with Bipolar. Inaabangan ko talaga yung Icebox. Kasi nga, nakita natin, nag-overtime sila with their history. And looking right now, Legends Rise or Fire Meets Bow. I think it's time, guys. Let's go with our predictions. Paunahin ko kayo, syempre. Dapat ako yung huli. So, let's start with Bipolar. Anong sa tingin mong magiging score line natin dito pagdating sa series? And who do you think will win?
Nako po, a big shoutout to Juicy Brucey kasi last time, naglalaban-laban kami dito eh. He picked the other team, pero for me, I want the game number 5, but I'll go 3-1 in favor of Olfu.
Ooh. Okay.
Mainit.
Very spicy. How about you, Asaray?
I'm actually gonna go the opposite direction. I'm gonna go 3-1 naman for Green Aces.
Oh.
Yeah.
Ako, I'm gonna go 3-2 in favor of Green Aces, but with 2 overtimes.
Oh, talaga may nahirap mo trabaho natin.
Yes.
May alaman.
Number 1 is, syempre, magaling sila parehas. And number 2 is Mary Rakers. So, talagang hindi mawawala yan.
Totoo.
But anyway, we've seen the predictions. We've seen the players. It's up to them, syempre, to make those storylines work. But right now that we are done with the prediction, tignan natin yung magiging flow pagdating sa kanilang agent selection. This is where it really goes well. And as we're looking at it, I think we almost have the same composition, but Ember Phoenix is gonna be going on that bridge.
So, I'm actually double-checking real quick dito. Wait, this is a no-controller comp for no controller agent for Ember Phoenix. Wala silang Omen from last time. They're bringing in the double duelist. And now sa Green Aces naman, it is the same that we saw from that previous game, previous series against sa UE naman. So, I think it makes a lot of sense. But this one sa Ember Phoenix, I don't know about this talaga. This feels like this is taking a huge risk in aggression and not so much in being able to take back if you actually push in na.
Yeah, pero kasi dito nag-form yung Olfu natin sa Campus Rivals. They feed off aggressiveness. So feeling ko they want to start off map number 1 with a bang. So this Brimstone plus Sova combination, Brimstone na naman, Breach, Sova combination na. Feeling ko yung pagiging Brimstone main ko lumalabas eh. Kasi Breach and Sova combination, there's a lot of ways for you to initiate into this. And if sila yung attacking side, or kapag naging attacking side na sila, it might be a bad time for Green Aces. At alam mo yun, marami kang iti-take into account kapag naging attacking side na sila.
Here's a question na lang siguro once we get into that game, with Ember Phoenix. Sobrang important ng kahit one smoke lang and honestly in A and C side specifically, kasi may one spot sa A sa graffiti na gusto mong lagyan palagi minsan ng Omen smoke or whatever smoke lang para lang ma-cut off mo yung vision ng A short, diba? When you're pushing in through A long, how is Ember Phoenix gonna deal with that? And you're pushing up into C side, how are you gonna split yung map in half if you're not putting the smoke in front of the platform ng C? So what's this quirky little thing na gusto nilang i-employ? Again, I completely agree with you, Bipolar, na maganda yung double initiator nila. They have a lot of oppressing dito. The Jet and the Yoru can definitely feed off of that. Pero pag nawalan sila ng vision, pag tigilan sila ng Green Aces dito, ano yung parang follow-up nila doon?
Yeah, parang may kulang kasi talaga eh, no?
Yeah, exactly.
Imagine, ang smokes lang na meron sila galing sa Jet. And it's really quick to actually fade off. So that's the number 1 question. And to be honest, it's skeptical for me yung wala kang controller. Ang laki ng pagbabago kapag wala kang controller. There's just a lot of spaces that you have to get. Well, you already mentioned that there's the power from 2 initiators, but I really do dwell on the Omen. Ang daming meron yan eh. You have the smokes, you also have the paranoia. Very usable pagdating lamang here in Haven. But syempre, it's up to Olfu, of course, to actually handle those things. And the next question is, kakayanin nga ba to ng Lasal? Kasi sabi nga natin, sometimes it's not just about the agents, it's also how you hit those shots.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I don't know. Napuso tayo dito, diba, na there could be some teams talaga that will try to go for adjustments. This is a huge change. Big. From Ember Phoenix dito. Because again, it might have been used before. Hindi ko nakita siya, so I'm only parang guesstimating on what I'm currently seeing at this point and what I've experienced and what I've seen in the past in other matches. It's very difficult talaga to make a non-controller comp truly shine. Pero when you can make it happen, sobrang oppressive din niya.
Yeah, I understand you guys kasi syempre, in a 3-side map, sobrang hirap nang wala kang Omen.
Yan na nga ang mangyayari. But right now, guys, this is it! Crowd, guys! Nasa na yung mga crowd natin na nag-cheer dyan? This is going to be best of 5 series grand finals between OLF and DLSU. So, casters, take it away.
Let's go, Azuray! Oras na para magpakitang gilas ang ating dalawang last teams sa Campus Rivals. Hear it from the Phoenix that is reincarnated, and the Green Ace is ready to shoot the arrows onto the faces of the birds. Let's get into map number 1.
Ooh, already West taking damage dito. As you can already see, Secret charging right in. Nice little response with the fault line para matigilan na onti dito ang on DLSU. Pop shots from Vision to just chase his opponent at the back of the site. Mukhang mahuhuli si West, and that will be controlled for DLSU. Green Aces on A agad-agad.
And this is just a crazy take coming in from DLSU. One player just holding the site alone was not enough for Olfu to deny at least 1 kill. Very much healthy sila, pero look at this, 2 kills coming in from Secret.
Oh, big stuff talaga dito. Oh, okay, there we go. Ano pala si Raf QT? We got bamboozled, man.
Okay, binamboozle tayo.
Mayroon pa rin silang Omen, niloko tayo ng production. Pero okay lang, that just means na OLFU, they have that comp that we want to see. They have that support, they have that more spread out options na at least doesn't make us sweat para sa kanila.
Yeah, restart tayo ng onte. Backtrack tayo. So medyo, it's uneven playing field pala. Kung isipin mo, the only thing is, nandun pa rin yung alas ng Green Aces na double duelist setup.
Yeah.
So that's gonna be a problem.
Well, we've seen how strong that is. Napakabilis nilang go for that quick charge. Again, may line na palagi dito nakita si Eusebio that he does throw into C and breaks that tripwire. But for the moment, since wala namang ginagamit ngayon na utility ang Ember Phoenix, kalmado muna ang Green Aces. They're waiting for that quick little that contact that starts the push, and it seems like that catch onto Ralph is gonna be a good start.
Yeah, it's Ralphie man too. So ito lang yung denying factor actually ng DLSU na very much 100% yung impact. Here comes the darts. And again, it's just a free take for DLSU.
Yeah, again, you can't really power against this offense from DLSU. It's just going to be that kind of start. It seems like it's just going to be numbers being thrown in the direction ng attacking team natin dito. And it'll take a really... It's a good enough scenario para sa Ember Phoenix. They took at least 2 away sa DLSU, and it is at least giving them a bit more economy and breaking some economy from the green guys.
Yeah, the Green Aces.
The Green Aces, there you go. They're both green, so nakakalito na konti.
Yeah, medyo talaga. Isipin na lang natin, orange muna ang Ember Phoenix kasi orange pati.
Habulin tayo mamay na olive, sige ka.
Ako po, sorry, Ofu. Pero again, guys, it's already 2 points for DLSU. A faster round than we expected against Olfu, by the way. Pero syempre, alam naman natin yan, first 3 rounds might not really consider kasi syempre, a lot of shots right now coming in from Amor Fati. Getting that kill on the Vision is a good one.
Oh, Secret also gets picked off by Rap QT dito ngayon, and no follow-up for the Green Aces as hindi sila makapag-push in any of these sites whatsoever. So, looking so far so good for the Ember Phoenix. Now there will be, you can see that Baby Dong's already getting more contact na nag-rotate around na ang DLSU all the way through Garage. They can't really go for much more control dito because both of their duelists have been taken away. And look at the weapons dito ngayon, Bipolar. It's just the 2 Bulldogs that they have, not really super strong, especially when you can't really get up into the face ng Olfu at the moment.
Yeah, ang plano siguro dito ng DLSU right now is play for peaks. Get 1, tapos take another on another side because that just means you're dwindling down the player advantage of Olfu. With 45 seconds onto the clock, nagiging antsy tuloy ang Olfu because they want to get this round and they want to deny them from being killed. So medyo nauna na sila against the aggression.
Yeah. Well, at least that seemingly was the case for like 10 seconds ago.
Pero di pala.
Biglang okay lang. Tama naman. Look like they really wanted to get that quick little bit, pero kumalmo muna sila. They don't really have to chase for those kills. They don't want to waste any weapons as well then. And Amor Fati is going ballistic, getting 3 kills already. The push out from Shtabi immediately gets contested, and that will be 4 kills para sa ating Jet Duelist dito. Ay, nako, sisimula na siya. Clap.
Ang aga, gusto ko yan. Gusto ko yung aggressiveness, not just in the game, but also in real life. Right now, everybody, we're finally seeing a big buy round for these 2 teams. And as we look at the instant replay, Amor Fati was all around the map from A to C in a span of like 1 minute.
And this is just a good rotation lang talaga from OLFU, knowing that you just want to have your duelist in positions where you think the most contact is going to be. Kasi syempre, they have that exit ability para lang maka-get out sila. You get a pick, you get that tailwind. It's a great way to just keep the advantage rolling. But of course, that was a bonus round from DLSU. This is now their true gun round na rin. This is rifle versus rifle. And we'll have to see. Not so many ultimates online pa. Maybe Secret with his overdrive, but that's about it for the meantime. Maybe Eusebio then with his Hunter's Fury if he gets 2 more kills.
Yeah, they just really need to frag out right now. Kung gusto ng DLSU into a freer take in 3 sides. But also for Olfu, there's some ultimates that are gonna be enabled in just a little while. Pero the big thing here is gonna be the Rolling Thunder coming in for Ralphie Man. So yun yung medyo big factor para makakuha silang win condition. Pero a slow round, once again, and as you can see, a lot of information just by one camera.
Yeah, I really like this call though from DLSU to just break util na lang. They're using that first half ng round na ito to make blind ang OLFU for the meantime, to force OLFU to check corners dito, to check angles. And like you mentioned, since nasira na yung camera dito, it also is a straight walk-up dito from DLSU.
30
No
seconds
need
left.
to throw out utility and make it so na obvious na nagpupush sila ng C. By the time na na-realize na to ng OLFU, there might be just better positioning para sa DLSU, and that's one that they wanted to have, which is Vision getting that kill onto Baby Dong.
And a quick jump out, get 1 kill, and your job is done. The damage has already been done, and right now, with the spike planted, kailangan mag-retake ng Olfu into a different spot, into a tougher spot. Vision now with a headshot onto Ralphman. He has ultimate right now.
Yeah. Might not even need to use it. Eusebio now in a 1 versus 1 against Raf QT dito. The TP as well from
He's so quick.
Yoru. Couple of damage onto Eusebio, but he does have the Regen Shield. Tingnan mo na si Vision, hindi na makikita nila ulit, and he gets a 3 kills. Napakaganda na pacing, timing, and just absolute hard reads against the OLFU. They're all just down to Raf QT, 1 versus 5 sa kanya. He's very trapped in this. He just throws out the relay bolt, really just oppressing his opponent and running through sa members dito ng OLFU.
Secret becoming a distraction to close out that round. And I think if Olfu wants to tie this game and make it possibly a harder matchup for DLSU, they have to not play DLSU's game. Because right now, they're just getting played by Vision. Just one player being all around the map. Kanina, yung jet natin yung all across the board. Right now, Vision is activated from their spawn to another spawn. So medyo nahihirapan talaga sila.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, Dimensional Drift is open, is active para sa DLSU. And this is one of those abilities talaga that you can just use to bully your opponent. Kasi, oh wait, hang on. Ooh, Amor Fati out for blood, actually getting a couple of kills here and there. Ralphie Man will get stopped by that tripwire. Pero si Eusebio on the other side. Pero well, yeah, you're exactly right. Yung wound na yun, Vision, while that was happening, nakakuha siya ng 2 backstabs on that C side, leaving Amor Fati by himself. He has to go ballistic. He has to go clutch or else. And mukhang or else na dito kay Amor Fati as Vision was able to shut him down. Only matitira na dito is gonna be Baby Dong.
Man, Vision, after that lower bracket win, now wanting to dominate the upper bracket. All for now with just 1 player left. It's Baby Dong to get a hit, and he kills off Secret. It's a 1v2 now. Not a lot of utilities, pero kung titignan natin ngayon, it's a division coming in from DLSU. 2 points of attack, front and back. Can he get this? The timing from these players.
Yes, pero still Vision. Wow, just no stone unturned para sa kanya. He's able to just have that foresight, have that insight to check every single possible angle of approach, and he counters out. Let's look at this replay real quick. Tignan mo yun, while Amor Fati was doing that, thanks so much for this production, napakaganda ng backstab ni Vision doon. Hindi na realize ng other players of all that were still stuck on that C-side that the backstab was already happening. And again, akala nila okay na. Amor Fati was heating up, but then he was just completely just gunned down dito because of just how strong that flank was from Vision, who's, again, 5 rounds in, 10 kills na agad siya.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. Parang in 2 rounds pa lang naka 10 kills na agad siya. That is how much intense Vision is right now. Para siyang the man in the front line, the one-man army na hindi na kailangan ng kakampi. He just needs the flashes. He just needs 2 teleportations to enable his skill set. Pero ngayon, Olfu medyo nagigising na kasi look at this. Raf QT with a Sheriff against Novilia.
Oh, Amor Fati is in a perfect spot to go for a flank dito. Secret is already going for the anti-flank himself, where he might not realize Amor Fati whiffing that shot might cost him his life. Hinahabol siya ngayon. Paranoia has been thrown out as well, and this creates a bit of confusion on mid. Kinakita natin. Kung tago si Amor Fati, he's trying to dodge the bullets, as you can see, spammed out by Secret, and this is still, at this OLFU, in control. They've made DLSU panic a little bit and force themselves back into their own side of the spawn, and they have some map control. As long as, sino ba dito, si Raf QT is alive, he can create some cover and give a lot more slowing down against the players dito ng DLSU.
Unfortunate that he gets killed through that smoke, so medyo a little bit of too much over-aggressiveness ang nangyari doon. But still, it's a 4v4, but still in the favor of all DLSU pa rin ang ating matchup right now
30
because
seconds
of
left.
these guns. But as you can see, with the fault line right now, trying to delay
Hunter's
the
Fury!
inevitable. Look at that, Hunter's Fury not connecting onto anyone, pero it delays the inevitable.
Still, that's 20 seconds. Ang daming oras para makapag-replant ngayon ng DLSU. I'm not sure how big of a risk this is, pero Secret is very aware na yung pag-push out ng OLFU na ganito is very much possible. Fission as well on the anti-flank. He will then catch on to Rap Cutie, leaving only Baby Dong and West na lang to remain. Ooh, great shots though! Baby Dong and West, headshot, sabay-sabay, simultaneously with the shares. Drop down, Schnappi's holding it on, and Fission is there to intercept as well. Munti ka na, pero kinaya pa rin ng DLSU.
Yeah, akala ko lilipad na yung mga Phoenix natin towards that A site, pero still, the sheer positioning coming in from DLSU was enough for them to get these kills. Again, may casualties, but sobrang dami nilang credits na it's okay to dish out at least some people. Tsaka, na napagamit ng ultimate dito ang All Fu. The Hunter's Fury was there, and also a lot of time were also just taken away from them. It's still getting that dub. Ngayon, DLSU, look at this. Meron na agad dimensional drift si Fission.
Again?
So, again, meron siyang way of getting that information first.
That's like less than two rounds, no?
Yeah.
That was very fast from Fission. That just means na, again, he can bully his way into the
Look at
site
this.
without any form of retaliation. Para sa OLFU dito, I want Fission. Okay, there we go. I was about to say kung mapapunish ba siya. I thought it would a more realistic fashion na nag-out siya ng dimensional drift niya, mahuli lang siya in front of the face, pero hindi, just this anti-spam for OLFU. This is still good though. OLFU does have the numbers, and they do have utility to retake the site now na wala na si Fission.
Oh my god, Ralphie man now loses 2 lines, but look at the paranoia connecting onto 2 people. With this paranoia, it delays once again for Olfu. Ngayon, si Nofilia makakuha ng headshot onto 1. Nauubos ang players ng Olfu, but still, it's a 4v4. Look at them coming out. It's Amor Fati with a double. It's Nofilia to get 1 and to deny the retake. Triple kill para sa kanya, and we make it a 4K quad para kay Nofilia.
Oh, that is frustrating if you're on the OLFU side. Ang ganda na ng retake nila. They were able to cascade well enough yung numbers nila, even though they were blocked out by yung smokes ng DLSU dito, but somehow na-clutch pa rin ito, as you mentioned, from the village. That 1 versus 1 was so crucial para sa kanya. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, West didn't have enough bullets, so nilabas niya yung pistol niya ata. And
I think so, yeah.
And na-outgun na lang siya ni Novilla in that particular 1 versus 1. Sometimes it's just one of those things talaga that happens, and it just did, and unfortunately, it's just snowballing yung lead ngayon ng DLSU.
Yeah, medyo unfortunate circumstances.
We got you guys. Kalma lang. We got you. Madami tayong observer.
Babalik tayo sa bakbakan kasi nandito na ang DLSU trying to get into the side, pero a quick backup lang coming from Secret. They use the decoy as a distraction, pero pagpasok once again. Secret dominates Rap Cutie, and they have the side once again.
Back of the side, nakita mo, nagustong pumush out ni Ralphie man. He almost actually got the catch onto Seeker, pero unfortunately, will not get the kill there. Amorfati gets immediately shut down on his flank by Fission. Seems to be the job for our Yoru dito, courtesy of DLSU. Ralphie man and Wes in a very sticky situation. Sheriffs have been proven from all of you to be, useful and actually worth the use.
Yeah.
Okay. Question now, is there actually enough time for them to get into the site and defuse the spike if they get more kills?
I think they just need to not sneak anymore kung gusto nila makapag-defuse. Pero with this blind, look at this. It's still Eusebio not being, phased by that flash. At ngayon, Wes still got the Vandal, pero another round coming in for DLSU. They are now 7 points against that 1 point coming in from Olfu.
Well, that is us running amok dito talaga para sa DLSU. And the question then lies kung kailan magtatawag ulit ng tactical timeout dito. Ang Ember Phoenix, they need to slow this pace down. If it's not gonna be in the rounds, the tactical timeout is there. Better use it talaga dito just to at least simmer down yung inferno na ito that is just being put into the mix by Green Aces.
Yeah, kailangan nila i-stop yung streak right now.
True.
Look at this, 5 rounds for Green Aces back to back to back. Ngayon, Olfu still doesn't have a lot of credits. I mean, they got this round here, pero if they do lose this round once again, coming into the next round, DLSU might just get a free round para sa kanila.
Fair enough. Murfate kanina, he had the energy, he had bravado. We need to see that once again. Medyo na-shutdown na siya dito nila, nila Secret. He has to bring it back somehow. I wonder what's the call going to be. And if you kind of dissect it na lang from our POV of what's happening dito, I think it's just not. More than anything else, the setup looks good naman from OLFU. I think it's more yung speed of responding sa sa pag-atake nila Secret talaga. Yun yung nakukulangan sila.
Yeah, I mean, maganda yung ginagawa nila dito. Kasi kung titingnan natin yung matchup DLSU versus UE, there's always one guy dying in the site. Pero for OLFU, nakakapag-backup sila. It's always a 5-man retake.
Exactly.
Pero just like what you've said, there's not enough time. Hindi nila nakuha yung perfect timing para at least ma-caught off guard yung mga DLSU people natin or the Green Aces. So, unfortunately, the angles are just too right for DLSU ngayon.
Sure.
As we get back into the game, no ultimates intact. It's just 3 coming from DLSU, and these are big ultimates. Overdrive is there. Neural Theft is also there. And we have a Snappy also with a relocation. But let's see kung paano nga ba nilalaro ito. They want to go for Garage.
Oh, Rough Cutie does get a pick onto Snappy though. Saan ito nang galing? Sa mid.
Sa mid, yeah.
He's actually able to get that 1 versus 1. Great timing from Snappy. That's, from Rough Cutie. That's pretty huge. And biglang na lang.
Did you see him?
Yeah. Check TP lang yun. Pang pang tingin lang sa minimap. I like the play. Gives you that quick little. You kind of make your Omen into a pseudo initiator.
Yeah.
It's a bit of information dito. Navilla is hard-pressed talaga in getting this lurk control on mid para makapag-rotate ang DLSU safely, potentially into A main and into the A side.
I think the plan right now for DLSU is to just push these players out of C. There's still a Cypher intact, so mahirapan sila to go there.
30 seconds
Ngayon,
left.
they realize it. They want to go for a fast A push. Pero kung titignan mo...
Oh, he's gonna hear that. He's hearing it.
Yeah, look at this. Nasa likod lang. Si Rough Cutie.
Okay, the smoke. No smokes, just a tripwire. He's gonna get a kill. Oh, he almost gets it.
Very low.
Villia is able to at least get out from harm's way, pero this is a very pressuring moment for DLSU, and I don't think they had any control, any confidence whatsoever to get into that side. Oh, if you scores another.
Yeah, medyo na-distract sila from that flank up coming in from Rough Cutie. Kahit wala siyang napatay, it diverted at least 2 players coming in from sewers. So, Amor Fati nakakuha ng isa. It was just like a domino effect after that. So, a confident run pass sa kanila. I think this is a DLSU timeout.
Yeah, for sure.
Para at least mawala ng confidence agad ang Ember Phoenix.
Yeah, and they already realized agad kung ano yung naging adjustment dito ng OLFU. Might as well readjust again, diba? Kasi you're absolutely right. OLFU, it's not so much na kagaya kanina sa UE na they're overextending themselves on mid.
Yeah.
It's that heat check from time to time on mid, and that's already good because that's the same effect as just completely committing to mid, na napapatingin pa rin ang DLSU somewhat, and if you chance it correctly and you read the time correctly,
come on, sigaw kayo, everybody! Give your big shouts for this team!
Grabe. Ano yung ni Bruce?
Ano nakalagay?
Looking for group, DLSU or OLFU. Hindi mo yung ibig sabihin ng ELFG? I love this, guys. If you guys have the paper, pwede pakita sa amin. We'll actually read it out while we have the timeouts.
Yeah.
But yeah, coming back into this, as we are readying for this next round, all of you, I love the idea. I love the adjustments that they're doing. It's working against DLSU. Of course, it's still that 5-round gap, but it's now that they're kind of getting grasps into this grand finals, I'm expecting that they keep the ball rolling naman.
Yeah, kailangan talaga nila magising, and they need to keep that steam rolling. Kasi if they don't, DLSU might just get out with 10 rounds in this first half. So, titingnan natin ngayon kung paano nga ba nilalaro ito. But, once again, Vision just infiltrating these sides, getting that easy spike plant, at sobrang unaware ang OLFU right now.
Did he TP out? Okay, there we go. He TP'd out back into near window. I like the setup dito as long as Novillas are alive. Excuse me. Oh, Amor Fati. Contact. Good shot. It's 1 for 1. No, 1 for 2 trade immediately. DLSU counteracting itong response ng OLFU. They're proactive. They do not want any retakes whatsoever. So inunahan na nila ang kalaban nila.
Yeah, very much so. And that was disgusting. 3
Oh,
people
the defuse,
on Garage.
defuse.
But look at this.
The
Pros
defuse.
don't fake. Pros don't fake. Can they stop the defuse?
Oh!
They cannot! No, they cannot! Secret gets the kill, pero the damage has been done once again. Give OLFU their deserved point.
Okay. Calm down.
Calm down.
That was a great round for all of you, for sure.
Really?
Let's look at the economy naman dito ng DLSU, or ng all of you actually, because they lost the entire roster back then.
Isa lang, yeah.
They're still good. They're able to buy up into the rifles, so that risk, that full diffuse, pro zone fake na ginawa nila. Love it. Now Amor Fati's on the operator. I'm excited to see how he's gonna make this do when he is looking straight into the barrel or in that long position of C.
Let's see if he can get this shot. All eyes on you. Amor Fati with the shots on the fishing.
Oh, and he's fishing for more actually from the looks of it, even through the smoke, jumping up and down.
Good angle.
Dito sa taas ng C natin. Seems like the push is still coming from Secret. Oh, and Baby Dong intercepts. I love the 1-2 punch. One up high, one down below, and C is completely in the control naman. No, OLFU and the catch onto Snappy. He's in trouble and he will get taken down as tuloy-tuloy ang pag-take ng kills ng OLFU.
I can confidently say na yung timeout doon ng DLSU medyo hindi nag-workout. Medyo na-retain ng Olfu yung gusto nila gawin. But can Novilla and also Eusebio try to clutch this up? It's a 2v5. It's still possible. It's DLSU against Olfu pa din naman. So, top of the top, Novilla enters the side with the flick to the left.
One more.
Can he get one more? Yes, he can! That's a double kill. At empty ngayon, ginamit. He can see everybody.
Oh, he's positioning for it. Tignan mo kung gano'n siya confident with that 1 versus 1 against Amor Fati. Now, it's going to be a 3 versus 2. Sure, we're going to continue this fight. Eusebio and Novilla have control of the site. Pero while Raf Cutie is alive, meron pa siyang paranoia, meron pa siyang dark cover. This is going to be a huge help para ma-retake ng OLFU ang positioning ang site na ito. The slow approach. There it is. You can see Novilla very close. He wants to intercept for as quickly as possible. He's got 1 kill already, pero biglaan na lang. Eusebius could not do anything against Amor Fati, and that is a catch. That is another round para sa OLFU.
Man, this is a series. I am starting to feel it. This is the grand finals that you've been waiting for. Olfu with 4 points and DLSU with 7. It's getting closer to the minute, getting the shots, connecting, and look at this cover, man. Sobrang ganda ng positioning ni Baby Dog.
Yeah, they've completely realized that. Still though, this was an insane sequence from the Villa. Muntika na, but again, just overwhelming yung retake dito ng OLFU. They just did not have any fear whatsoever. No more hesitations from what we've seen from the start of this game. We're only in the first half pa lang. Last round pa lang to ng first half natin. And you're already seeing so much adjustment, so much understanding of each other. Teka lang muna, operator versus operator from the looks of things. Amor Fati taking the higher ground on that platform. No shot connecting. Kinuha pa niya yun. Nice! The collateral from Amor Fati. Hindi na natuto ang DLSU. They tried to take the orb and Amor Fati punishes with a collateral on the operator.
The man with faith, the loving man, Amor Fati gets the 2 kill na kayang magpabago ng future niya. He gets a hit onto 1. Novilla is very much low and he has this in the bag, pero he still falls down.
Okay, still not done for either side. DLSU, they can take a breath for a minute. They've dealt with one of the hassles of the start, pero syempre, they haven't gotten any meaningful map control just yet. Eusebio, let's get the start. Okay, it's a good start dito para sa DLSU. They have 44 seconds. This is still plenty of time, but look at how active OLFU are right now. 2 players, both of the initiators, now wrapping around on a long. The question is, TP from Snappy to pick up the spike. This is clutch. But the flank on Eusebio, he has to get a kill, or else 1 versus 3 to para kay Snappy. He doesn't know about this A-main position. This is going to be a very much big catch. Hunter's Fury, natakot na onto si Snappy dito. Is he able to escape? No! Eusebio though, he planted the spike. It's still doable, but he doesn't know that Rafi is in A-main. The catch is real, and that will be OLFU with another round taken.
Asurai, this is a cinema moment. The defuse to pop it all off. We are going to the second half and we have a game up our hands, everybody. Nasa attacking ng Olfu and wow, let's look at the replay.
All right, that was like the third peak na ginawa ni Amor Fati doon. Great catch from Novilla, like you said. Pero grabe ang trades in the favor dito ng OLFU. And what a catch from West. This was also so problematic na Eusebio was like 2 or 3 seconds late. If sana naunla siya na onti doon, he could have stopped the Hunter's Fury from hitting and taking out Snappy. Pero it happens, right? OLFU, they've come back from that deficit, and now it's looking pretty even as we head into the second half.
Oh my God, everybody. It's really time to just give it your all para sa mga players na ito. They're playing out of their minds. Ngayon may kita natin paano nga ba gagana ang duelist setup ng DLSU on the attacking, on the defending side against Olfu of all people. Amor Fati, you've been doing wonders for your team. It's a pistol round nonetheless, pero kung kaya mo makabigay ng 6 points for Olfu, it is something na matatakot ang DLSU later on.
Yeah, look at that, like a three stack ng DLSU dito sa mid. One goes for the pick and you're just done for. Amarfati, oh, he's really chasing for the kill dito, and Seeker will get the first pick. 2 picks actually from the looks of things. Hindi pa tapos ang laban. OLFU, now they scramble to go straight into that A site na si Eusebio lang ang magiging path of resistance dito nila. He doesn't have a recon dart just yet. In just a couple of seconds, he will, and that shock dart could actually stop the spike from being planted. We'll see. No.
It still gets planted. There goes the recon. Vision gets one more. It's a 2v5. Can Olfu defend it? It's Wedge and Baby Dong. The shock that does connect, pero tignan mo si Secret nandito na with a stun. It connects, and they get the last 2 players. DLSU finally stops the streak of Olfu in the first round in the second half.
That is important too, because that means that DLSU will have that economical advantage. They're going to have the better weapons. OLFU, now na 5-8 na tayo, they have some options in terms of being desperate na. They can actually go for a force buy if they want because they've already planted the spike. They can actually go for, I think, half shields and stingers. It's very plausible, it's very doable na nasa attacking side naman sila. They can go for those set plays into B or C, which I think could be a possibility, but it seems like they're comfortable enough to just go for the save round, plant the spike again, and just have a better gun round come the next round then.
Let's see kung ano nga bang plano nila. It looks like very basic lang muna tayo dito ngayon. Not a lot of like big buys. Pero kanina nakita nyo 16 kills already onto Amarfati in just mere 13 rounds.
Look at short.
Oh, look at this. They're going to sewers.
Wala nakatingin dito sa DLSU. This is gonna be big. I don't think they're privy to this. There is a smoke, sure, pero if OLFU just walks through this is gonna be huge para sa attacking team. Yeah, exactly. Walang naka-hold na players ng DLSU on the defender's side. This is gonna be too late for them. Secret though is actually going for the chase onto West. Does he realize this? He might be able to get the kill, sure, but the spike is not yet planted. It's now getting planted, but there's Vision, there's Secret, and there's still the double duelist ng DLSU stopping OLFU in their tracks. Akala mo nakakuha na sila ng infiltration into the A side.
Oh
Seems like that is just a far dream. It was not true. Hindi nakuha ng OLFU yung gusto nila makuha.
Ang Blue Boys ng DLSU na Neon and also Yoru denying what Olfu wanted there. Let's look at the instant replay. It was a good backstab, pero ang ganda rin ng timing. Vision was there at the right moment to look into a main, and it was just clean up coming in from Secret, getting those 3 kills. And now you can see, medyo, again, Olfu is kind of, giving a little bit of a streak to DLSU, pero look at this. Stingers onto 2 people para sa DLSU, and Olfu has a full buy.
Okay, Seeker's charging right out. Ooh, that is a nice use into the recon dart. Not gonna phase OLFU whatsoever naman dito. Eusebio coming into the catch. That's a nice headshot as well. So, bit of good damage, but OLFU seemingly not going to be dissuaded. They're gonna keep pushing in to C from the looks of things. And Schnappy pushing out. Medyo nahuli siya. A couple of tags here and there, but still no meaningful kills just yet from DLSU. Wait! Oh my God, we need to get this man's POV. He's able to hit just the nastiest of shots. Pero nawalan siya ng bala. And Wes was able to sniff that one out.
Wes is there to give his team that much needed point to get away from the opponents. It's wild in here. Again, everybody, we are live at High Grounds dito sa Diliman. You can still get here. Round 1 pa lang to, pero a lot of black plays are coming from Raf Duty. He was entering the site while getting that smoke up. Saw it happen. Look at the Vision, man. You need to check this guy right now.
Yeah, that was very, very close. Buti na talaga si Wes. He was able to catch Vision off of just losing bullets sa kanyang Guardian. 6-2-9. Vision's brought out the Outlaw once again. Loves that weapon from the looks of it. Amarfati naman. That's Secret. He's kind of safe in that corner for the meantime. Good pacing, good timing para maka-out siya. And no harm, no foul just yet. Pero good control for all of you as they're moving their way into A-Long.
A fast A-Long push is what they need right now in just mere 10 seconds. Everyone from DLSU is going away. What are they doing? Hindi ba nila alam na nandito na yung mga 5 players ng Olfu? They go into the site quite clearly. Walang defense of anything, pero 5-man retake coming from DLSU. Makikita natin yun. There is a dimensional drift na pwedeng gamitin dito na Vision as a form of vision or information.
Yeah.
Pero the spike being planted, ngayon, it's time for DLSU to attack.
Yeah, I think this is exactly what you mentioned. May dimensional drift to that. They also saved up the recon dart for this retake na agad-agad, and they're gonna use it. Paranoia's also used there. Good at positioning in secret. He's just charging right in. This is very confusing, but somehow all of you are able to come out on top. No wasn't about to Eusebio as he tries to go for the spray control. Mag-isa na lang si Novelia, and he is just gonna have the Phantom on the other side of the site. Wala siyang neural theft, so he has to work his way slowly up into it, or just save the weapon na lang as he's slowly backing away as well. Exit frag na lang muna from the looks of things. And this is successful para sa OLFU. Good job para sa nila.
Yeah, very much good job.
Ooh.
I mean, Raf Cutie had a judge there, so goes lang yung nakalabas sa kanya.
Yeah.
So, Novelia getting that good pick para sa kanya. Pero 7-9 ang ating score in round 17. Everybody, it is a good game.
Yeah. Absolutely. Very confusing yung laban na yun. It was a full force retake from DLSU. Pero nakita mo dito that I thought it looked like it should have phased all of you, but it wasn't actually. It's the complete opposite. They were well in track of what they wanted to do. So what happened was, I think, DLSU, as they were setting up the util, na-realize na nung Ember Phoenix, and they backed away hard into A long and deep somewhere on A short na whatever contact happens at the front of the site, okay lang sa nila. They can always trade properly. And nakita mo, Secret overextended himself. There was no real refrag from the rest of DLSU from the green, the green Embers. So they were just able to make it happen.
Yeah, the green aces.
Aces pala, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, it's okay. Ang problem din kasi siguro nangyari dun is the layering of skills. Nakita natin Hunter's Fury was also hitting the Neon. It was not really that big of an impact kung matamaan ka ng Hunter's Fury. Pero syempre, naging, they were in the smoke the All-Fu squad. So medyo, it was a bad time to push in with the synchronization of those skills. Pero a big timeout once again. The last timeout for DLSU. If we go into overtime, it's going to be a tough spot for these two teams. So, Medyo, you have to finally focus up in the 17th round. And as the time dwindles, let's look at the weapons right now.
Yeah, looks like medyo half by ang DLSU dito. A couple of them will have the rifles. Two, Eusebio and Schnappy will be on that sheriff. Bit of a setup dito ngayon. Seems like Eusebio is going to be the one to intercept and break yung starting recon dart ng Ember Phoenix just in case, pero hindi. OLFU gonna go the other direction. They're just gonna be setting their sights, their resources to work their way onto C. This is not a bad idea kasi kung titingnan nyo, there's not really any form of resistance from DLSU here. It's just that, that camera, pero I mean, what is it gonna do? No one's actually there to intercept truly, and Novelia is very far. Oh, Wes, aray. Okay lang.
Naglog. Kahoy. May kahoy sa harap eh. Pero I think the plan here for DLSU is to just, stack as 3 in one side para at least you have the man advantage when you get that retake. Pero it's problematic kasi you're in a time crunch. Once they get that last, kapag maganda yung route ng All-Fu just like this, they get into the site freely, and now you're in a tough spot wherein you just have 3 ways of entry, from garage, from spawn, and also from Silong. And now, sobrang dami pang utilities ng DLS ng All-Fu because they didn't use it. Now they go in. Amorfati with a beautiful shot. Double kill para sa kanya.
Yeah, this is not gonna stop OLFU whatsoever, pero it is still equal trading between the two teams. Smokes are dropping down. Schnappy's pushing up. Okay, Vision fighting back, pero hindi. Raf Cutie still gets a great contact and hold at the back of that site. They're hedging so closely in terms of the rounds ngayon. And I just gotta add, you see that paranoia na binato ni Schnappy by DLSU. You see it here. Our body's positioning along the one behind him. Hindi matatama ng paranoia. So they played and positioned themselves just so that they don't get flashed by it. Perfectly executed para sa nila, and the counter was immediately felt by DLSU.
You know what? It's a crazy thing na nasa top of their game na sila. They're in their apex of skill, and as you can see, from mere, 7-2 yung score natin kanina, or 7-5, ngayon 8-9 ng ating scoreline.
Here.
And it's getting closer. It's a tie game every time. It's just a matter of time. Kung makikita nga ni Amorfati, yung paa, yung tuhod ni Schnappy, pinutol niya.
Yeah, Amorfati just has great control the back of the site. Even more so now, he's basically hand-wrapped itong C-site para sa OLFU. Nothing really that DLC can do at this point. Even though we have the rifles, I think this might actually have to be a safe fire on the left. If they lose all of these weapons, wala silang pambite into that next round. Just play for the loss bonus na lang and again have better weapons coming into that 19th round.
Yeah, alam mo, parang nagpalit na rin talaga tayo ng playstyle eh. Kasi kanina, Vision was getting all around the map with his Yoru.
Yeah.
Pero ngayon may kita mo si Amor Fati is just raw dogging it into the B side, tapos infiltrating the backside, tapos makapunta pa siya towards the backside of C. It's full coverage for Olfu at walang magawa ang DLSU dito. Just give it the side, go for another buy next round. Tignan natin kung paano sila maglalaro later.
So far, I gotta give it to Omar Fati. He is just, I don't know, activated na ngayon. Wala siyang katakot-takot. He's clear-headed. He's creating so much openings. And you're absolutely right. But you compare the two of them, Vision, he was able to get so many kills at that first half. He's 22. But now, Omar Fati, this is the more important one, where it counts the most. The current portion of the game, he's 23 kills and looking nigh unstoppable. Even the duelists, the double duelists na were so scary for Zenith kanina. Amor Fati is just brushing them aside.
Yeah, we were expecting na even though they are in the defending side, may kita na sana natin na a long push every time coming in from Secret to si Vision and dun lang sa source. But it's a slow game for DLSU as they are defending. But once again, Olfu infiltrating the C side without any repercussions. Wala namang masyadong barrel dito ang DLSU for both two players, which is Novilia and also Snappy. Pero what can they do with less guns than the Olfu squad or the Enver Phoenix?
Tignan mo naman kung gano'n kadami yung tripwires sa flank na nilagay dito ni Baby Dom.
Yeah.
A lot. I wonder if... Oh, hang on. Okay, Hunter's Fury, everything being thrown, the kitchen sink, the way of OLFU, pero hindi sila ma-push back just yet. They're still trapped on the side from the looks of things, but there's still no picks that we're seeing from DLSU. The ultimates have already passed, and now, natitake na ulit ng OLFU kanyang composure. Secret is coming in slowly into the side. A couple of good trades here and there. They have to check out the Gubby. Oh my goodness, and Baby Dong's able to get a net positive trade.
Remaining.
2 versus 2, 1 remaining. Novilia coming in through C-Long. It's going to be a very difficult fight for Sanya as Raf Cutie hits the necessary headshot, and this brings, for the first time in a long time, OLFU in the lead.
Yeah, I was about to say, this is the first time that Olfu finally has the advantage, finally has a leading point. 10-9 ang ating score. They were trailing down by a lot.
Yeah.
And now you can see them. This is a Phoenix reborn in the second half. And it's just crazy to see that Amor Fati is just getting frags after frags. Raf Cutie leading the fray. Ralphium and also just using that Rolling Thunder para lang ma-push out yung Green Aces, not even letting them get into the site. Pero ngayon, DLSU has a lot of utility. Meron silang ultimates as well na pwedeng gamitin para ma-oppress lahat ng papasok sa sites.
Sure, let's see though. I mean, they need that mental to actually get that oppression we're talking about work for them, di ba? Pero at least for now, DLSU must way far back into their own side. I don't know who made the call for this, pero it's obvious that they want to play for a more next part of the round na lang tayo mag-retake na scenario. They don't want to get picked off. They want to force all of you, or at least fake all of you into using more of utility as they get into the side. And it seems like DLSU, I don't know if this play is going to work, but we'll have to see how it goes.
Yeah, I was about to say na talagang, when will you stop giving this side? Just like
Right.
this Vision eating up a lot of bullets, as well as Secret. Amor Fati claims it for his own. Naku po, kung shock dart yun, patay na rin siguro yung Cypher doon. But still, it's Raf Cutie with 1 paranoia and 1 kill. Fourth line connects onto 2. It stops the push
Baby
once
Dong.
again. Baby Dong, all eyes on him. He is sneaking his way into the faces of the Green Aces.
Ouch. This is like, what, the umpteenth time na nag-save na naman ang DLSU. This is not a good metric whatsoever when you're trying to bring back, I don't know, bring back confidence para sa'yo. Even get hit a couple of shots. Oh my God, Novilia!
Oh no!
No. This is not how you want to end this round. OLFU are just bullying their way to victory at this point. 11-9. Like you mentioned, wala nang timeouts ang DLSU. I don't know how they're gonna talk about this in like next 30 seconds or how to even deal with this, but OLFU is in complete command of this Haven map.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Siguro, they're just gonna be taking it even slower than before. Might just go for that strategy nung first 3 rounds natin na take the timer up to 20 seconds, saka tayo mag-push, try to get those kills, try to get those frags as the countdown goes lower. Pero ngayon, once again, they're not using the ultimates that we are expecting them to use. Walang opportunity, but why not just use it? There's a lot of time, and first to get that double point mark is Olfu, so you don't want to give them the confidence. And now, the LSU is just going for the waiting game once again, not utilizing a lot of things that they have in their arsenal. Olfu also taking the slow route.
Okay, this is the first time na medyo kumalma parehas nung teams natin like you
Napagod
mentioned. Hindi naman sa napagod, pero we'll see. You can see though that through the quiet of all of this, DLSU were trying to get some form of, some semblance of map control, but it completely fell to that wayside. DLSU have lost vision, and now it seems like all of you, they have complete confidence to get into this A site agad. Any form of resistance from DLSU from the looks of things? Mukhang hindi pa. They don't really have a flash just yet. Snappy is very far off. Eusebio straining himself just for that contact, pero mukhang wala talaga. Relay call to delay things even further.
Oh my
This is
God.
a complete stomp from OLFU.
Oh my goodness. It's a crazy time as they pop off, baby. They are now shouting their names and giving them the Phoenix treatment. Amor Fati is just so unstoppable, man.
Yeah. He's activated. Wala na magawa ngayon dito. And the one time that DLSU felt comfortable, trying to go and heat check ang OLFU, that's when they immediately like, oh no, we messed up.
Yeah.
Vision is gone. Wala na tayong back flank. He can't help us anymore. No more firepower. And they immediately lost control of this A side. DLSU have been completely turned over their heads. And OLFU.
Feeling ko,
Ember Phoenix is completely in command.
Yeah, feeling ko hindi lang DLSU yung na-flabbergas, pati tayo, guys. Because all for right now, taking it into map point. DLSU once again trying to just hold the angles that they need to hold. Pero ngayon, time pressure is in their hands. Olfu is just playing them like toys.
All right, here we go. Get a contact for DLSU. Arafati checking. Oh, that is a Guardian from the Villa. Oh my goodness, he is just able to... That's not like a 1 versus 1. Yeah, okay. So all of you, they're gonna go the other direction muna dito. Paranoia. There's the recon dart. Slows things a little bit. Dimensional drift from out of nowhere dito from Vision as he brings him around. But while he's in that dimension, he can't really help out his team. Now he will be able to, pero it's a little bit tad too late. 2 versus 2 though, 30 seconds. Gonna be able to plant the spike. But look at the flank coming in from the Villa. I don't know if they know about this. Yes, they do. They reposition the back of the site. Snappy is alone. He does not have to take this fight. He can wait for Novilia. But if he goes a little bit too deep into things, great stuff from Snappy. 20 seconds, 1 versus 1. The timing is gonna be so close. And somehow, from the depths of emptiness, Novilia was able to dig one more round for DLSU.
You need to hold your breath one more time, everybody, kasi the aces are still alive in this map. As we look at the instant replay, guys, it was just a bloodbath in A sites. Bodies after bodies. A good push, by the way, from the attacking side. Pero nga lang, very much aware si Snappy with a Guardian. And Novilia, just to clean things up, also plants a tree in his name. 12 to 10 ang ating scoreline. Let's look at the ultimate once again. Still not using that overdrive. Not really needed. There's blades coming in from Amor Fati, pero I think it's just gonna end up with sheer initiation and also gunfire.
Yeah, Ralphie Man is close to his Rolling Thunder, so that's gonna be something to keep in the back pocket. If he gets 2 kills or maybe the plant on the spike as well, you can see that he has the spike. Oh, maybe a tech pause on the DLSU side. But anyways, like you mentioned, pretty important then. That one round, I don't know if that's gonna change things for DLSU here, but as you mentioned, the Ember Phoenix definitely rises once again. Isa na lang kailangan nilang round. They have 2-round buffer. They can lose this one. As long as they have funds for that next one, before we get into overtime, they can still win it and claim that map one for themselves.
Yeah, they're in a pretty good spot compared to De La Salle. De La Salle needs to bite bones, needs to eat blood every single corner. Pero itong Olfu, they have a lot of credits, they have a lot of risks that they can take without any, again, repercussions. And ngayon, just a tech pause, everybody. And once again, we're still live on High Ground. Sobrang aga pa po. Currently, time check, almost 4 o'clock. And the crowd is getting bigger. The crowd is getting stronger. And our teams are getting even hyper. Isang sigawan naman tayo dyan, everybody!
Yeah!
Buti na lang.
Buti na lang may nag-respond. Salamat. Feel ko si Bruce lang yung nag-ano eh. Now, we have our amazing viewers, loving fans, loving families, again, supporting our players dito and the teams. Ayan. Love the energy. Peace.
Oh.
What's the 3-4? Ano sabihin na pala?
Ano lang?
I'm old eh.
Basic, ganun.
Basic.
Yeah, parang ganun.
Yeah, tama daw, tama.
Yeah. Goods daw. Gucci tayo, Gucci.
Oh, well, if you win, dito na ang mga taga-suporta nyo. Truly can see that. And they definitely do need it. Let's go, Ember Phoenix. And again, there's so much love for both of our teams dito. Yeah, seems like technical pause is still ongoing. So, quick little recap lang naman for our online viewers then. OLFU looking to finish off this first map. Also nakita ko lang, grabe, may 1-0 agad yung points natin. Nakahanda na. Oh, okay. Seems like it is going to be. All right, quick little charge. And OLFU, okay, they want to take name for that 1-0 dito as they go in. Secret is looking to respond and stop them in time, but these smokes is making him very confused as he drops down to his death. Eusebio is the only man left standing, 1 versus 4. Drops down from Garage. West is going to be the first one to intercept, but not needed as that's going to be Baby Dong. And look at this, immediately looking into the other booth. A response, an aggression, and again, a call to challenge in the start of this best of 5.
Oh, wow. The Ember Phoenix really are burning high and burning strong in this first map. What a game, everybody. Umabot tayo ng 13-10. Oh, wow, I did not expect na ganun ka-close yung first map natin.
I think it's already expected. Grabe ang energy ng OLFU Amber Phoenix against De La Salle. Sinabi na din natin to earlier on na iba talaga yung magiging performance when it comes to Grand Finals. But that was a great start, actually, pagdating sa side ng Green Aces. But then, it seems like when we went into the second half, Azurai, everything changed.
Yeah, when the Ember Nation attacked, no?
Smart.
Yeah, but you're absolutely right. I don't know what happened, how it happened, pero it seems like they just got that second groove and bigla na lang nawala yung aggression na nakikita natin dito from DLSU, and that's so interesting to see because again, we were talking about how offensive Secret and Vision have been, but then when they try to do that, it's kind of similar to what we saw with Zenith naman, that they keep getting spread too thin or just lose their players. I don't know, it seems like anti-lurks or just great set plays from all of you. All in all, short and short, mas maganda yung pinakita ng OLFU sa pinakadulo, so good stuff talaga from them.
Yeah. Alam mo, just to add up to that, the first 5 rounds wherein ang plano ng DLSU na gusto lang nila mag-retake every time as 5 was a good shout. Pero once it became like up to 10 rounds, parang dun naging double-edged sword yung 5-man retake, and it ultimately they also just took advantage of those 3 sides.
You can really see here, di ba, on their plays all throughout the rounds that they've been playing. Ang ganda nga kagad eh. Panhalang-lalo ng CMR Fatih, he's been consistent on that jet actually. And pagdating kay Vision, it was also a great start for him. Pero this is where things actually lacked when we observed yung second half. Seems like para sa side ngayon ng De La Salle, they tend to give the side always as You know that that's a double-edged sword. So what's your take on that?
It's good enough na, again, if you do it like once or twice, okay lang kasi you're saving economy. Pero if you do it too many times, nakita mo na yung parang naging goal dito sa DLSU was just to hang back way too much and give, complete control of all of you on those sides. And sure, again, it's retake 5 versus 5. Pero where they're going for that 5 versus 5 retake, 5 silang mag-exit dun sa spot nila. And that's not how you want to approach those kind of retake scenarios. You want to be still proactive, splitting yourselves apart, going for more flanks, and trying to do that simultaneously para hindi lang nakatingin sa isang direksyon ang all of you. You want their attention divided. Pero it didn't seem like all of you were looking both ways. They were just focused on one, and that's where DLSU always came from.
Yeah, parang we want to see a 3-prong approach.
Exactly.
Pero nga lang, nakikita natin na dahil alam ng OLFU na there's a lot of people on the spawn side ng DLSU, why not just push it? Why not just dump your utilities there? And parang dahil doon, there was not a lot of options for DLSU to get the retake that they wanted, to get the retake that we wanted to see. Pero still, what a match from these two teams.
I also observed that Vision is having a hard time actually taking up space on that door. Kanina nakita natin na very maganda pagdating lamang sa Haven na they went up against Zenith Warriors and together with Lotus, it was able to just like, go around the map. But this time, aware talaga ang OLFU actually to take them down, aware of how Fission gonna go in. And once they freeze him, I think that will be the end syempre ng streak para sa side ng Del-Sal. But looking at our post-game stats, we've really seen a lot of impact coming in from Fission. Pero syempre, it's not just only him, but the rest of the members, it seems like nakikita natin yung inconsistencies dito bipolar pagdating lamang sa mga kills compared to how Allfu won this.
Yeah, very much so. Alam mo, just the ACS coming in from Shintaro kanina, lackluster siya sa first half. Pero ngayon, na-overthrow niya. And speaking of Shintaro or Amor Fati, sino nga bang MVP natin?
Siyempre, ang ating Intel MVP, it's Shintaro from Ember Phoenix, 26, 17 KD, and 347 ACS. We've seen Amor Fati, we've seen other members of Ember Phoenix really stood up, but Shintaro talaga, with the experience naman talaga na meron siya, he's gonna be consistent, and we can't deny that fact. But syempre ngayon, we're going into the second map. This is gonna give a little bit of disadvantage syempre coming in from De-La-Salle. But remember, yung first map naman natin ang pumili niyan, syempre, ay ang mga taga-Ember Phoenix. So medyo given na that they are prepared, they know how to do it by the book. But Lotus, Azure, what are your thoughts? Ano kaya magiging approach ng team na to?
Isn't it Icebox or second map?
Icebox rather.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to it, and it looks like it's a good start talaga para sa all of you continuing into a map they've already beaten DLSU against.
And before, syempre natin itapon sa court side, eto na guys, eto na yung prepare ko. Okay? Nga ngayon, announcement natin is that all of you guys na nandyan, make your creative banner and you can win your tote bag with tumbler, shirt, together with speaker. So syempre, throw na natin to kay Bluey. So Bluey, kamusta ang mga kulay natin dyan?
All right, thank you so much, Ray Ray. We are back here at High Grounds Cafe, and right now I am with one of the most historically collegiate players here in the whole of the Philippines, and most notable here for the Valorant scene in the PH. This is Mr. Javi, AK. Javi, how you been doing so far? All right, that's absolutely amazing. And coming from that heavy loss against OLFU Ember Phoenix, I mean, they went 10-13 when they had a hold in the map early on with Vision, just pulling up great numbers for the team, but eventually losing the hold on the match. What can you say to their team so that they're able to like recuperate and sort of rejuvenate back into their drive going into the next match? Wise words from the main man himself. Thank you so much, Javi. And now we're going to be actually going in for a quick 5-minute break, so don't go anywhere as we're about to head into match number 2. I'll see you guys in a bit.
Campus Rivals is brought to you by Intel and Predator Gaming. Campus Rivals is brought to you by Intel and Predator Gaming.
Isang mahabang tour muna tayo dito, guys, no? Like, para mapakita ang ating High Grounds Cafe. Again, once again, welcome back to Campus Rivals VALORANT Finals 2025. Ang labanan ng DLSU Green Aces versus Allfu Ember Phoenix. Concluded, map number 1, 1-0 na in favor of Allfu.
It was an incredible match. Hindi na ako.
Palagi kita nagugulat.
Okay. Hindi, okay lang. Nilabas ko lang kasi yung stats ko.
Okay, no problem. No problem.
Yeah. Nandito na. Okay na. Sa phone ka na.
Locked in na ulit. But anyway, sabi nga ni Bipolar, amazing match nga going in kanina sa May Haven. And ngayon naman, that we're going to the next map, which is going to be Icebox. You know, we've seen the match. Nag-overtime sila dito, if I remember, against Allfu together with Green Aces. But the question is, kaya na ba ngayon comeback ng Dalasal? Earlier, ang ganda na sana ng performance nila. But then, they crumbled down. Sana yung mga mistakes na nasa Haven, it's not gonna happen here in Icebox.
I have to, again, hindi ko ma-explain din ito kasi sometimes anyway, we were expecting na there was gonna be a change up sa OLFU kanina with their agent comps. Nagkamali na tayo na konti doon. But sure, again, but it just shows how good they are with comps that they already know about. So it seems like at least it feels like the name of the game is kailangan maganda adjustment ng DLSU sa stock standard na malakas ng OLFU, especially now na that Icebox map was, you know, a loss for DLSU last time.
Yeah, yun nga, parang I'm also concerned for DLSU here kasi a loss against Allfu, even though it was their map pick. Ngayon, in Icebox, given that their performance last time was not good, I want to see kung ano nga again, what will change para manalo sila dito. But before that, let's look at the unfiltered videos, or again, let's look back kung paano nga ba naging comms ng ating dalawang teams.
Wait, left side. Owner! Omen spawn!
It's almost clear wins coming in from both of these teams. Of course, the LSU were one of the teams na talaga nakakuha ng first 2 rounds. But in the second half, nakikita nyo, nagkakasikawan na tayo. Binubuga na lahat ng kailangan ibuga.
Ang daming words of affirmation nata ako naririnig. Yun talaga yung sabi ko, yun yung mga love language ng mga pro players natin.
Ang sweet.
Oo, sabi ko, ang galing mo, di ba?
Wala na namang baril yung support! Alaka!
You're the apple of my eye.
Ang sweet naman.
Yan ang totoong words of affirmation. But I don't know, maybe the overhype was something na parang if we can keep this going, then incredible. But if hindi, magbabawi yung engine yun. Seems like nagkaroon ng konting dip dito ang DLSU. At least, you know, looking from outside in, na nagkaroon ng konting dip ang DLSU in terms of that performance. Kasi nanahimik na konti ang camp nila. The more that first map, this Asian map, start progressing, and all of you just got louder and louder up until the point na it reached that climax and it just became their win.
Yeah, very much so. And hindi lang naman yan sa mga player booths natin nangyayari yung mga pagsisigaw. Even here, naramdaman natin, first map pa lang yun. Parang may nagbatuhan pa ata ng upuan dun sa baba eh.
Hindi naman. Nag-cheer kami doon ni Bruce.
Okay.
Actually, sabi namin, go Azurai, go Allfu, go Paper X. Ay, sorry.
Nagkadaro ba sila ngayon?
Marami kaming cheer, pero syempre sa mga crowd dyan, make sure to cheer syempre yung mga teams natin dyan, di ba? And going back na nga sa ating mood of the game, sabi nga natin, it's been looking really good sa Allfu. They really started it well. Imagine, yung first half medyo malamig, tapos slowly but surely Azurai, nakakuha na nga sila ng momentum.
Yeah. Speaking of momentum, everybody, it's time to keep that moving and to keep on going because now we are going into the ancient selection of our map number 2. Again, 1-0 na in favor of Ember Phoenix. And Ray, simulan ko sa'yo, what are your thoughts right now? There's a lot of new agents up in the mix.
Sorry, correct me. This is giving very 2023 Harbor X-Viper setup. You know, I know that this has a high, in a way, win rate as compared to what we have with Ember Phoenix, right? But the problem is, can they really execute it well, diba? Pagdating dito lamang sa Icebox.
I don't know. This is gonna be the first time we're gonna, or not really first time, but another slight tweak sa Green Aces. The last time that we saw them, it wasn't the Harbor na ginamit nila. It was that Omen then. So there was something that they didn't like about the Omen that I think the Harbor, at least sa scrimming nila or sa adjustment nila, looks a lot more promising. And I kind of agree. I think Omen isn't really the the definitive controller agent that you want to pick up in Icebox. Si Viper yan. And who better else to, kind of shadow the Viper kung hindi yung Harbor na yan. Especially when you have that Ultimate Abyss, yung Reckoning, napakalaking ability yan just to clear out the entirety of yung site.
And add ko lang din talaga sa discussion na sinabi ni Azur, right? If we remember, I'm sure si Coach Weeks, considering na may mga performance siya with that Harbor, he really brought a lot pagdating lamang sa Harbor niya. So I'm sure he told atong Green Aces on what they can do to execute. At talagang may mga effort coming in from our audience sa kanilang mga drawing dyan. Tatandaan nyo, may premyo daw yan eh. But then, going back, I'm excited naman. Reyna together with the Jet, very usual. But again, it's just up to them how they can execute it well.
Yeah, alam mo, it's also nice to see na may onting mix-up title nga sinabi ni Asaray na may tweaks tayo dito. Because if I'm correct, sa higher level of Valorant, nakikita natin not really a lot of duelists pagdating sa Icebox. I think you can see Killjoy, Viper, Omen, tapos may Gecko, sometimes Sova as well. Pero dito hindi.
I think it really depends kung which patch and what kind of parang trend we're on. Kasi that's always the thing with Valorant. You never know. You can play it for like 6 months on end. Tapos kahit man hindi nagkaroon ng patch, if you go to the other way, tapos na-practice mo lang yan well enough, it's still gonna work out. But I completely see the strength in that. Kasi you have so much utility even without your duelist na parang you can just slow power creep up dahan-dahan yung site and it still should be fine. So, I don't know. We'll have to see. But for now, this was the comp na ginamit ng OLFU last time. Wala silang binago and they still were very successful against DLSU. It ended still kind of neck and neck, 14-12, pero all of you still came out on top.
Sabi ko, at the end of the day, it's about how comfortable you are with the agents that you play. But looking at Icebox before, natatanda mo yung mga moments na walang duelist at all. That was the meta before. And I don't know, it's okay, minsan hindi, but up until now, ang question ngayon sa Green Aces, did they learn already from their previous Icebox match against Allfu how prepared they are? Is this going to be worth it? The gamble and the Harbor once again, which is sinabi naman ni Azur na malaki yung chance because Omen nga isn't that good as compared to that Harbor. So marami silang pwedeng mapigilan na that double duelist and I'm looking forward to see how they will execute.
Yeah, it's gonna be an interesting matchup once again. Alam niyo, just to point it out, para nung nag-switch ng caster POV, para akong nangungopia kay Asoray kasi alam kong campus rivals to, pero saktong-sakto. Tumitingin ako sa notes ng katabi ko. Pero guys,
lang, open notes naman tayo.
Yeah, open notes naman. Mabait si Prof, mabait
so siya pala yung siya yung honor student na mabait.
Buti na lang nasa tamang
sa
section
Valorant
tayo.
lang.
Appear mo na.
Kala ko gaganon ka eh. Allfu, Ember, Phoenix. Go West!
Nakita natin, nagpop-up kanina si Wes with the double kill. Yeah, with the clutch up. So, nagpapakitang gilas din ang ating mga players. Again, once again, everybody, we are still live on High Grounds. Nasa map number 2 pa lang tayo. Still out of time para makahabol dito and to get those prizes. Pero everybody, welcome to Campus Rivals. We're going to Icebox, Asuray, and Ray. Take it away.
And here we are, second map. Ano na kaya ang mangyayari between these two teams? It's going to be the storyline. Is it going to be a 1-all between Green Aces together with Allfu? Or is it over na ba? Magiging map point na nga ba sa Allfu? Because this is Icebox, Sasaray.
Yes! Sorry, napatingin kasi ako sa mahal naman talaga the production natin. Pero teka lang muna, Secret already! Going for the peak on mid. The wall, okay, that's a trade from Raf QT. Makagamit siya ng dismiss niya and he's already out of there. But the damage be done as Seeker gets 2 kills. Gamit ang kanyang Sheriff. It's a great start ngayon para sa DLSU. And they're not overextending Ray. Kalma lang sila. Back away, use that numbers advantage, but don't lose map control. They're retaking mid once again.
Pero ito yung importante is Raf QT. Nakita na nga kagad siya ni Seeker. Seeker gets already the vital information. Pero magkakasalisihan sila. Fission is gonna miss the shot. Nakalamang pa kagad si Raf. And now he's just winning shots. shots. He gets the third kill. We only have Navila together with Secret. Alam mo yung ibig sabihin lang nun? Nag 180-degree turn. Dati mahal ka nga, hindi na.
Aray! Pero siyempre, tuloy lang ang laban muna. Novilla and Secret. 2 players left standing. Raf QT West, Baby Dong playing for that post plant already. Kita mo agad yung intercept nila. Tinalabas ang pistols. Pero grabe naman si Raf QT. Opportunist kung opportunist nga. Finally gets shut down by Novilla, but the damage has been done. 2 versus 1. Napakadaming utility and so much lost time already for the defender left. Last man standing ng DLSU. Spike planted out in the middle of everything. There's the recon dart already and napakadaling shot connected by Baby Dong. OLFU clap back agad sa kanila ang pistol round natin.
So about the time where they missed actually itong si Rampin. Everything just went on to the his side. Yung mga timings talaga very perfect sa kanila, connected. Kung nakita lang actually kagad yung Seeker and he was able to take it down together with Vision, I think this round would have been into the hands of DLSU. But at least good start syempre para sa Allfu. We always seen this team very consistent sa icebox. Marami silang kalamangan na pwedeng gamitin ngayon. And now, looking at it, si Secret tries to pick off kagad, very early kagad sa round na ito, while the rest of the members of Allfu, they're seeking towards B. They have the gun advantage. They have everything. Raf is really on point right now. And if he succeeds on just being that the good Reyna, this might be giving DLSU a hard time.
Vision, alarm bot. Spotting him out agad-agad. Great tag onto Baby Dong though, pero teka lang muna, he's still alive. As long as he's up and standing, kailangan siyang i-deal with ng DLSU. Finding the shutdown, it's a 1-for-1 trade, pero the weapons still better for OLFU, and as well as yung pag-force ng post-plant natin. Tatlong players ng DLSU are gonna be going for this flank. As you can see, the one to pick up the Sheriff looks like to be Eusebio dito ngayon. Or actually, no, Secret and Eusebio on the top of the site. The turret, Amorfati, able to shut down 2 already alongside his teammate West. Medyo hirap na makakuha ng map control ng DLSU, and we're all down to Eusebio. And he's gonna get overwhelmed. 2 versus 1, nothing you can really say. OLFU really controlling this game.
Great start nga, Ika, na we already discussed between Ember Phoenix and Green Aces. And the more that they pop off, the more that's gonna be harder for them to take off itong Ember Phoenix. Sabi natin, there were just a little bit of that good start. They were able to pick off some kills. But after that, you've said that huge control for Amorfati. It's been just a wild ride sa Allfu. But hopefully, ngayon, full buy na ang Green Aces. They can't miss this chance.
Can't miss this chance. Can't really lose this map. Kasi kung nawala na sa kamay nila to, ano na to eh. Match series point na para sa OLFU. This is a 5-map series. Ganun kabilis ba yun mati-take down dito ang DLSU? Hopefully not. We'll have to see. For the meantime, tamang-tama ka nga. OLFU, they've got complete control of these rounds. But they know that this is the gun round na ng DLSU, and they're taking their sweet time. They don't want to overcommit just yet, but they also want to give opportunities, openings for Raf QT and Amorfati.
Well, Raf QT is trying to make some space. There's a little bit of time para kay Schnappy nga lang dito. But then the rest of the members are gonna go into A site. Ayan na nga kagad, Vision. He tries to win some of those shots, pero binigay na nga lang din kagad niya yung site. Sabi nga natin, this has been a #1 problem sa DLSU, sa Green Aces, but ngayon, on this retake, can they actually do this? They have a lot of smokes. I guess that's gonna be the pave para na makapasok sila. But Secret, together with the members, time is ticking. They have to really make this quick.
Hirap na ito si Raf QT naka-unmuted. Oh my goodness! He's already activated the Empress. Pwede siya makakatakas doon. Quickly refragged. Okay, calm down muna tayo. DLSU was able to mitigate the numbers. 3 versus 3 pa din. But still, there is so much left post-plant utility. The Gove is giving coverage for Vision. He's out in the open and mahuhuli siya. If he didn't win the battle against Baby Dong, naka-backstab naman yung Sova nila. Kinakawayan na. And is this getting to DLSU? OLFU are in, again, complete control. Tuloy-tuloy pa rin.
Sabi ko nga pagdating lamang sa double controller here, Azuray, there's just a lot of practice depending on how you execute it, especially you have that harbor. Kita naman natin yung value ng harbor na yan di ba, sa match na ito. Whenever you go for that defuse, yan yung pwede mong, instead of a sage, you're gonna go on that harbor, di ba? Napaka-eager ng may cove ka whenever you try to push that back. Pero nga lang, paper-wise, Allfu is just really confident. Pwede lang naman kaagad mag-gamble si Raf dito ng mga pick-offs
Well, speaking of trying to gamble for picks, Amorfati Vision. Oh, Vision!
Okay.
Jeez, okay. Grabe, inisa-isa niya yun. Still showing why he is one of the top fraggers. You know, kahit man hindi na siya on the duelist at this point, still a crisp shot. Okay, so kalma muna tayo. This has put a bit of a lid dun sa openings, opportunities na meron all of you in this round, and they have to reconvene kung ano gusto man gawin nila.
Sana talagang makapag-isip-isip man din sila, di ba? They have to calm down, they have to not take those shots na in a way na di nila pag-iisipan. But then, medyo nahihirapan dito ang Olfu, but it seems like I got it wrong. Wes is up there. Secret, he gets the information kung saan magagaling ang dalawang member. Pero after making some fitness, they know that it's not gonna be worth it. But Baby Dong still, he gets snappy. He's been snapped out right now of this round. 3v3 still. It's a big winnable round pa sa Olfu. Considering na ito na nga, lilipat na nga kagad sila sa site na to na makakuha pa nila yung advantage pagdating sa space.
Okay, alarm bot's been broken already, so alam na ni Villa that B-site is the site na kukunin ngayon ng OLFU. They back away smartly. Let's look at the utility muna na meron dito ang OLFU. Wes is still alive. He's got the Hunter's Fury. Okay, is that... Oh, what is happening? CK is breaking down yung drone and nahuhuli siya ni Baby Dong. I mean, that's a free kill para sa ating Killjoy dito. There's nothing really to stop him. Okay, Recon Dart is exposing his position, but there's not really anything too risky about that. As long as this Viper's alive, as long as Ralphie Man is creating that wall, hindi makapag-push to dito ang DLSU, and it is such a big stopper against Team Green, and OLFU on this attacking side is successful every single time they try to take a site.
Honestly, yung mga single pick-offs, doon talaga nananalo eh. Yung Olfu, parati na lang yan, nakita din natin sa Haven na si single out na yung mga members ng DLSU because once you get these 1 or 2 members, talagang nagka-crumble sila. Tapos ngayon, kahit maganda na yung momentum setup ni Fission, hindi na nga siya naging posible. And as right, 4-0 here in Icebox, considering na nasa defending yung Green Aces, this is really giving them a hard time. So hopefully makita tayo ng timeout dito.
I was actually expecting it to be right here and right now. Kailangan magbago. Not really the strat, I think, but just the approach by itself. Oh my God, Rafcuty just dropped down into jail. And nakakuha siya ng pick on the Secret, who was unaware, not even knowing yung tempo and timing. Vision has still been pretty consistent, so he is a pillar for this team. It's working out. He's activated the Reckoning, and it's working out well para sa sa DLSU. That is what Green Aces needs. That is what they just were able to do.
They were able to answer your question, as
Oh
right.
my God.
Good call, Dagat. Once he got the 2 kills, he was able to get that recording ready. Pinalakpakan niya ang mga miyembro ng Ember Phoenix. And that's how it started. Akala natin it's just gonna be rounds per rounds going into the side of Olfu. But Green Aces, sabi nga natin, madali din naman sa kanilang makakapture, maybe to understand the foundation na meron yung kalaban nila.
Okay, here's the play again. Pinush. Okay, a little bit too over-aggressive. Hunter's Fury already activated. The Secret has got himself some redemption with that kill. Rafcuty, though, is such a tyrant in this game. Agad-agad, still able to get a couple of kills here and there. Pushing into mid. Eusebio's got the pixel angle. He's looking for a shot. 1 tap, 1 kill, no shot. Unfortunately, Secret holding the position dito. Uses the cloud burst for a bit of that coverage. Drops down into the side. Spray control. Beautiful stuff coming in from Secret. Wes and Baby Dong slowly edging into the site. The drop. Oh my God!
Oh my goodness!
So many good kills this entire game. Baby Dong with a drop down kill onto Navilia. 2 versus 2. Spike's gonna get planted. Killjoy ultimate use. This is from OLFU, so this is gonna push them back. Pero inasim to ng onti ng Eusebio, and he's able to make it work. The gamble pays off, and he gives another one sa DLSU. Yes.
Yes. Eusebio, naiintindihan namin yung mga nararamdaman mo.
He's saying LFG, looking for group.
Alam mo kung ano sinabi niya?
Ano?
Ako ay may lobo. Gusto ko talaga mag-cast ng LAN kasi nakikita mo yung words of affirmation.
Yan.
Love language ko yun eh, di ba?
Okay. I was about to say though, the previous round, coming back na sa, sa more serious discussion. The previous round before this, medyo nararamdaman ko na yung pag-aasim dito ng OLFU where Rafcuty just completely charges into Rafters and just wants to get that quick kill. But DLSU is not going to have any of that. And that's happened 2 rounds in a row. OLFU, I know they have the lead, but they have to calm down or else baka mangyari na okay. We're good. Kala mo eh.
where yung experience talaga ng DLSU
Oh, sorry.
matters. He gets at least after trying to spray Novilla. Finally punishes one. Alam na nila kagad na Vision. He tries to get the kill, pero syempre napansin niya masyadong maraming tao. But Novilla makes his way in. Tatlo na nga kagad ang nasayang, rather dalawa sa side ng Ofu. And the rest of the members ngayon ng DLSU, they know how to do this. Plus si Secret, nakaabang na nga kagad sa mga miyembro nila.
Okay, for the moment, this is a great start para sa DLSU, pero Raf Cutie is, like I mentioned, a tyrant in this one. Meron na siya Empress, he can actually go the distance. Pero teka lang muna, that's an off-cam kill. Seeker was able to find him with an operator shot. Huge stuff for them. Amorfati and Wes, combined health of less than 100, so this is a really good spot to be in if you're the Green Aces. Wes na lang stuck somewhere on Kitchen. Hindi niya makuha to, but he will at least get some money back para sa OLFU. This is, again, a tight-knit fight between the two teams. And seems like Green Aces getting their second win.
I'm happy that Novilla has already adjusted on that killjoy role. Kanina parati siya napapanish here in mid. He's becoming confident as well to get those kills. At napaka-importante talaga ng una niyang pick-up. After getting one, he was able to give information kung saan magagaling na. Plus Vision already is right beside him. But the rest of the gang na nga ngayon ng Ofu, may onting steps na of adjustment pagdating sa Green Aces. So they have to step up as well, or else baka magpang-abot pa tayo into a tie.
They have to figure out how to deal with Seeker's operator. I think nagsastart na siyang magkaroon ng better consistent impact. And this is putting a bit of a damp gloss sa OLFU dito. Can't really find that opening that they're kind of hoping for just yet. Oh, but look at this though. Okay, drone used. May kasama naman dito si Secret. He's gonna use that tailwind to give a bit of coverage back sa kanya. Cloud burst as well. Blades out. Naghahanap siya. Too many opponents. He might have to take a bit of a breather dito, but they are chasing aggressively. Hitting shot after shot. Secret. Let's get it started. 3 versus 3 as the round continues. Headshot onto Raf. If he doesn't get him, the new Empress na could get him a health boost. Still, Killjoy ultimate used. 2 versus 3. This is gonna push them back. 1 minute left into the clock. All of you can take their sweet time and hinga muna sila. Reconvene, figure out how to work out this numbers disadvantage na clutch na kailangan nilang gawin.
They have plenty of time, but then considering yung mga positionings ng DLSU, they're just gonna wait for them. But Amorfati can make some miracle plays. Napaka-importante yung hawak-hawak niya ngayon. But Baby Dong, he just tries to plant it para lang talaga mabit ang mga miyembro ng Green Aces. But that's not gonna be possible. So talagang they're playing against time. They're playing against the members of Green Aces right now. But what they can do, they're really stuck in this moment.
Oh, this is so difficult. Tingnan mo si Baby Dong, he's forced to plant that spike with a high tide right behind him. But okay, he's gonna be okay. Pero once he backs away, tingnan mo si Usiaba already on the intercept, waiting patiently for that fight. The double peek, the double swing. Okay, Amorfati hits the shot, but it's still 2 versus 1. Oh my god, he has... Oh yeah, okay, so hindi masisira ng operator na to yung Cove, even though if he wins that 1 versus 1. So this is gonna be a straight up 2 versus 1 win para sa DLSU.
Right? Talaga yung pagdating sa Harbor, your Cove will save the day. And kita mo naman kagad, ipit na. Once na nag-Killjoy ult na tayo ngayon. And after that 4-0, 4 rounds na naman na binalik ng Green Aces. That's so much, when it comes to Ice Bucket, diba? Ang dami ko lang creativity na pwedeng mag-come out. And you can really see what happened earlier on. There's just a little bit of those steps coming in from Green Aces. And finally, they already adjusted sa kung anong meron ng Ember Phoenix.
Kind of surprising na they didn't save the operator for Seeker. Maybe he just called na he just wants to go for a rifle na lang, feeling that he needs to get a little bit more. No, he actually bought it. Wait, did he save it or did he rebuy? Either way, he still has an operator in hand. So, may wall. Okay, never mind. Ayun! Oh my god, Amorfati. Great stuff. Ooh, that's a whiff shot for Seeker. He needed to at least get a trade there, pero no dice on that one. Eye being used. Repick once again, pero grabe na lang. They are dictating where DLSU go for these fights, and they are winning these fights. Raf is completely confident within his skills. He will get shut down by Fission, pero damage has been done already. If Fission can get himself another kill dito, he will have his reckoning up and running using the Kova gun. But look at how quickly they break through it and punish him for his bravado. 4 versus 2. That's going to be an anti-flank for Eusebio, but he is leaving Novilla by himself through the wall. There's so many walls, and through the wall, get the kill! Both with Raf and Amorfati. OLFU once again going up and above and beyond expectation.
Sayang talaga yung, yung gusto na i-contest kaagad ni Snappy. He really tried on that part. Tapos na nga si Seeker wasn't able to connect those shots. And after that, tuloy-tuloy na nga doon kaagad bumagsak ang Green Aces. And it seems like they weren't able to do something. And buti na lang din, after 4 rounds, I think each of these teams, they know each other, di ba? After after one to another, meron na naman silang bago. But si Seeker, he still tries to take at it to someone else. Pero the rest of the members are going to it.
Seeker's operator is all the way on B. So all of you, not sure how they read this or if they are reading that their opponent's going to be somewhere there. It's okay. Eusebio, nag-1-2 punch sila. There is going to be the cascade para i-push back ang rest ng DLS dito. They do not want to push through the decay as well as yung slowdown ng both of these walls put into the mix. So they're very much pushed. Pero this is where it gets interesting ngayon. Are they gonna re-attack this A site? Kasi pag nawala yung mga smokes na yun, medyo matagal mag-up yan eh. Or are they gonna try to go elsewhere into the map? Seems like OLFU wants to go for a different route here. Pero if that route leads them to that B site, that is where Seeker is waiting with the operator.
Pero ang bagal ngayon ng off. Kanina, kita mo naman dire-diretso lang sila. Azuray, but DLSU, they want to tighten, of course, their defense. Siyempre, may ilang pa sila sa operator ngayon na Seeker. But this is the step that Olfu has to take. There's the recon, there's the entry mula kay Raf to get with Amor Fatty. And seems like, para kay Vision, babagsak na siya to get with the Pila. A free sight already aside ng Emperor Phoenix. And we only have Seeker. He needs to save that operator. At least he gets one. Pero I think it's already impossible for them to win this.
Ganda ng re-attack ng OLFU doon. They already knew. Oh my goodness. No catch, no save on that operator. Pero yeah, back to what I was saying, ganda na ng ginawa ng OLFU. They completely read yung strat, yung defensive posture dito ng DLSU, which is, let's just wait for the walls to go down. I-attack natin. They also waited for the recon dart na mawala ng muna. Siyempre, para sila matag. And then, they had a recon dart of their own. Na-flush out nila yung generator, na-flush out nila every single other player. Just beautiful execution and readdressing of issues dito from OLFU.
Grabe, this it's just good for both teams. Pero 6-4 it is. Ang tanong na lang dito is, are we gonna be having that tie? Pero nag-call na nga kagad si Coach Witz ng timeout. They have to really sort this out. They have to iron this really well kasi kapag hindi, medyo magiging impossible. Now, it's just discussing what would be the next that we have. It seems like our defense talaga, natatalo tayo. Ang bilis ng pick-offs, ang ganda ng timings mula sa side ng Ember Phoenix. And onto the side naman ng Olfu, I'm happy that they're just so powerful. Wala silang kinakatakutan. Kitang-kita mo naman, di ba? On that Reyna, Raf is just really incredible. At sana ganun din ka-confident, syempre, ang Green Aces.
Well, I will say, I think they are confident naman. It's just more, I think, mas decidido ang choices ngayon ng OLFU, right? Where DLSU is trying to fill out the map, they're trying to figure out what's happening. Sure, the responses are correct naman, pero the timing on those responses could be faster, could be better than. And OLFU just has no hesitation. And this is what's giving them that edge, that split-second decision-making is, I think, giving OLFU talaga dito a big advantage for the meantime against DLSU.
And once again, B-side, there's the wall, naiilang syempre parate ang mga taga DLSU pagdating dito. And the Seeker, he has to save something for his team. He takes out one person that might be possible. Ito na nga kagad, gathering information lang din ng Olfu just to open up the side. And Seeker, mapapaback off siya kagad. Ibigay na yung side, but then there's the surprise! That's where it all begins. The trades that we've seen right now. And Lovila gets that confidence. The West is gonna be going down. Pero nakuha na ngayong plant. Ang ngayon na kailangan gawin ng Olfu. There's also the Cove and there's also the retake.
The reckoning is huge para matulungan ng retake nila dito din. Snappy alongside the Villa. Okay, they're gonna work their way towards here. Hindi pa ubos ang oras dito ng DLSU, so they can take their sweet time to go for this retake. And Snappy does not miss a beat, did not miss that opportunity, and he does get retribution para sa DLSU.
Diba? Ngayon talagang masaya sila sa nangyari na execute na nila ng maayos. Sa buti na lang din na nakuha ni Novila yung 2 kills. Napaka-importante yon. Yung take down Raph, take down West, diba? Talagang magka-crash down na din ang mga taga-Ember Phoenix. And looking at it, a great start na nga kagad. Raph is just so confident with the secret. Very prepared na nga din kagad doon pagdating sa shots. Pero si Novila talagang nagiging number 1 protector pagdating sa B-side. He always make sure to finish out the members of Ember Phoenix.
Okay, now, di pa ubos ang economy dito ng Ember Phoenix. Yep, they will have some pretty big ultimates to utilize with Operator. No. Okay, akala ko pumilis na ng Operator ngayon eh. But anyways, may lockdown sila. They have the Hunter's Fury. This is the perfect time to go for an aggressive A take. Ito mo agad, they're not wasting any time. Hunter's Fury agad, ginamit ni West dito. Couple of hits here and there. This softens up para lang makakuha ng kills potentially ang kanilang duelist. But they're not able to push through. Napakadaming walls. The Great Wall of DLSU have been springing around this entire A site. But of course, that's not gonna stop itong this Killjoy's ultimate to just lock down everything on the A site. Vision also gets detained. That is not good. Mawawalan sila ng ability from this harbor for a couple of seconds then.
Pero ito na nga, Hunter's Fury. It tries na talagang mapigilan lang yung plant. Pero 5v5, ano nga ba ang magiging retake ngayon ng Green Aces? There's some shots, alam na nga nila kagad kung saan magkagaling, and now the Recon's gonna be helping them. They can identify where they are. Nakita nga nila kagad yung isa, and good for Vision. He'll be able to take down Raph. Yung talaga nagiging problema nila, but kailangan nilang harapin yung mga kalaban nila sa maze. And Yusambio gets it! It's going to be a 2v1. All up to Amor Fati. They still have plenty of time. Kailangan lang talaga abangan niya.
No!
Oh! And that's not gonna work because Amor Fati saves the day. What a Valorant play. A beautiful play mula sa kanya. 5-7 it is, Azuray.
Oh my God, nakikita mo pa si Novila dito, napa-duck pa yung kanyang ulo, yung POV niya eh, para lang siguro madodge yung headshot, pero it did not help at all against the man, the myth, the legend, Amor Fati. Oh, ayan o. Nakita niya?
Ginawa natin yung uwi-a.
Oh, inikutan niya pero wala. Amor Fati is just a bit too sharp on the shot for that one. And we have, ladies and gentlemen, a game on our hands once again. Nangyari na to nung map 1. It's still gonna continue because this is the grand finals ng ating campus rivals. So far, 2-round lead dito sa OLFU, but this could always turn up on his head. So we'll see how this goes as the second round continues, or sa second half continues.
We usually don't see na dehado ang Green Aces. But this time talagang Ofu is giving them a hard time. At pagdating lamang sa map na to, syempre. Pero on the attacking side, very important to sa Green Aces. They have to win this. They have to make this into a tie, or else magiging malayo yung gap between them together with Ember Phoenix. Pero habang dahan-dahan lang, look at the guys from Ofu. They wanted to really take down all of the members of Green Aces, Asaray.
Oh, Snappy. Okay, hindi siya naspatan. So if he waits well enough, baka he might be able to cross enemy lines. This is a very, very, very important part sa kanya. But while that is happening, all of you, they have the best flank. Walang nakatingin kahit sino dito sa DLSU as of the moment. Yep, there it is. They've opened Pandora's box and ipit na sa gipit ang DLSU. Can they fight their way out of this one? Mukhang hindi. They really can't get out of harm's way for the moment. Paubos sila ng paubos, but somehow Secret City a couple of shots, and it's all down to Rap Duty and Amor Fati. Somehow DLSU actually still have the number advantage, and somehow they're making it work, but here comes the Reyna. Again, the impenetrable queen, si Raf Cutie. Or Infallible King with the Agent Queen.
Yes,
yeah,
yes,
there you go. Yeah.
You saved it. And parati siyang talaga eh. Sabi ko nga, it's just pagdating kay Rafa, he doesn't have anything na talagang kinakatakutan niya. Once he started, kita mo agad, healed them siya. So it's pretty hard to take him down pagdating lamang sa hawak-hawak na pistols ng mga taga-DLSU. Pero ganda na kagad ang start nila eh. Pero the rest of the members, low on HP na nga din kagad. They crumbled down. Plus, si Snappy, okay na sana yung timing niya, pero it was too late.
Oh, I don't know. Sobrang...
Don't screw it up.
Just out of nowhere talaga, you know? Just how good they are at getting these kills. And honestly, I'm actually surprised na nakakuha ng sobrang gandang flank ang Olaf dito. DLC just had nothing to check the flank and did not expect that to be a potential play ng Ember Phoenix. But you know what? That's what these grand finals brings out of you. Those, ano talaga, out of out of timing plays na hindi mo talaga may expect.
And sometimes talaga in a game, it's all about timings and sana nga kagad magawa ng Green Aces to kasi kanina pa talaga, ever since the first map, right, it's been hard for them to take itong mga taga-ulti. Sobrang hirap talaga nila kunin. But then, there's just the shots. Realize they really want to get a grand entry here in A-side. Pero pinipigilan lang sila ng mga miyembro ng Emperor Phoenix. And seems like it's not gonna work. They have to bail out.
Broken the recon dart. Snappy's making a bit of splash dito sa mid. No one's truly looking at his direction kasi naman okay naman yung hold dito ngayon ni Baby Dong as well as ni Amor Fati. Snappy. Oh my goodness. What weapon does he have in hand? Okay, Ghost. There's a chance maybe. Na even on si Ralphie Man dito sa back ng side. This is actually gonna allow DLC to sandwich Ralphie Man with that. Spectre though, able to get 2 kills. And somehow, medyo net positive ang trade dito ng DLSU and they're gonna be having time enough to plant that spike.
They can get the guns mula sa kanilang mga nakalaban. But then, we have Amor Fati and together with Baby Dong, kailangan talagang mag-hit yung shots. Good for Snappy. Baby Dong is gonna go down and they only have one problem. That's going to be Fati. Amor Fati instead against 3 members of Green Aces. I think this might be hard already, pero sabi nga natin, hindi imposible para sa kanya. He always makes some good clutches, but considering the time as right, this is going to be difficult.
Yeah, because of where the placement of the other player then, Snappy's already on the big flank, right above him. If he's not careful, maybe a backstab too, pero hindi. Not gonna work out, and that's gonna be a clap back from DLSU. And this is a thrifty round win para sa kanila. They've broken the economy of all of you, and this is a big boon for the Green Aces because this could give them a round and then some.
Talagang gusto ni Snappy right now, mailang na sa mid actually. Itong mga taga-Ember Phoenix, guguluhin na niya ngayon yung usual positionings ng Ember Phoenix para lang makakuha ng kills at para makakaroon ng space yung kanyang team na mag-go into a side. So finally, he's been successful when it comes to this. And they can maybe get the lead going to this series. 6-8 it is. At ito pa may advantage sila pagdating sa baril. Kailangan hindi sila matalo sa round na ito.
I'll be honest, it is so difficult to actually dissect yung ginagawa ng mga players natin because it's so I already mentioned chaotic talaga because they have to be chaotic because it's so fast-paced. They have to make these very quick decisions or else now it seems like the quick decision for DLSU is to just run rampant into that A side. You can already see the flank coming in from Amor Fati. He hasn't really gotten into contact with Novilio. Is pushed back and he has to go and reconvene with the rest of his team as he wraps around. This is going to cost a bit of time for all of you on the retake and they're coming back into the side. The problem is they're losing their numbers. Raf Cutie and Baby Dong are already out. We have 5 more players from DLSU, but these guys are holding for the long con. They're going for this post plan, and I don't know if all of you actually have anything to stop them dead in their tracks. Now, the has been used. It's answer for answer. I'm trying to good tap on the headshot, but still, Secret is coming in slowly but surely. Goes in, and he will just stop it dead to rights. 7-8, and DLSU are closing that distance. One more round before we equalize things.
The mindset, Asaray. Little by little, step by step talaga ang nakikita natin mula sa side ng Green Aces. And talagang nakita natin yung effort nila kanina against Zenith Warriors, di ba? Humabol pa rin naman sila kahit dehado. And we can really see it in Icebox as well. But you know, history repeats itself. Last time when they went up against each other, talagang kitang-kita mo na humabol sila, nagkaroon pa ng overtime. So I guess pagdating lamang sa Icebox, you can see how equalized yung kanilang experience and how they move this map.
Yeah, I agree. Sobrang expert na sila. Both teams very, very familiar with the ins and outs of this frozen tundra. 7-8. So close. Now, Eusebio set up with the Sova drone dito. He's getting a bit of that information muna. Seems like the LSU aren't really too happy with what they see, but they are baiting out some util as well from the opposite faction ngayon. Amor Fati is very confident with his angle repair. He's been called back while Raf Cutie with the Empress still holding on to A main. Now he's popping a couple shots. I don't think he's spotted anyone else yet, but he is just heat checking lang muna. And seems like both teams, they're reading this in a way that both of them are actually looking to go into this B site. This could be bloody as all of them are still alive and they're all, again, just looking to defend this other side of the map muna.
Remember, we still have 43 seconds left para lang talagang makapunta sa isang site. Ang Green Aces. This is already the move. They have to make something else or else talagang makukuha na sila ng mga taga Ember Phoenix. And speaking of draft together with Amber Kat, nakapasok na nga dito side. It's been pretty difficult sa side ng Green Aces. Nothing is happening. All of them going down. Lavila together with Vision. Pero still, they make some miracle plays.
40
PB2
seconds.
is, pero kailangan na force to Asunay.
Oh my god, how is... Oh! Oh no! Oh, he was intercepted, 5 seconds. No chance in hell na mapaplant pa ito ni Novilia. And look at this, Rap Cutie just does not want to give any extra income for the other team. DLSU just locked down. OLFU is here and not letting, again, having this tie in the rounds.
Pero ito na nga sayang. Ang dami na lang na-waste here in A and going here in B, kind of empty-handed, di ba? Prepared na nga din kagad ang mga taga-Ember Phoenix to make an answer. Kita mo agad magkasama na si Raph, magkasama na din kagad si Amber Pate, and it's just hard for them to go on with that push. And looking at it, instead of that being like a tie, we are now down to 2 rounds still, awful leading. And tatandaan mo, magiging map point to if they win this map.
Exactly. Here's something else na, I just want to add to the narrative of this. OLFU, this entire map, how they're playing this game, as long as they can make their opponents DLSU uncomfortable, they win it. And they are making it uncomfortable every single time. Look at this! Rap Beauty is using his Reyna like an anti-battering ram. Pag nandyan sila, if he gets kills, he can just dismiss out as long as he can get that pick off. And it's working for him. Amarfati, the 1-2 punch. These duelists are just so good at getting this contact. Snappy, sure, he's getting the trades, but it's still not working out against the onslaught of OLFU, and that will be double digits for the Ember Phoenix.
It's really sneaky, Azara. Itong mga taga Ember Phoenix, every angle they are prepared. They want to be really invincible sa mata ng mga taga Green Aces. Kita mo agad, we've always been saying this. Ralph is just confident. He knows how to take this angle. Then he's gonna go for the dismiss. Wala na kagad na habol. Nandun na yung rest back mula kay Amber Pati. Calm and collected lang sila when they go up against Green Aces. And now looking at the economy, Azurai, this is just really heartbreaking sa Green Aces.
Yeah, it's just so problematic. The personnel, they've been forced to call for their second timeout, their last timeout of this second map, and it is just difficult. Yeah, we're seeing, big support still for DLSU. Yeah, we will be truly nice. That is a great drawing, by the way. And still, DLSU, plenty of supporters. They gotta feel the love from the fans, because this is a pivotal moment para sa nila. OLFU, excuse me, are so close into, like you mentioned, nearing and closing in on that series point.
But I still give my trust in a way, syempre, sa Green Aces. I mean, kanina, ganito din yung kailangan nilang habulin sa Lotus. But on the other side, this is a different team that they're going up against. Sa Ember Phoenix nga, kitang-kita mo, everything has been going well for them. Every single player prepared sila parate sa Green Aces. And Green Aces, after that timeout, hopefully something will change. And sabi nga natin, with this composition that they have, pagdating sa post-plant, sana maayos nila. Oh, okay, speaking of, Secret is just there. But then Rafi finally destroys isa sa mga kalaban niya ngayon. Dalawa na nasa Ember Phoenix out na. So maybe this is a big chance para sa Green Aces.
They've called Amarfati as well with the operator back on that A site since I mentioned nga na wala si West at si Raf Cutie. So kalma muna ngayon ang DLSU. They've gotten a bit of an advantage here. Don't want to drop it down just yet, or they don't want to drop it at all, excuse me. Now they're figuring things out once again. They leave them muna on this division to go and maybe check the anti-flank or just kill a bit of time. Cut that noise. Make OLFU rotate without having to force your hand, without having to force their hands, and slowly just work your way again. Pero ang adaptation dito ng OLFU, they're not really phased by this. They're still holding with 2 players on that site, only having si Baby Dong na lang address mid and B for the time being. Oh, Ovili with that jump though. Baka narinig yung paghulog niya dito ng OLFU. That's a big tell para sa DLSU.
But at least they have the lockdown. Everything is set Pero syempre, with that outbreaker from Amor Fati, kailangan talaga nilang ma-takedown to. Dapat hindi na sila mapitasan at this point. One player's been detained. Nakakaabot pa nga kagad sa lockdown. And Secret, he tries to pick off every angle na meron. Pero timing is by timing na nakikita natin ngayon. Up to 3 members na lang ng Emperor Phoenix. Can they win this? Ang daming ultimates sa kaliwat kanan mula sa side ng Green Aces.
Players inside of Eversmith, 1 out, 2 outside as well. Seems like it's gonna be a net positive trade muna ngayon para sa DLSU. There's the tailwind being used for a bit of that reposition for Amor Fati as well as the Cloud Burst. Now, kalma muna sila. Back on the site, moving slowly forward into the front. Well, you can see that Navilla and the rest are holding together. Secret is a monster. He's already seen the barrel. Pero teka lang muna. Did not live to fight through that, but he will get refragged by Fission. And this is Lazal answering back. They need every single round right now to stop OLFU from pushing them to the brink.
Talagang hindi na makakahinga yung mga nanonood sa Green Aces at this point. Bawat galaw na kailangan nila gawin, they have to be wise in making those decisions. Kahit ako, mapapasigaw na nga din kagabi ako kasi it's not impossible for Amor Fati to win those. And dalawa na lang kaagad before we can go into a tie. But the consistency, kailangan talagang kunin ito ng Green Ace. But as for Olfu, keep on being that type of a player na sobrang aggressive and they can get the Green Ace.
Yeah, using that Reyna Lear just to kind of give more space for Amor Fati for a fresh start of the round pick. It's a very sneaky play dito from OLFU, but DLSU was able to kind of shrug it off a little bit. That's a hefty amount of resources used here from our defending team. Fission spotted as well. Raf QT could have an opening dito ngayon as he's trying to mark Fission for the moment. The catch, the cross, the fight, not really going the way of Raf QT, but he still is stretching himself thin just to find that opening. But because if he can, this is giving a bit of a fighting chance for OLFU in their weaker bye.
Walang hingahan sa parehas na teams na to. Pati yung crowd natin tahimik na eh. Kasi alam nila na medyo magiging, talaga, ayun na, the energy is back. I guess, I know it's intense, but thank you sa support. But after that, papunta na nga sila kaagad sa B-side. They only have 30 seconds. They have to respond very quickly right now, Azurai.
Oh, wait. Okay. Holder of the spike, Eusebio, is actually back away. 20 seconds, okay. So going from B to A is roughly 20 to 30 seconds. And it seems like they're not going to do that. So they're going to force their fight into this site talaga. Navilla was already having that spider sense na baka meron nag-flank dito, and that is actually Raf QT. 10 seconds. Now they can just stop this spike from being planted. Maybe, pero the kills are pouring in the favor of DLSU. The flank still coming in. No, wait!
No way!
Oh!
No way!
OLFU! Wait, ako ba nila? No, just barely?
Huh?
Wait, nakuha nila? I'm actually so confused.
The timing?
Nakuha nila.
I don't know what
Oh my God.
The time? I don't know,
It's
guys.
a very... All right, that went down the wire. I gotta say, I couldn't even tell what was happening at that point. But let's look at this replay real quick. Kills, again, pouring on the side of DLSU. Our Green Aces. The kills right then and there. No more time for them to plant the spike, so they have to chase the kill and just barely, I think Seeker was able to get that last shot onto Amor Fati, which gave them that round win. So now there is just one more round before they equalize it against OLFU. What an intense, if not just nail-biter round dito for these two teams.
These teams, they're giving me a heart attack at this point, Azurai. So, here it is. At least they
oh my God, Raf!
And Raf QT, he barely made it. What is happening all of a sudden? Nagka-crumble unti-unti ang Emperor Phoenix, and DLSU is just getting them one by one. Eusebio takes down the baby dog. It's pretty important, but then Raf QT, despite him trying to take some heads, Novilla will be able to take him down. 3 sa 4, marami pang chances sa Olfu.
It's not... Okay, so looks like DLSU wanted to go the other way then and plant that spike into B, but they were hesitant because of the amount of utility being poured over by OLFU. It's equal trading between the two teams, pero kung titingnan mo, HP advantage is in the favor of the Green Aces. Right now, Ember Phoenix, kalma muna sila. They know that they don't really have to overstretch themselves because their opponents are also stretched thin then. If they get that first contact, they can at least rely on Amarfati to get that one-shot, one-kill with the operators. They have the wall. They can start working their way onto this B side. 20 seconds on the clock, and now you can see that Vision is going to be planting that spike. Any pop shot, any delays, any counters. Mukhang hindi! Ralphie! Unfortunately, he had the opportunity, but he will not get that chance to get any kill whatsoever. Now, tap the spike maybe, or incur the fury of the LSU. The timing, Eusebio gets the catch against him. Now, this is really gonna test the mettle of the two remaining players ng OLFU. Amarfati and West coming in on the other side of the map. Looks like in the positioning of the mini-map, they're just gonna be saving their weapons na lang muna. That Phantom, that Operator, is much better used for the next round na lang when they have 5 players playing alongside them na lang.
This player's Azurai. Sobrang nasa stress na kami, in fairness. But on a serious note, very smart nga talaga si Green Aces pagdating doon na that was a really big gamble that they have to take. They don't have much of a time. They've always been stalling a lot of time, but at least when it comes to those isolation ng mga shots, isolation ng mga kills, nananalo naman sila. And after that, after like a 7-10 scoreline, Azurai, we are now here at 10-10. If I remember correctly, we don't have any timeouts left for the LSU. So Olfu has plenty of time to adjust, plenty of time to talk about this. But considering yung kanilang economy right now, may lead pa rin yung De La Salle, so they have to take to work on something pagdating lamang doon. Kukuha ba sila ng halves? No, I think hindi. Pero at least may guns pa rin sila that maybe can change what they have right now.
Did he actually have money pa ba to buy?
They only have 3,050.
I don't know. Sometimes they say medyo wonky yung ano. So we'll have to see na lang if they're actually able to purchase fully talaga once we get back after this time out. That being said, you're absolutely correct na if they're not able to fully buy up into this one, medyo stretched thin sila with just the rifle and that operator. Pero still, it's better than nothing into that. Comparing to the previous round, baka pag nawala yun, they're gonna be in a worse spot than din dito. But you can feel that the energy is not really drained, but I think more serious na on the side of OLFU. Kanina, tuwaan sila. They're a lot more sigawan, hiyawan, but now they're really trying to lock in because they don't want to mess up this lead. This is the complete opposite of what happened in New Haven. Binabawian naman sila ngayon ng DLSU. And like you mentioned, it is neck and neck. Sobrang brittle ng equal rounds na ito. It's gonna break soon, and it's gonna create that big discrepancy, big advantage, even though that's only one round pa lang.
Okay, we're talking about sa bias ngayon ng Olfu. They went with that Guardian. So talagang may power pa rin to take down. And speaking of Snappy, it's not gonna work anymore. Nakuha na nga nila, pero the extension na meron si Eusebio, he takes down 2 members. Back to 3v3 tayo ngayon din, Azurai. No ultimates ready, pero syempre si Novila, he tries to win those! And finally, he gets the third against West, leaving only Amarfati all by himself. Is he gonna save? That's the #1 question na talagang pagpapatuloy na lang niya to.
I don't think he can, kasi if he tries to save this, he's gonna get hounded down by the rest of the LSU! No! He looked at the other way! 4 kills para kay Eusebio, and I will say, he was the one that snuck up into the site and even helped out si Novilla na makakuha nung kill na yon on mid. There you go. That's it. He just literally walked up to the site na lang and nahuli niya biglaan dito yung mga defenders. That catch onto Raf Cutie, or rather, the other one was because of Eusebio getting into mid. And then that catch onto Amarfati was out of nowhere, not gonna lie.
Eusebio once again, Azurai. Kanina din, di ba? Siya parate ang nagiging factor ng Green Aces sa mga crucial rounds. But it's not over yet. It's still just a 1-round difference against them together with Amber Phoenix. Pero nga lang, looking at what we have, kailangan hindi na lang malusto. Kasi minsan sa mga ganitong rounds, Azurai, it's sometimes yung mga teams na nakakaigo silang nakakaroon ng kalamangan ngayon din. Pero Baby Dong, magkikita sila kagad ngayon. It won't connect. Nandiyan kagad siya, but the trade from West is up there. But the rest of the members ng Green Aces nasa A site na din.
That's interesting na, I think nag-deactivate ata yung turret ni Novilla. kung bakit hindi niya nakita yung kalaban. I'm not sure, maybe he was just too far away. Anyways, that still is that 1-for-1 trade muna. Navilla's got the... Okay, Rafcuty has a judge. Oh. I think this is just a classic, no?
Oh, no!
Okay. He just straight up sidewalked the shot. With no damage taken. And Rafcuty is trying to get closer and closer for Novilla. Realizes the plans. It gets set aside. Rafi man naman, the other Ralph, is gonna be pushing and getting a couple of kills. No plant pa ngayon para sa DLSU, and all of you still have a lot into things. The blades connecting but not taking any kills whatsoever. Mag-isa na lang si Ralphie man dito. He's got half HP. He's crossed the border already. Getting into the side. The shot into box. 1 versus 1. Now, it's a guessing game. Cat and mouse. Sino ba dito ang feline? The backstab, the foot. Oh my God! Novilla hits the backstab headshot and pushes DLSU to 12-10.
Puso, Novilla, you're the man of this round. We give that to you. Really spicy. Imagine, from a 7-10, how many rounds? 5 na sunod-sunod lang na nanalo ang DLSU. They had a good reset. They were pretty practical when it comes to the steps that they have to take against them. Also, sabi nga natin, hindi na rin lahat nakakahinga sa mga pangyayari on those 1v1s, on those 2v2s. But at least at the end of the day, the players, yung mga ibang veterano dito lamang sa Green Aces, na ipanalo pa rin nila. Match point it is, Azaray.
These are champion caliber players, all on both sides, and we can feel that agad. Oof, Rafcuty was not able to get a devour para makapag-heal back up siya, and he was completely shut. That's a 1-for-1 trade though. Marfati still lives, and on two sides, Vision is down, Rafcuty is down. Oof, okay. I don't know what's a better trade. Is it just equal or not? We'll have to see as the round continues muna dito.
Let's wait and see. Very silent, pero medyo masakit nga kay Amor Fati to. Pero ayaw nga lang ngayon ng Green Aces na magmadali while waiting for them. Getting those little steps, they have to make it work. Eusebio, get some information ready. Meron ba siyang makikita? Wala. He might send the signal. At yan na nga, tumawag na nga din kagad siya ng kanyang kakampi. But the rest of the members, sobrang di pa sila makagalaw ng mas. We already know that maganda yung approach din kasi ng Olfu pagdating dito. If Amor Fati gets a kill, I think it might be over na din para sa Green Aces.
He's got half HP and a rifle. Kung hindi siya ma-scout out correctly dito, he could have some value. Eusebio is the one going to plant the spike. Okay, this is a chance, an opportunity. Amor Fati has already been spotted on yellow. Eusebio not able to deal with it, so 2 kills muna. This is good. We've equalized, 14 seconds. Wes, he's got the ultimate. Mahanap yung secret dito. He's waiting at the shot. Yeah, there it is. Okay, Hunter's Fury. Delay muna tayo ng delay. 6 seconds. Even if the secret gets hit, he's not gonna die to this. So this will be a retake scenario para sa OLFU. The question is, how good is the retaking power of Wes and Ralphie man? Secrets are on top.
No!
He's already been spotted. They want to go for the isolation, but he's the shot. 1 versus 1. Teka lang muna, Ralphie man going for the shot. No! Novilla with the headshot. 3 kills, and DLSU answer back. This best of 5 is 1-1 na ngayon.
Hindi pa tapos, hindi pa map point sa side ng Ember Phoenix. Azaray, the past 3 rounds, it starts with Novilla. It's always been him winning it. A daming crucial rounds, but the last 2, it was pretty explosive out of this man. Outstanding plays, syempre, sa bawat isa. But then, he really saved this team. Ang daming nangyari all throughout. Nahirapan din sila. But imagine, 6 rounds na sunod-sunod here in Icebox. That was pretty difficult. And yet, they were able to survive that.
Medyo raspy ako. Naiyak din kasi ako kasi the Kings are back basically. Na-tie game tayo 1-1. And again, DLSU holds their ground. Series tayo 1-1. Again, Olfu gave a fight na umabot ng double digits, but still, man, Novilla, watching the last 5 rounds, DLSU is the DLSU that we wanted to see from the get-go pala.
Yeah, I have no words on how good DLSU was able to, kind of brush off yung loss nila nung Haven, and then bring back what was a loss, I think, not a lost cause, pero a lost fight on that first half. Tapos nabawi pa nila dito and even excelling to push us into this 1-1. Again, it's a best of 5, kaya it's still anybody's game at this point muna.
Grabe, akala natin this fight na talagang hirap na, actually, yung mga taga Green Aces. And yet, after those series of timeouts, the leadership that their coach has, but at the same time, yung mga players na nila talaga to itself, they were able to execute it properly.
Yeah.
And I really loved how Navila played it out. It's all because of him, to be honest. And not just him, it's Eusebio as well. Sila talaga yung mga nag-save ng mga araw na to. Kasi it's just hard for Secret, just hard for Vision to actually make a move. Especially si Vision nasa ibang role. So talagang medyo held back sila. But right now, it seems like it turned over into something great. Parang kanina, sabi na nila, sa Haven, di kami nakabawi. Pero ngayon, kami naman na magkakaroon ng storyline sa mapa.
Yeah, very much so. You know what? The role changes, the adaptations, the adjustments that the LSU made after that first half, after getting dominated, was the peak point kung saan, sabi nila, yung top fraggers natin, yung dalawang duelists natin, pahinga muna kayo. Novilla, Eusebio, on the board muna ang lalaban against Olfu. At dahil dyan, 1-1 tayo. Azuray, come on, man. I saw the emotion from both of you guys. Man, we were shouting all of our hearts here. May time na tumahimik lahat, sabi mo ngayon, Ray Ray. And how does that feel na parang we're back to drawing board? 1-1 ang ating score.
Sino sa atin?
Ikaw muna.
Okay, sige.
Yeah, you go first.
In a sense, yes, it's back to the drawing board. Pero in another sense, that also could be anybody's advantage because we're already breaking down yung stronger maps, yung first map selection of both of these teams, both of these competitors, diba? And that's always going to be a big thing because right now, you're getting deeper and deeper into this map window, this map selection. And if we push up into yung maps nga na hindi na nakita from these two teams, is that going to be a boon or a curse para sa kanila?
Yeah, that's actually a good thing to point out. Kasi syempre, as the time goes by, a lot of factors are gonna be enabled for both of these teams. Pwede maging mapagod yung isa, pwede mag-pop off lalo. And as you can see, it looks like hindi mapapagod ang ating mga players because just like the LSU, each of the teams right now have a backpoint, has a backup. At yun na yung nakikita natin in this icebox. Ikaw ba rin?
You're just on point. Everyone is just popping off. Lahat sila may kanya-kanyang ginagawa, may kanya-kanya silang trabaho. Nakita mo kahagad yung effort din, syempre, para sa mga miyembro ng Ember Phoenix. It has been really good sa kanila. Great start. We all thought that this might be the map. Talagang madedetermine yung clean 2-0 against Green Aces. But Green Aces, syempre, hindi din sila nagpapigil. You've seen the collective efforts from each one of them. Although, talagang lahat ng tao kinakabahan and yet they were able to execute it. I love how both of these teams talagang equalized natin kasi usually kapag Grand Finals, it's always just been one team who's performing. But this time around, it's both of them really at its peak.
Yeah, and sorry, there was just a point lang na, I felt like what was happening dito with the two teams, right? Somewhere middle of that, of this icebox map, it felt like both of them were kind of scrambling, or maybe I think the better term is recalibrating back. Yeah. Diba? Whether it's just lower energy or just still figuring out yung strat nila on icebox, or maybe even how they're gonna proceed, from map 3 to map 5. It seems like they've calibrated na at the end, both of these teams still, but then even though DLSC got the win, it seems like all of you also have found their rhythm na rin in how they want to approach yung mga encounters nila.
Yeah, I agree. Marami tayong nakitang reset from both of these teams, not just in the first half, but also the entirety of our 23 rounds, everybody, just like map number 1. And as you can see, both of these teams played it very well. Some people were really just role players, just like Schnappy and as well as Wes. Pero look at that board. Ngayon mo lang makita ulit na the other players are popping off rough cutie on that Reyna, by the way. Even Vision taking the role of the Harbor para lang makakuha ng extra defense capabilities. And it's just nice to see that it did work out in the end. Nakikita nyo naman. And Ray, it's just crazy na parang gusto ko na rin hampasin yung monitor natin sa intense ng laban na pinakita nila.
And ito din si Schnappy, yung mga, we've seen his KD right now, but those 8 moments, we've seen, ayun yung mga panalo parate. But on the other side, ang ganda ng start pagdating kay Wes, together with Baby Dong, it has been a comfortable first half sa kanila. But then, yung nag-defense side talaga tayo, it seems like it's been difficult sa kanila. Imagine, you're going up against Banuno together with Vision to go up against this guys na talaga nag-handle sa side. Tapos ito pa talagang si Eusebio together with Secret. Marami talaga silang pinakita. So, nakikita natin yung mga, each one of these teams, yung mga disadvantages sila. But we've seen how they calibrated into something big. And kita mo naman kagad, Shintaro, very consistent. Rap Tuti as well. And together with Secret, together with Eusebio, naging Ray ko lang talaga si Pishan dito. Kasi nakita natin, it's usually him just going on that Yoru, going on that duelist. But I love his performance as, of course, the harbor, diba?
Yeah. I agree then. I also want to add in the fact that, you know, the last time that these two teams went up against each other on Icebox, completely different yung performance output of some specific players then, like Baby Dong that was like 11 to 18 ngayon, diba? He was around, what was it, 24, 25 and 15 before. So, ano yung when you play the same map with the two same teams, you're never gonna have the same result then. And you're kind of seeing, I don't know, maybe just great counter or great adaptation from the LSU, from Olfu, but whatever is happening ngayon, it's a completely different look of these teams. They've evolved into that next level, or they've transitioned from what they were before, maybe even a couple of days before, during, or even right now. See the LSU from the lower finals. Iba na sila from then till now, and we're kind of seeing that happen here. I don't know if it's the coaching staff or whatever, or they're just, you know, as players talaga, getting more confident, more understanding more what they have to do.
Yeah.
But it is creating a more different dynamic dito, and I love to see that.
You know what? I have a question for both of you guys. I want to start off with Ray. A lot has happened dito sa gruesome battle sa Icebox. A lot of adjustments, again, a lot of changes from both of these teams. Para before that though, let's look at the game MVP kung sino nga ba ito. I think it's gonna be none other than Panuno on that Killjoy, 24-13 KD and 276 ACS. This guy really played out of his mind. And going back to that question, and with Panuno getting this MVP, Ray, ano sa tingin mo? Do you think na DLSU with this win and with their adjustments, they have an ace up their sleeves pagdating sa third map natin?
I'm sure, diba? Nakita naman natin na parehas silang mainit.
Yeah.
I do agree na kahit sabihin natin na I'm leaning towards with a good momentum coming in from Green Aces, I will not disregard how powerful itong mga players ng Ember Phoenix.
Ikaw ba?
I'm honestly lost for words. My mind is going honestly a little bit blank right now. Kasi parang I need to kind of absorb still so much of the information. But at least for me, I'm loving the performance from both teams. Yun na lang masasabi ko for now, and I can't wait to see. Kaya sabi nyo, di ba? Can't wait to see what happens on map number 3, and can't wait to see kung ano yung magiging other adaptation naman nila. Whether it's strat change or yung agent change, it's going to be something to look forward to for sure.
Yeah, it's really something to look forward to. And speaking about that, if may mananalo later on, feeling ko may mananalo ata. Ray, ano nga ba itong hinahawakan ko dito?
Well, meron tayong banner, guys. So, just get the banner here.
Yeah.
And kung kayong pinaka-creative, makakita tayo ng mga
Panalo na
creative
to.
boards mamaya. Meron kayong tote bag na may laman na number 1,
What?
tumbler.
Wow!
Wow! Number 2, shirt.
Uy!
Number 3, favorite natin pala, speakers.
Oh my goodness!
So guys, head over to our registration here sa may side. Sa may baba lang namin actually dito lamang sa second floor at dito sa may baba niya, sa may gilid. At makita kayo dyan ng mga banners natin. So please, go nyo na lang yan.
At dahil dyan, everybody, kapag nanalo kayo, pipirmahan po ni Asoray at iwawagayway niya and pauwi yung banner nyo. Huwag kayo magalala. And with that said, 1-1 ang ating score. Tie game po tayo. The LSU finally overthrows in the second map ang ating Ember Phoenix. We'll be right back after this short break.
Campus Rivals is brought to you by Intel and Predator Gaming. Campus Rivals is brought to you by Intel and Predator Gaming.
I think we're back, guys, after a quick little break. Definitely needed that reset. Hindi lang ako, pero yung mga teams natin, intense fight that we saw on Icebox, making our series, best of 5 series, 1-1 na tayo. But before that, my name is Astro, now it's Bipolar, and Ray Ray. Guys, we're coming into map number 3. It's Lotus. In some aspects, it's a reset. In some aspects, it's we're getting deeper into this game and maybe into dangerous territory for these teams then.
Yeah, speaking about that, mas talagang, alam mo yun, mas nararamdaman mo na yung arena natin ngayon dito sa high ground. It's becoming even more, burning, may burning sensation na talagang we're getting closer to the end. So ano pang pwedeng ibuka ng dalawang teams na ito?
I'm sure, given the Icebox together with Haven, iba na naman ngayong Lotus, di ba, yung magiging storyline ng mga teams ito and what will be their identity and approach pagdating lamang dito.
Yeah, let's look at the communications are unfiltered from that Icebox map.
Naka-orb.
I mean, I want to be a little bit more quiet kasi gusto ko talaga marinig yung comms dito. Kasi there was a point talaga that I felt like, I'm not sure if you guys will agree, na there really was it felt like a very cloudy set of rounds na teams were just rambling. Like habol sila. They were overextending, wanting to go for fights because I felt like they couldn't really tell pa kung ano yung gusto nila makuha na rhythm dito. I'm pretty sure that's not really the case, but it felt like that way, outside the level. What do you think?
Nice try. Feeling ko talaga, there was a time like for desperation. Yung tatawagin ko. There was time for desperation na talagang get all the scraps and make the most out of it. Yun yung nangyari towards the middle of our round. So saka umabot na yung DLSU squad natin na just took it by the storm pagdating the last 5 rounds. This was the highlight.
Ni Asoray, talagang kami masabi. Danger. Duel mo danger. Novena is just on point, di ba?
Danger pa rin, Wes. Upside. Dali mo.
Kagad sa side, syempre dito ng Ember. Alam mo, parehas sila sa atin, Asoray. Wala na din silang masabi, kundi sumigaw na lang.
Tama naman. It's all about, at that point, it felt like more emotional than it was strategical, I guess. Diba? It really was the name of the game. But because of that, because of the sheer amount of effort from the Villa and the rest of the De La Salle dito, nakabawi sila. Again, we've had that reset. And of course, it's, give thanks muna sa Predator natin and their amazing Helio 16 and Helio Neo 16. There you go. Amazing laptops, guys. And you can get them now. Just scan the code and you can just pick them up and again, have yourself an incredible gaming experience.
Yeah, you can shop now. And again, it's basically just getting that main character energy kapag kumuha ka ng mga laptop niyan.
Yes, sir.
You can get that clutch potential na tulad ng ginagawa ngayon ng DLSU.
Yeah, I mean, not just only sa DLSU, kundi pwedeng kasing aimer mas i-graph himself, diba? Talagang with the help of Predator, you can always do that. Pero on the other side, going back to our games right now, intense talaga yung matches natin. Kitang-kita mo yung, minsan sabi nga ni Answer ito at emotional ka na, and at the same time, nandun na lang yung mindset mo, you just wanted to win, diba? You're not gonna go around the strats anymore, you just need to get those shots, and then, doon, ipanalo mo na lang. Siguro yun yung naging mindset ni Novilla.
Let's look at the agent selection na natin. We're already prepared for that, guys. Let's see what OLFU and DLSU bring to Lotus. Now, we saw DLSU play, this particular map up against UE. Is it still going to be the same or have they adjusted once again?
It's actually kind of the same if I'm correct, no? Tama ba? Kasi Green Aces always wants that duelist set up. Of course, they go back. After the 3-set, mula sa Icebox, balik na tayo sa simpler times for Green Aces. Balik tayo sa Yoru and Neon combination. Of course, di mawala dyan Vice. And of course, that Fade is gonna be crucial. Pero ngayon, Ember Phoenix, there's a breach right there.
Breach together with that Raze. I mean, it has been a huge combination na nga lang na may kita right now. So, both of these teams, they have types of different approach. Green Aces, sabi na natin yan, parate na lang magiging direct, parate na lang rin magiging very quick. Pero para sa Ember Phoenix, ang dami naman nilang utilities that can destroy actually on how Green Aces makes a move. But ikaw, Azrael.
Yeah, I love how you mentioned that because kung isipin natin dito, we go back sa discussion natin earlier in the day. Flashback, diba? Na I remember the feeling of Green Aces with how they fought on Lotus back then against UE sa Zenith is they're always overreaching but confident. And it works out well para sa nila. And Ember Phoenix here with how they've kind of brought in this breach. They want to disrupt that overconfidence and overreaching ng Green Aces, and they want to disrupt that flow, which I really, really like. And I think the breach and the Vice is so perfect for that. And you have again yung Raze to kind of just add a little bit more insult to injury if they're wanting to make that happen.
Yeah, this combination alone can deny at least 2-3 players coming in from Green Aces.
Exactly.
Pero one thing to point out as well is sobrang mobile basically ng Green Aces. With this Yoru, with this Neon, there's a lot of ways to infiltrate the backlines kapag ikaw na yung attacking side. And there's a lot of ways also to lurk kung saan minsan lacking ang Ember Phoenix towards holding that backline.
Again, this is where different storylines, different everything.
Yeah, it truly is. It's converging paths, different paths converge. Well, we'll see how this goes. I'll pass it on to you guys for map number 3 here on Lotus.
Let's get right back into the action after a very much needed break kung saan nagpalit ako ng damit para fresh na rin. Nagpalit tayo ng mga moments. Kung emotional round, yung map number 2 natin, ano naman ang timpla pagdating sa Lotus? Will this be strategical? Will this be all-out aggressiveness? Pero one thing is for sure is that there's a lot of surprises pagdating dito sa Campus Rivals. Once again, 1-1 ang ating score. First to 3, ngayon ang ating labanan, and Olfu, DLSU, both tied 1-1.
Lotus will determine malamang sa malamang. Pupunta na tayo sa Ascent Pack eh.
Yeah.
So, these teams, syempre, kung ikaw ang nasa advantage, you have everything on your hand. Pero dun din ba determine yung capacity ng potential ng mga teams na nalulugi, di ba?
Yeah.
So, it's just really a tied storyline between these two. Pero ito nakita na natin yung na-play ito kanina ng Green Aces. Very slow, very slowly but surely. It's not the type of approach we've seen from other teams na ganito yung type of composition. But as they want to go to this side, they have to bait something in. Pero buti na lang nabasa na kagad ang bilis mula sa side ng Ember Phoenix.
Yeah, wala pang information actually. Instant smoke coming in from Raf QT towards Seaside. Already feeling the tempo of the game. Pero everybody, kung kanina si Nixon, sobrang ganda mag-Vice in this Lotus map. One thing to point out is nagbabalik dito si Baby Dong on his Vice. And if the LSU is not going to be careful here comes the blind, spots out that there are people here, pero di niya alam kung gaano karami. Here comes the Razor Vines. And with 35 seconds on the clock, there's all the first blood coming from Vision all across the other side of the map. At mukhang oras na ata para pumasok ng DLSU.
I think that's a great starter sa Green Aces. Parati na lang natin nakikita yan. And Vision is just dismantling himself sa mga kanyang mga teammates. And after that, sabi na nga niya, nandyan na ako para bigyan kayo ng backup. Pero sobrang tagal. It's really giving how other pro teams do this type of approach. It seems like they studied, if I remember, Fnatic pagdating lamang sa mapang ito. Kishan together with Eusebio, they're gonna be going down, leaving only 3v3. So marami pang capacity para sa team nito. Hopefully they'll be able to take those shots against them. Pero Amor Fatty, maglalaro sila ngayon ni Snappy. Nagtapo na nga kagad ng playing shells, but that's not gonna connect to anyone. And DLSU, they successfully won their first round here in Lotus.
First round goes to DLSU, and everybody, let's set the tempo onte. Masyadong nagpaparamdam na muli ang Yoru dito ng DLSU, which is gonna be Vision. So, onting pahinga lang pala ang ginawa dito sa icebox natin, and as you can see, he's back to his old self. At with this first round, this is gonna be enabling, DLSU a lot of arsenal pagdating to get this dub on the second round. Pero syempre, let's see kung paano nga ba ulit ang ating timpla. Now they want to go for a possible peek on to A side. Vision, already with his outlaw, palagi natin nakikita. After the second round, pag nanalo siya, outlaw agad.
Talagang kitang-kita mo itong mga players natin. Si Fission, I don't want to go up against Fission when it comes to like the second round parati. Always pick up someone else. Pero syempre, makita mo naman itong mga taga, itong mga taga Ember Phoenix, they're slowly just here and ache. Na-try nila bantayan, na-try nilang kunin. Pero si Fission talaga, he's on that mood. He always does this. Humihiwalay talaga siya. Sobrang confident niya, mapipick off siya. Kasi that's gonna change something. He stirs up the pot, and now once it's cooked, yung mga teammates said they will follow through.
Yeah. Alam mo, may napansin ako dito, Ray, na after those two gruesome rounds, after those two very long rounds, naging mas careful ang ating dalawang teams. Pero Fission still putting up the onslaught, putting up the aggressiveness na kailangan nila para makakuha ng dub against Olfu. One player down already and it's Rap Beauty, ang sheer controller na kailangan dito ng Olfu. Amor Fati though, still quick with that Sheriff, gets the 2 shot to kill of Secret. So, Adul is down. The LSU now needs to reconsider another approach towards these sides.
Pero ang bagal talaga.
Yeah, 19 seconds na lang.
Ang bagal talaga ng Green Aces. But you know, okay lang naman din yun. The more na you can play the games.
10 seconds left.
Mind games sa kalaban mo, diba? Okay lang naman din. Kanina pang ginagawa ng Green Aces to whenever we casted itong si Lotus. So once again, they have to take this retake. Papunta na nga kagad sila but with this pistol. Tapos si West nakuha pa nga right now ng Vandal. How will they actually make this work? Marami pa naman kagad para kay Ralph Iman sa kanyang utilities. But considering the time and the positioning ng mga taga Green Aces, this might be hard.
Yeah, mas mahirap kasi syempre in like 5 seconds kailangan mo na i-push out. You need to get these kills in the nick of time. Here comes the aftershocks. Here comes the push. 4 players coming from Olfu. Here comes the flash onto Mount. May kuha pa sila? No, they cannot. Here comes the stuns. Here comes the power coming in from Baby Dong. And Eusebio and Schnappi together in hand. The LSU takes that. Pero okay.
I mean, they still have money, pero kung ako sa kanila, they're still gonna go for that, some little bit of half buys. Yeah. While on the other side naman, also great kills, and they were able to get at least 3 members. It's pretty big already. And the LSU naman, medyo sayang. Konti na lang naigat. Uy, big shoutouts nga pala sa mga nanonood. Alam mo kung anong pangalan? Si Purple is Gucci and tsaka si Zen.
Oh, really ba?
Kakilala ko yan.
Shoutout sa inyo, my brother.
Ang mga audience natin. Pero yan, the LSU, looking at the guns right now, medyo mahirap. But then, sabi ko ngayon, approach nila dito sa game na ito, mabagal. So if they were able to pick off at least 1 by 1, might be good.
Yeah, kung ikaw yung Olfu ngayon, parang hindi lang 5 kalaban mo din yung timer. Kasi DLSU is also using that as a weapon right now in this matchup. Sobrang tagal ng laban once again. Walang masyado nag-overextend. Pakita lang, tas babalik ulit.
Oo nga talagang kitang-kita mo na mabagal at si Coach Amix.
Hello po!
Hello, Coach. Nandyan. Pero ngayon, nakita na nga natin yung mga players and still nothing is happening.
Pero
But hey,
pala.
Amar Fadi, finally he heard us. There's already the game going in. Pero the rest of the members ngayon ng DLSU, Fission is already out. So this is pretty big na maging opportunity ng
They know some information right now with that easy Arc Rose destruction coming in from DLSU. Again, in terms of gunplay, in terms of guns, mas maganda ang gamit dito ng Olfu. Pero here comes the teleportation coming in from Schnappi. Can he get the shot? The stun is there, pero di niya kailangan. Just 1 shot into the head. Baby Dong falls down. And once again, C is ready for the taking para sa DLSU. They don't have the guns, but they have the arsenal. They have the time. 10 seconds. West with a wall bang. Headshot onto Eusebio. Ang magpass nila from Waters. Ralph Iman and West with 2 kills. No plan. Wala pang spike. DLSU falling down and Olfu takes their very first round dito sa Lotus.
Napakadali lang naman para sa kanila yung wallbang yun all throughout. Kitang-kita ko yung effort talaga natin doon at effort ng mga teams natin para manalo. But yan, I think Fission didn't expect that. There's just someone waiting for him. I mean, yun naman talaga kagad yung kailangan i-watch out. Not just only for the side of Ever Phoenix, but for the other teams. Fission has always up on his sleeve. Parati siyang may new positioning.
Yeah.
Nakakapit na siya. And if you are prepared for it, this might be a great chance to take over against this.
Yeah, alam mo kung mapre-predict lang kung talaga nila yung mga movement dito ni Vision, it negates one problem na nakita natin all throughout these first 2 matches sa Grand Finals. Everybody, it's time for the very first buy-round of both of these teams. At mukhang magpo-podcast ulit. Magpo-podcast muna tayo dito kasi they're taking their precious time. Gusto nila kumikinang ng pula yung timer natin.
Oo, talagang, ano lang, buy time lang. I mean, kita mo naman yung experience ng Green Aces dito, parating slow plays talaga. And they really know when you have that raise, when you have that breach going up against you, diba? You just try to maximize or exhaust the durabilities as much as possible. Ito na nga nila, awareness na may isang miyembro mula sa side ng Ember Phoenix here in B-side, but the rest of the team trying to make up space. There's already Snappy together with Secret making their move towards C-side, while the other members naman, nililito pa nila, dinidisplace nila yung mga members na ngayon ng Ember Phoenix.
Let's see kung ano nga ang plano nila dito. Again, 30 seconds. Kanina nakita natin sila in just 15 seconds saka sila papasok. Still a 5v5. 2 minutes has gone by. The Dimensional Drift already spotting out one. With this flash, he might go out. Pero look at this Aftershock being a hindrance para sa side ng DLSU. Flash is also Dimensional Drift pero TP out lang. It's a distraction play pero si Ralphman gets that kill onto Secret. Ang pagpasok once again. 10 seconds onto the clock. Ano nga ba plano nila? Vision gets one. 1-for-1 ngayon. Pero look at this onslaught coming in from Vision. Amor Fati takes him down. Eusebio on the other side of the map. The spike na plant pa!
Hindi ko na alam ang masasabi ko sa side ng Green Aces. Pero sige, nito nila as long as they have the time, but they have to run away from that showstopper from Amor Fati. Pero looking at the time right now and positioning nila, maraming opportunity ang Phoenix para manalo sila! And because of that, Novita, walang mangyayari sa kanya ngayon. Low on HP ngayon, He has to fight out. Nothing's gonna be connecting. And the round goes into the hands of Ember Phoenix, finally.
Finally.
Pero ito na nga, the more that they take so much time, yan yung magiging awarding sa side ngayon ng what we've seen from the performance syempre ng ating team. Sobrang intense talaga ngayon ng mga pangyayaring bipolar. Sana okay ka lang.
Wag mo sabihin. Natanggal yung screw ng salamin ko. Buti na lang nag-timeout. Hindi ko mabalik yung screw. Pero once again, everybody, it's gonna be a close game once again. Pero we see a trend here kung saan we're taking it slow. Nagpapakiramdaman pa ata sila kasi baka may ibang strategy na pala Olfu, baka may ibang strategy in DLSU, and they don't want to get surprised by that.
And while that is happening, we have here an early timeout sa side ng DLSU. This is actually a good call, you know. Talagang kailangan lang set out yung kanilang magiging momentum, set out the approach that they can get into the first half. There's the call coming in from Coach Witz. Oh, di ba? Nagko-coach na siya.
The best ka talaga,
yapper na siya ngayon. Dati nonchalant lang siya.
Pogi mo. Tingnan mo. Seryoso.
Coach Alex ng Pinas yan.
Yes, sir. The best ka talaga. May future to? May future to.
Minus yung talagang favorite ni Alex ay ang table. Wala sa PaperX. Talagang maraming talaga yan. Highlights. But then, going in to all na nga meron tayo ngayon, considering yung mga meron ang DLSU, some of them just gonna go for those buys, trying to gamble something because kita naman natin when it comes to them sa game na to, very mabagal lang. So talagang alam na natin na meron silang mag-win kasi one way or another. Hindi niya yun! He's not gonna let that go! He gets three! And now there's the answer from Amor Fati. Imagine, buy one, take one again.
Ay nako po, parang combo deal na. Meron ka ng inumin, meron ka pang pagkain, meron ka pang dessert. Yun ang binigay ni Baby Dong. The Baby Dong is activated and one more kill para sa Olfu. Ganun lang kabilis. Laruin nyo naman kami, sabi ng Olfu at DLSU ultimately took the chance and gave up their all.
Wow, there was the chance. Pero syempre, nakaabang na nga kagad eh. Talagang kita mo. Alam mo yung nagbayad ka ng piso sa fishballan, makuha ka ng 3. Yan ang nangyari kay Bing Bidong.
Yung gawain mo.
Ay, hindi. Sabi ko lang, na-strat yan sa iba. Not mine.
Speaking of 3 points na agad ang Olfu dito.
Talagang itong Olfo, parati nila tayong ginugulat every game that we are casting this group. But then, unfortunately na naman sa kanila. But ayaw na nila. Natuto na sila this time around against Baby Dong. They don't want to happen the same things nangyari sa kanila earlier on. But they're gonna be trying still to push this season.
By the way, they have Nightfall. They also have the ultimate coming in from Shnappy. So be careful dito ang Outlaw na nag-iisang Baby Dong. He will fall down. Vision ngayon, hindi na kailangan pumunta sa ibang side ng mapa kasi he leads the fray. He leads his team towards CA once again. And this might be one of our fastest rounds once again. Spike not being able to be planted. Ganda na aftershock to delay the inevitable. But as you can see, lumalapit ang all-full squad. 3 players coming in from spawn. Here comes the Portland. Here comes the Boombot. Ako po, 11 HP. And he falls down. Amor Fati with the headshot. And he can get 4. Pero nandun naman si Secret. Ready for the onslaught. Raf Cutie. West. At Eusebio ngayon. Nakamitan tuloy ng Nightfall. Here comes the scatter.
Oh, wait a second. Raf Cutie, he just thought on one that can be possible. Pero ako,
30 seconds
talagang ipit ang mga miyembro ng DLS at this point. 1 HP pa naman ngayon si Eusebio. Tapos si Wes, hinahanap na natin sila. Pero Raf is trying to mobile something. Baka pwede siyang makapitas, but they are still successful. Right aware of where the members are, DLSU, kailangan nilang rumesbak. Nakaabang na nga sila sa bawat angulo ngayon. Nasa side na mismo, magugulat si mismong Sir Raf Cutie. Pero Nabila, it's up to him where he can spot him. He gets it! It's going to be 1v1. Eusebio versus Raf Cutie. Nakikot na nga kagad, may smoke pack kasama. He goes for the top. Hindi pa naman yan kagad yung time na pwede niya makuha yung Spike, but then it's just Eusebio playing mind games. Binabaliw niya lang si Raf Cutie, but the time is ticking. He's gonna go for that defuse. My friend, there it is. Eusebio gets it. 3-all.
Papahinga muna. Balik tayo sa tie game. Naku po, it was a very long round in that skirmish. A lot of teleportations. Alam mo, I think they heard the teleportation coming from Raf Cutie kasi we know na kanina pa siya nagsuspam at two flips ng Vandal towards Mound and towards the side. Pero they were so aware na with that smoke into that side, into the platform, they were ready for those kills and still DLSU not giving a budge. Ties it up at tinigil agad nila yung 3-point streak dito ng Olfu.
Grabe. Ito na naman tayo sa simula. We've seen this before. Patong-patong na naman. It's just the same with what happened on Icebox. These two teams talaga. They're just so crazy with those shots. But then, there's the flash out.
Oh, he goes in!
Rafi tries to get at least one. Was able to take on Eusebio, pero Fusion is kind of back on track. Sinama na nga din kagad niya si Secret. Lahat ng boy band ngayon ng DLSU, they are here sa mismong season. Vision is just playing natin may Rumba. Alis na lang kagad ako dito, and I think it's just gonna be a cleaner once again sa side ng Guineas.
You know what? I think they need to save here kasi may Steel Garden. There's also an overdrive na we don't really necessarily see sa two-man retake ng defending side, but it's gonna be a harder time if they do want to go here. Haunt comes in, tries to spot out the enemies, pero I think it is just gonna be a given point for the side of the LSU. Pero sabi dito naman ni Amor Fati, hindi ako magpapatalo. Ako si Shintaro, gusto ko pumunta doon sa may Spike. I can kill them all. Looks towards Mount, spots out one, and look at that beautiful curving bullet coming in from Amor Fati. And takes 2 more. West gets 1. It's a 1v1. Can he get this clutch? West, 3 bullets in a dream. No more bullets. Secret with the slide to the left. They go for 1 more point.
Oh my, kamuntikan pa nga kagad ang failure mula sa side ng Guineas. Buti na lang, they have plenty of time. But no words talaga pagdating kay Shintaro. Kuha pa nga agad yung mga kills. Pero calm and collected din kagad si Secret sa round na yun. Kita mo agad yung little bit of those efforts. Alam na nila kagad kung sino uunahin nila. And DLSU really prepared already on how they will execute sa kanilang atake.
Yeah, I think it's a time game talaga ngayon. Ang trend natin dito sa Lotus na kulang na lang maglagay ako ng kama dito. Pero again, we have a game upper hands, everybody. DLSU still wants to put it into match point as well as Olfu. But right now, again, trying to divert the attention of the Olfu squad. And ngayon, kung makikita naman natin, ultimate check lang tayo. Still not using the Steel Garden, still not using the overdrive. Di naman kasi kailangan. But both of the teams of this Vice still have that ultimate. So retakes and pushes are gonna be harder in the 8th round.
Pero iba sa kanila, making some noise here in A site while may distractions na naman kaagad si Fission. Parating ganito talaga yung approach ng Green Aces. Naglabas na nga kaagad ng recon as well. But what's in the concuss? Sabi na nga, I knew it. The Ralphie man is gonna do something up on his sleeve. Taking down a Seeker. Nasira na kaagad yung mga plano ngayon ng Green Aces. And because of that, they will be holding back. And Ralph Cutie is gonna be depending kay Fission kung meron siyang may create na space. Pero mukhang nahihirapan din kaagad siya as well.
Ralph Cutie with this judge is actually crazy. He's been doing this for the past 3 maps na sometimes if he doesn't have enough money, still, he can dish out the damage, pushes it towards the smoke, baits the enemy, at ngayon mukhang if DLSU is not gonna be careful here, Allfu might be in for a lot of trouble. Flashes are here, look at Ralph Cutie, all eyes on you, that's 1 and that's 2, down, 11 seconds, no spike in hand, pero nandun naman ata Eusebio and Schnappi with 2 kills, here comes the spike plant, Eusebio nasa likod lang pero walang tatamaan na bullets, no more time, DLSU gives a round to Allfu.
Just because of a single judge, wala na kagad nangyari. And yun na nga the more that they buy some time, the more that it becomes predictable sa side, syempre, ng Green Aces. Kita mo naman kagad dito, sayang nabilat ka rin with Fission na nakita kagad ang opportunity nila, pero di sila nakasabay. Wala na din kagad the backup kay Snappy. The rest of the members, kulang na din kagad yung time. So talaga ngayon, we are equal between these two teams and they're just both struggling, but at least sa pareha sa teams, meron na tayong available na ultimates.
Alam mo, yung prediction natin before this matchup, dapat ata ilang rounds ang makikita natin in these two teams kung gaano karami. Kasi every time we see 20 plus rounds and I think it's a trend in the finals of Campus Rivals. First time pupunta ang DLSU sa A side and they're already infiltrating the 3 area.
And Raph takes down Fission. Wala na naman si Fission ngayon sa ating mapa. Kita mo naman kagad, they don't have enough guns to take it down. Ralph still gets the second kill. Leaving only 3 members left, and Ralph is just making an answer. Secret together with Novila. I think this is just hard already. Kasama pang podcast. It's just gonna connect against sa kanyang kalaban. And all up to him to make this record. Mahirap na nga kagad. Ano ang isa sa maraming tao? And this round is suddenly into the hands ng Ember Phoenix.
Yeah.
Talagang kita mo how intense it is between these two.
Alam mo, sasagot ko yung tanong mo na ano ang isa sa maraming tao. Ayun. Na tumamba siya. Tumamba siya bigla. Pero look at Ralph Cutie, man. Holding that outflow now. Kanina nakikita natin on the vibes of the defensive side. Pero right now, towards the smoke, no detection by the way. So just sheer awareness and sheer luck coming into this guy. And as we dwindle down in this instant replay, first time ata aangat ang Allfu dito against DLSU.
Talagang dikit na dikit. Sabi ko nga, it's just the same as what happened at the second map. But here we have the members ngayon ng DLSU trying still to win out on this site. Very close na naman sila ngayon. Sumama na finally sa kanila. Nagpalit sila actually ng role dito. Usually, si Fission ang mag-isa, pero binigay na niya kay Navila kasi kita naman natin si Navila. He always makes sure na meron siyang mapipitas kahit isa, pero nakaramdam na din kagad niya ng Ember Phoenix where the members of Green Ace is gonna be coming from.
This is actually deadly kung si Secret dito papasok siya towards his breakable area. With the Stinger, by the way, if may malapit na mag-close up coming in from Allfu, it's a bad time. Pero DLSU with 1 player up, still the determination, still the discipline is there. Ayaw nila mag-overcommit. They have the man advantage and they want to go for a team play. Once again, less than 1 minute into the clock and they are playing chess, everybody. Matihan daw muna tayo dito sa A-side.
And now, 35 seconds, wala pa rin nangyayari. They are just taking their sweet time talaga sa Green Aces. And just because of those little bit ng weeks, nasa side ngayon ng DLSU, little do they know, the rest of the members are on this side. Eusebio, also yung plan, pero na dyan nakagad, nakagad na kagad ang mga miyembro ng Allfu. But then, there's also the Nightfall giving them a good advantage when it comes to getting as to where itong mga taga-Ember Phoenix.
Walang marinig ang buong Allfu squad dito with the paranoia, with that nightfall as well. So all they can do is run away from their responsibilities. Magdala na daw tayo dito ng Vandal and Phantom towards the next round. And once again, shocker, 5-5 ang ating score in like 10 seconds.
Grabe, no? Kitang-kita mo na itong mga teams na ito, walang gusto magpatalo, walang gustong magpalamang. Kada bawat round na nilalakad nila, alam nila na gusto nilang matalo. And you can really see itong motivation ng mga teams natin. But then, on the other side naman, itong Olfu, di ba, hanggang ito sana, pero little do they know na itong mga taga DLSU, fake lang sila kagad sa B, nakain nga nila yung pan, nasayang nga kagad yung ultimate ni Amor Fati doon. So, may kanya-kanya sila ka-approach sa game na to, but that fake was really good.
Yeah, it's very, very much good. And naging determining factor din yun towards getting the round. And as we reach the 11th round, everybody, it might end up with 6-6. So, magkakaalaman tayo in the second half. Pero I don't want to jinx it too much. Still, marami pa namang arsenal dito ang ating two teams. But it's really a waiting game kung iisipin natin. They want to go for a fast push right now on to be Aftershock, delaying the push and also that wall. So ngayon, DLSU once again trying to reconsider. But look at this secret. Infiltrates B towards C, gets Swan, gets trade off coming in from Amor Fati. Prowler connects onto one. 3 players on mount. And look at this, Novia trying to stop the rotations na ginagawa dito ng Olfu. It's a 3v4. And once again, na-realize nila, hindi pa po 30 seconds yung nasa clock natin, so balik tayo sa slow game.
Gusto ko talaga how DLSU sets this up. They want, nalilito talaga actually, itong mga miyembro ng Ember Phoenix, sometimes it displays themselves here in C, sometimes on B, it's just exhausting also some of their utilities.
Yeah.
But then, they're just waiting for the perfect timing. I mean, that's what it's all about. They really thought na merong someone actually na pupunta sa kanilang harapan. Pero open na open kagad to sa kanila. At habang yan na nga, tinawag na ng ibang mga teammates. There's the flash call coming in from the side of Green Aces. And there it is. Pupunta na nga kagad sila sa side na to while waiting sa magiging kalaban nila.
Nagkakaubusan na ata ng utilities pero hindi nagkakaubusan ng bala dito si Amor Fati. He gets one, makes it easier for his team. It's a 3v3, low in HP, but can they do it? He gets second, he gets 3 more, and look at Raf Cutie also helping his teammates. It's a 2v1, and Raf Cutie now with a double kill. They get 6 points before the second half.
Nag-stall sila ng sobrang daming oras. I think that was like 10 to 15 seconds just waiting na may biglang mag-appear sa kanilang harapan. But little do they know that site is actually empty. They don't have any ideas at all. And after that, nakapigil na nga kagad itong mga taga-Olfu where they're gonna be coming from. And now we see once again there's the lead sa kaliwat kanan nga to. If this is gonna go into 6-6, magiging intense talaga yung ating next round.
Yeah, it's really gonna be intense, especially with the dimensional drift and overdrive of this Neon. So I think the plan here, go see, get that information. If there's only one player, get in the side, everybody.
Oh
no! Niya na nga, pero na-body block. Naku po ni Amor Fati in his usual spot. And I think Vision was not aware that he was even there. Natakpan nung pag-jump niya towards the body of Amor Fati. And with one player down, DLSU ngayon needs to reconsider for the 15th time. Westo, nandun na siya with a reposition. Secret falls down. No more duelists for DLSU, but they still have the ultimate of Vice.
Pero ano nga talagang nawawala na lahat ng miyembro ngayon ng DLSU. Nag-disperse na sila sa isang iglap. But again, Snappy, together with Nobila, maybe they can make some miracles right now. He goes for that plant, waits for his teammate. Nandiyan na nga kagad ang response ng kanyang teammate. But upon this thing, kailangan bantayan ni Davila ang nasa kagad niya. So this is all about how they will be able to connect those shots and maximize on what they have. They have a smoke. Tino na nga din kagad yung paranoia.
Oh, look at that. Look at Ralphie, man. Does it connect? It does. Onto Snappy as well. So kailangan mag-push dito ng dalawang players ng Olfu. And they're delaying the inevitable once again. Snappy na po. Very much aware. It makes it easier. Olfu ngayon, mag-isa na lang. It was a 3v2. Now it's a 1v2. 1v1 na lang. Pero may trade-off coming in from Novilia.
An intense first half.
Yeah.
Ang nakikita right now between these two teams, I thought it was already over. I thought it was gonna be 75, but Novilla, again with Snappy. Ang ganda talaga ng ginawa nila doon. They have that ultimate. Good thing na lang. Ang ganda din ng timing na yun. Nakuha niya yung spike. They able to stall sometimes. Tumaklik. Wala nga rin kagad si Nabila at buti natapos na to against West. At this Lotus map, it's just how they want yung kanilang icebox. Sobrang lahat ng rounds, napaka-igi. Kailangan alam nila yung next answer sa isa't isa. But despite all those efforts naman, maganda yung naging effort din ng both ng teams. You know, sabi nga natin, may different approach sila sa bawat game. Sa DLS, yung mas calm and collected. While ito namang ang dami nilang awareness sa bawat side na pinapakita ng Green Aces.
You know what? Speaking of awareness, and also in the second half, mukhang pagiging aware dito ng all of being taken down as DLSU pushes on towards C. Tatlo agad mawala. And one more for the side of all. Puna ko po, mag-isa na lang siya dito. And that's how easy it is. They had the breach, but what can they do kapag iniwasan na lang ng mga players ng DLSU?
Sa isang higla, parang pumikit lang tayo, no? We just remembered something and now suddenly it's different this time.
Yeah.
And sabi ko nga, on the second half, it's really important for you to win those pistols talaga. Sa DLSU, sabi nila, let's make it to yung mga hindi ina-expect ng ating kalaban.
Yeah.
So ang ganda kagad, they pop off that flash, everyone just sprayed right through in. I'm getting the heads of Olfu one by one. I think sa Olfu, hindi nila in-expect and they thought that the approach is gonna be far more different. And now, the timing, sabi ka, it's all about the timing.
Yeah, magiging problematic din muli ang ating second round sa second half as Novelia with the Spectre long range kill. Feeling ko minarinate kasi ng DLSU yung Olfu na sobrang tagal nila maglaro. So with these like immediate pushes, with these like immediate spray downs, nakakaught off guard ang buong Ember Phoenix.
Kakaiba nga talaga ang pareha sa teams. But then, good, sabi ko, always a good timing yun. So far, yes. Nilinis na nila yung performance nila kanina eh.
Yeah.
Versus Zen into Warrior. So, they remember yung mga mistakes nila and they are actually improving and working on that part. But then, Nabila, he already is quite aware saan magagaling ang mga players. That's gonna be connecting to the side of Snappy. Telling his teammates, guys, nandito sila agad sa site na ito. And now he gets a second head. All of the members ngayon ng Olfu, they're just having a hard time looking for rest at least. Pero di niya alam, nasa likod na niya si Novila. And again, a successful round goes into DLSU leading by 2.
I was about to say DLSU is gonna win this round with no casualties. It's gonna be a good round pagdating sa next one because wala. You just have to use your guns once again and hindi nag-buy doon ng Olfu. So medyo pantay yung playing field but nonetheless, let's look at the instant replay powered by Intel kung paano nga ba talaga naging agresibo ang buong side ng DLSU. And I feel like if adjustment is in the mix, kailangan nyo na gawin yan if you are Ember Phoenix because right now, momentum and tempo-wise, kinukuha lahat ng DLSU.
Pero ngayon, full buy naman na ang mga taga Ember Phoenix. So I'm sure they have what it takes. Hindi naman imposible, pero syempre may little bit of that half buys pa rin naman, consistent ang DLS right now. But as you can see, Vision tries to make something. He wants to push out itong mga membro ng Olfu. And the rest of the guy goes into A side. Ayan na nga kagad, kumuha na ng setup ang bawat membro ngayon ng Ember Phoenix. They don't want to miss this round.
Yeah, I think it's a different pace right now. Naramdaman na natin it's a free aiming take. But right now, they need to perform very much well as the players coming from DLSU slide in with a headshot out to West. Fast lane, ako po nagsupangan ng gun. There's a person in the smoke and he spots him out. It's a 2-kill para sa kanya. Making a triple. Buhay pa naman. Goes back in. It's Vision and Snappy to clean up the board. Wala nang buhay. All DLSU gets 3 points up. 6-9.
Snappy, but I gotta give that to Secret. Imagine, he started it out, nakakuha pa siya ng gun, na may information pa onto towards the smoke. Tapos nakuha pa niya yung tap dito against a rowdy man. Everything connected onto the side of DLS. Gising na ata si Secret kanina, nag-warm up lang siya.
Yeah, alam mo, feeling ko talagang pahinga daw muna. Like, sa'yo muna yung spotlight, pero ngayong defending na tayo, ako naman ang magpapakitang gilas. It shoots him up to 13 kills, by the way, and an overdrive in this, pang ilang round? 6, 12, 3,
15.
Pang-apat na round sa
Pang 16th na to.
second half, no? Tama ba? Yes, ang galing ko magmat. Kaya ako campus rivals.
Kaya ako nag-shoutcaster, kasi hindi ako magaling sa Again, good call naman sa timeout ngayon. They can't lose this.
Yeah.
I mean, they have in their econ round. Pero sabi ko nga, every econ round is still a big part ng pwedeng mag-change ng tempo between these two teams. So we still have to watch that out. But then, awful, considering yung gap nila ngayon, they can't lose more rounds or else this is going to just be a big win.
Yeah.
Coming to the side ngayon ng Green Aces. Biglang nag-tune in. Yung Green Aces, when we switch yung sides, ang ganda na kagad ng performance, di ba, for both teams. But the fact that kanina, naging tie sila, I think this is really gonna give Olfu a hard time considering itong position ni Fishon, napakagaling na kanyang performance sa defending.
Yeah, alam mo, also, hindi siya naging as flashy as he was before. He's playing like a position na talagang common, but it works out. So medyo nagugulat ang buong Olfu squad. And if they don't win like the next 2 rounds, in their credits, in their economy, mas mahihirapan sila in the later part of the round. But look at this, another fast push coming in from DLSU. Parang sila yung attacking, pero look at Snappy, opens the door, and Amor Fati is blinded by the bullets coming in his way.
And the rest of, sunod-sunod na nga kagad nila.
Oh my God.
Nakikita ang mga miyembro ngayon ng Olfu while Eusebio was just playing it around. Once again, sabi nga natin, pagdating sa round na to, napakalaki ng difference between the guns and they can really take them out one by one. And while they are playing around into the minds ng Olfu talaga sa next round talaga magdedetermine anong magiging pangyayari sa kanila in this game.
Alam mo, one thing is for sure, if they don't win this, magiging flawless to for the side of DLSU. They've been winning for the past couple rounds. Vision now gets 1 kill, and Wes falls down as well as Ralphie, and a flawless win coming in from DLSU 6-10. They are the first ones to get a double-digit score sa ating Lotus.
The mindset here ng DLSU, talagang kita mo mas cleaner.
Yeah.
Mas hindi na sila really reckless when getting those frags.
Yeah.
They have the discipline. They know how powerful that reach together with that raise is sa pagdating sa combinations na meron ang Ember Phoenix. But Ember Phoenix kailangan na nilang magising. I mean, looking at that, they have a full buy. So most likely, if West will be able to get an orb, pwede silang mag-nightfall. So that's gonna be a big possibility of them getting that round. And the fact that Seeker's gonna be going down, may sagot naman din kagad si Shinapi. And it's just all about the trades. Leaving only West all by himself. Yung spike ka lang. Nakita na nga tinuro na ni Fusion, hello, nasa na yung teammate ko, kailangan ko magtago. And they can just play along with this guy.
Mind games. Does he know? Ingat sa Prowler, pero nonetheless, nakaangat pa yung kamay mo, pero nandito na yung mga bala ko, babang-babang papunta sa ulo ng side ng ating Olfu squad. Ray, I think, nagising, naunang magising ang ating Green Aces.
He is very consistent. Akala ko nga kagad it's over. One Seeker is gonna be going down. And may mo kagad yung advantage, syempre, ng pagiging agresibo nila. Buti na lang, Vision was able to play that as well. The fact na Prowler, talagang walang mobility, syempre. Yung kanyang kalaban, and they have to force this round. Once they lose this next round, it's gonna be hurting them pagdating sa mga pera na laman ng Ember Phoenix. But considering na may showstoppers sila, may Nightfall, they have to do something about it.
Yeah, they have to utilize these ultimates in this round. If they do not, naku po, I think the spotlight will shine towards the Green Aces. May kita natin ngayon, here comes the triggers of the walls. They know that there's people in A main, pero ilan nga ba may kita na? Rap Cutie gets 1 kill. Secret, first one to fall down once again. Paranoia connects. No one falls down. They still have the ultimates, everybody. I think they're waiting for them for the retake. Spike has been planted, pero look at that aftershock committing on to Novilla. Baby down 1, and look at this. Snapping ako po, masyado kong maangas doon. Vision to get 1. It's a 1v4 against 4 players na gutom, na galit against the DLSE squad.
That's what we need
Yeah.
sa Ember Phoenix. They have to just go right through. I mean, you have that breach. You have that raise. Ang daming opportunities for you to get that aggressive. Pero ngayon, hinahabol lang naman nila si Fishon. It's just awful. Sana hindi too late itong adjustment nila. I mean, they still have 4 rounds that they can go up against DLSU na pwede pa silang mag-tie. So now that they're able to save this round, meron pa silang pera. It's just gonna be a long process as what we've seen earlier in Icebox pagdating naman sa side ng Green Aces. So also, it's all up to the willpower that they want just to be able to close the gap.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I mean, a comeback is inevitable still. Alam naman natin na Olfu is really out there to maybe tie this thing once again. Alam mo, naging trend ng ating talaga sa ating Grand Finals na aabot tayo ng double digits for these two teams. Pero can they do it? 7-11 ang ating score. DLSU just 1 point away from claiming this map point. And there is bias for Olfu.
And at least now they have Vice's ultimate. So this is really gonna give them a good advantage. Tapos slow pa kagad si Novilas. Ang daming opportunities sa Olfu. They just have to max it out. At ngayon oh no, onto the side of Vision suddenly appears right in front of them. Gets a TB out. Those unexpected plays talaga mula sa kanya. Naiwan kagad yung mga balita as he gets the third one. May kasama pang wall syempre pero wala na ata magiging impact dahil dalawa na lang ang nagiging sa kanila. He gets the ace! Once again, Vision! Kada series, meron siyang makukuhang highlights.
That is 5 kills into the dome. Para kayong nasa The Voice, nag-audition kayo as si Vision ang judge. And he says, I am your master. DLSU now on map point.
Vision. Alam mo, parati nila tayong sinusurprise. Diba? On that previous series, akala natin tapos na ang lahat. He suddenly gets his ace. And now finally, they needed that twist para lang talaga magkaroon ng match point. They don't want Ember Phoenix na makuha yung momentum. And after that, ito na nga, ang malaking tanong dito, we have that 5-round difference. After this timeout, wala nang timeout available syempre sa Ember Phoenix. Ang tanong, mapupunta kaya tayo sa overtime?
Alam mo, that is the question that we want to see. Kasi syempre, we want a game upper hands. Gusto namin mapaos lahat ng talent na nandito sa high grounds ngayon. Kasi syempre, Olfu, gamitin nyo na rin yung one more timeout nyo para tumagal lalo ang laban. But it's a change of tempo, by the way. Yung first half natin, it was like always like 3 minutes, sulit na sulit. Make it 4 pa nga kasi napaplanta pa yung ating spike. But right now, medyo nagugulat kasi ang Olfu with the different change of playstyle ng DLSU.
Ano ito pa? Parang ano na lang ito mindset timeout na ito na guys. Okay? Ayusin na lang natin ito if we really wanna finish this map, di ba? But DLSU, sabi ko nga, medyo masakit to. Kita mo yung magiging combination mula kay Vision. Once he gets that ultimate ready, this is gonna be giving a lot of information for the team.
Yeah, very much so. He just needs to use this para makakuha ng onting, positioning of these players right now. It's gonna be a slow round for Olfu as they're gonna be even more careful. Pero what can being careful lead you to? Will it be a win or will it be a slow and painful death na ibibigay ng ating Green Aces squad? A lot of LOS towards Mound. Prowler, first C1. They know some things here. Here comes the shot. Not connecting anymore. Look at the Summer Fatty. And look at Baby Dong as well. Gets the first kill of this round. A good start for the side of Ember Phoenix. Pero ngayon, Eusebio, dating mayor, pero ngayon, nag-hold ng B-site.
Oh, I'm sure he heard it. Pero ito na nga, sabi nga natin, si Vision napaka-importante ng kanyang ultimate. Pero ang sagot dito, hindi nga lang magkoconnect kay Raph. But I guess the fact that all of the members ng DLSU are going down, I think this is just a round sa side ng Olfu.
Yeah, I mean, DLSU can expend this round very much carefully. Pero look at this. Amorfati claiming multiple lives. 8-12 ang ating score. Just 4 points away from getting this into overtime. As we look at the replay, kung nakikita nyo kanina, 5 ultimates are available in this next round. 3 para sa DLSU, 2 for the side of Olfu. What can they do with this? Can their sheer potential and can their sheer will move them up into overtime? Naku po, Ember Phoenix, you need to use everything that you've got because if you do not, alam naman natin, hindi magpapatibag ang Green Aces.
Alam naman natin ang kasagutan na pagdating lamang sa performance ng dalawang team na to. But syempre, DLSU, they have to remind themselves to calm down. I mean, this is all we are talking about. This team, once they burst right through, nahabol nga nila last time yung DLSU pagdating sa overtime and icebox. So talagang kailangan ngayon ang mindset na ipakita ng DLSU that they wanna get this over with. But sa side naman ng Allfu, they still have lots ng ultimates na pwede nilang gamitin actually.
At medyo parang, let's do what they did to us ang approach ngayon ng Allfu. Gamitin natin yung timer as a form of weapon. A lot of shots going into A main, so there's some slight information para sa DLSU kung nasan nga ba ang remaining members ng Allfu. Here comes Raf Cutie. Slow and steady. Also Snappy waiting for the drop-down position. Pero Amor Fati and the rest of the squad enters the side with the first blood. Here comes the stunts, here comes the paranoia. A successful plant nonetheless. Everybody from Allfu is at the back of the walls. First to fall down para sa Allfu, it's gonna be Raf Cutie. Still guarded, connects. Naku po! Yung shorty hindi! Nilabas yung espada at walang natamaan. It's a sheriff kill para kay Ralphie Man. 4v3, making a 3v3 as Nobilia gets 2 more. 1 more para sa kanya as West pulls the trigger on that head.
Vision! Tapos na nga ba to? Or hindi! Hindi pa! It's not gonna be over yet. There's still 3 rounds remaining. Bipolar, all I can say is it's really intense. Sabi ng Allfu, we don't wanna give up. Siyempre, it's a chance na ito.
Hindi madali ang laban kapag kalaban mo ang Our Lady of Fatima University. May kita natin dito na a lot of skirmish. I thought it was the round for DLSU kasi lahat ng players dito ng Allfu na pushback na towards the wall. Parang sinakal na sila at spinning down doon sa pader. But still, they were able to get these shots. Vision with a beautiful position. Pero Amor Fati was right upon his knees, eating tooth and nails. And right now, DLSU needs to possibly change the tempo once again. Pero Allfu, doing what they've been enduring for the past 5 rounds, sila naman ang mag-take again once again ng long round. Let's look at the ultimates. Wala masyadong available for a very, very long time. So labanan tayo ngayon ng mga gunfire.
Ang daming na-waste kanina sa round na yun.
Yeah.
Hindi pa rin nag-work sa DLSU. I think the fact na namatay si Snappy, napakalaking nga talaga na bagay. But then, looking back right now, still a match point. There's just a little bit of those takes mula sa bawat isa. But Vision, he wants to make something dito. Gusto niyang kagad makapitas talaga ng isa. Nakakaramdam siya na mayroong katao na pwede niyang mapitas.
Let's see kung kaya niya nga ba makakuha. He does have some way of getting into the back line. Tignan mo si Coach. Si Coach ba? Tama di ba? No. Mali, magkamukha sila. Nagulat ako, pero mas nagulat dito. Si Eusebio as Amor Fati infiltrates it as well with a headshot connecting. Posible ang 10 points para sa Allfu as they plant the spike. DLSU ngayon surrounding Ember Phoenix from left, right, and center.
Everything is just favoring Allfu at this point. Sabi nga nila, ay nila mag-give up. And there it is! Oh, Cedric is gonna be taking down the West. Pero sabi ko nga, Amor Fati is pretty excited. There's the flashes coming in! That's gonna be connecting Vision all by himself. Pero the block! Wala nang magawa. Dalawa sa kanyang harapan. Nakita na niya kung nasaan si Raf Cutie. But that's gonna be connecting the shots. 2 rounds left. May posibilidad pa nga ng overtime at this point.
Oh, Nar. Medyo na-force yung spray down doon ni Vision. The tense, all of the tense nerves right now dito sa high grounds natin nararamdaman ng players, ng coaches, and even the viewers as well. Pati production crew natin, sabi na, nood na muna tayo dito guys. Medyo ang tindi kasi Ember Phoenix has accumulated 3 rounds after, look at that, I think 6 rounds ang kinuha ng DLSU doon.
And sunod-sunod na may chances na sana ang DLSU para tapusin. I think that previous round, di ba, when they have that ultimate coming in from Fusion, tapos nakita pa nga natin yung Michael. Ang dami na kagad opportunities, and yet, they weren't able to close the series. Masyadong nagiging intense yung feelings nila, masyadong nagiging eager. Kailangan muna nilang mag-isip before they can get those somethings between the steps.
Yeah, medyo nadadala na talaga ng emotional roller coaster ride itong mga players natin, not just for DLSU but also for Olfu. It's really dwindles down or mapupunta na lang yan kung sino nga ba talaga ang may, composure in these gunfights. A lot of shots are missing right now for a lot of our star players. And once again, we're on the 52nd round mark. Getting ultimate orbs, getting it easier para sa kanila. Prowlers are here, connecting on to one. Paranoia also connects na kumpongin at dito sa Eusebio. Walang makita, tatlong blind ang tinamaan at binigyan pa ng showstopper. Showtime ngayon dito si Amor Fati. Another plant coming in. Raf Beauty with the double kill onto 2 people.
Nagta-tunnel vision. Yung mga miyembro ng Green Aces right now, and it's just incredible. They don't have a choice right now. They have to save, or of course, wala nang mangyayari sa next round sa kanila. And I really do think there's a high chance at this point to just make this into an overtime. Syempre, alam naman natin, it's gonna be a match point, diba? Alam naman natin yung at stake between the two teams. So talagang kailangan ngayon ng Olfu na humabol, and they are making it work.
Yeah, and it's gonna be easier for them kasi nga tulad na sinabi mo, there's no more credits for DLSU. For those 3 players, I think si Pigeon lang is able to get possibly an outlaw. Secret also getting 1 more kill. Pero Olfu now has the easiest time of their lives para makakuha ng overtime. If they lose here against people without a lot of vice, isang malaking anomalya ang mangyayari dito. Pero Raf Cutie, once again, looking back at the replay, perfect position, perfect timing, and look at the shots connected.
Grabe.
Okay ka pa?
Okay pa ako, pero 4 rounds. Grabe. I have no words. Ember Phoenix at this point, they were really keen into winning those rounds. Nakita nila na yung DLSU. Alam naman natin pag nasa momentum ka, gusto mong tapusin na lang kagad, nagiging agresibo ka masyado di ba? But we can't deny that Ember Phoenix, they are still thinking they want to make this work. They want to win this map badly.
Naku po, may operator na sa kamay ni Amor Fati, nangangati na yung mga daliri niya. Gusto niya mag-claim ng mga ulo towards the LSU. And one thing to point out, if Wes gets a kill here, he has ultimate. So mahihirapan muli ang DLSU. Waiting game tayo ngayon. This has been one of the most intense waiting games na nakikita natin. DLSU, antsy once again. They need to predict where Olfu is, and Olfu just needs to outgun these players right now. Is the prediction right? Oh no, Ray Ray. Ray Ray.
It's up to
Ray Ray.
Nasa iyo ang kasagutan, pero syempre, sabi ko nga, when it comes to that reach talaga maraming mapokus, maraming pagpupuntahan, and the Nightfall is gonna be coming in. At open na open talaga ang side si Green Aces. I rather spot the thing agad si Ember Phoenix.
Oh, they go in. Look at that boombot. It kills off Secret just like that. And 1 more kill for Amor Fati. The showtime, baby. Here comes Olfu in the onslaught. They wanna give a fiesta, at ang fiesta na yon ay i-offer ang mga ulo ng DLSU. We're going to our very first overtime.
Hello. Sinabi ko na, right? Sa series na to, magkakaroon tayo ng 2 overtimes.
Yes.
At ito na ata yung unang sign.
Diyos ka po.
Imagine 5 difficult rounds. Nabultong hininga ang mga miyembro ng Ember Phoenix. Finally, they make a statement. It's already at 12-12. This is draining.
Yeah. Very much draining.
Sa side ng
DLSU,
Green Aces, I mean, natapos na lang kagad ang kanilang performance. But then, yun nga biglang nag-display sila, biglang hindi sila makakuha ng shots, masyado sila nagmamadali. And yun yung naging opportunity sa Ember Phoenix to make this into a tie. And remember, yung kung previous lang yung pinag-uusapan na performance mula sa naging laban nila, nananalo dun ang Olfu.
Yeah, totoo man. Parang isipin natin na nawalan din ng connection itong DLSU squad natin. The Green Aces are not aces high right now pagdating sa laban na ito. And Olfu is just taking advantage of every single corner, every single mistake, every single position is being taken by the side of the Phoenix. Parang lumilipad sila at they know every single angle na kayang i-hold out ng DLSU. Now nag-switch tayo ng sides. There's a possibility na DLSU might get at least 2 rounds here.
Malaki nga talaga yung chance. Kitang-kita mo na ito ngayon ang DLSU, they're very careful. Kanina talaga confidence nila, but it seems like it actually is they're really troubled sa ginagawa nila. But then Olfu really prepared as they're gonna be taking on to the side. Looking at the time, actually posible to kasi kailangan na nila mag-regroup. Kailangan na nila push, kailangan na nila mag-decide.
I think their decision right now is once again take this side in the last possible second. Ako po, Rap Cutie once again, the smoke criminal that he is. And now he gets to Paranoia, connects on to nothing. But West is there in his backlines. 3 players fall down. The last 2 players is Novilia and Eusebio. Eusebio gets 1. 16 seconds though at magkalayo yung dalawang players na to, but right now they're connecting. 10 seconds on the clock. Novilia, can he push this? He does, and he gets the kill. It's easier. People are dying. Here comes the short in ako po. He goes for the plant. No time. 1 HP, and they give the round to Olfu.
A comeback? Is that gonna be happening right now? Dahil isa na lang ang natitira ngayon. Bipolar, I don't know what happened, but then miracles, nangyayari talaga sa mga player. Yung determination ng team na to, wala akong masabi. Olfu is just on point.
Yeah, man. Kung isipin natin, hindi na to laro eh. Like, bangasan na to na mga parang it's a different ballgame for these 2 teams. Look at that. Kung kanina, Green Aces ang nakakuha ng 6 consecutive rounds. Ember Phoenix ang nag-twist ng tables, flip yung tables, sila naman daw ang kukuha ng ganong karaming streaks.
They have to tell each other na calm down lang. Mukhang kumuha na nga kagad tayo ng timeout mula kay coach. He has to tell them they want to get this into a tie, syempre. Para lang talagang makapag-perform, para lang maitapos itong series na to. They have to talk it out on how they will be able to maneuver. Kasi kanina biglang they just lost the soul
very much
team,
so.
Medyo na-crumble, not just about the crumbling, talagang naging intense, nawala sila bigla, naging komportable sila sa match point na yun.
Yeah, very much so. Parang they were too overconfident na nag-tunnel vision na lang talaga sila towards getting that finish, and they weren't able to capitalize on those advantages, and ultimately it led to them giving a lot of points to Olfu. Alam mo, sa sobrang haba ng ating laban dito sa Lotus, mamaya yung coach ng DLSU, yung shorts niya magiging pants na. Ganon kahaba ang ating labanan. But look at this. A lot of aggression coming from DLSU. Baby Dong though, where the hell did he get Eusebio?
Well, Eusebio, pa naman importanteng player ngayon ng DLSU, and yet nawala siya bigla sa mapa. Kung ako si Sikre, talagang kailangan nila kumalma ngayon because I think yung momentum ng DLSU mindset is just empty. Here we have, they are winning. We only have a Snappy left and Olfu.
Pinaglalaro!
A comeback! A comeback! A series of 7 rounds na sunod-sunod. Ember Phoenix is on a map point against the Green Aces.
Nakita mo yun? Sabi niya ako si Michael Jordan. Tatalon ako sa supalpalin ko yung mukhang yung last player dito ng ating DLSU. That was just crazy. Ano?
Teka lang. Hinintay ko muna yung pakita ko.
Sorry, nadala na ako eh.
Okay lang. Nadala naman. I didn't expect that this was gonna be the turnout ng ating map number 3. It was such a good start from DLSU. They had such a good control at the start. They were dictating the pace of the game, and then somehow nag-mutate siya into OLFU. Tuloy-tuloy ang rounds nila from a huge discrepancy up until na-push tayo sa overtime, up until sila na yung kumuha ng game na to in that overtime.
Ilang rounds yun, Rere?
7, I guess. Tapos sa 7 to 10. So kapag inad mo,
Yeah.
So, 7 rounds na sunod-sunod. And that was
Exactly.
pretty crucial, Kasi, yun nga, maraming times na meron ready na ultimate mula sa side ng Green Aces. They could have finished that, but that particular round, I think that was round 23, I guess, and where they have that Nightfall, they have Vision's ultimate as well. They were able to do that sana, pero then bigla silang nag-collapse. They didn't expect someone to go into their spawn, na pumaha kagad si Snappy, lahat sila kagad bumagsak isa-isa, and that was a time where they just lost it.
Yeah, inaantay natin na magamit yung Dimensional Drift just like what you've said. Kaso nga lang, na-pick off agad siya. One of the players na talagang nakuha agad and... Aso Rayman, parang... check mo nga yung blood pressure ko.
Okay lang. Kalma muna tayo. We have discussions na lang muna. We can take a bit of a breather. Our teams are taking a break now while we are conversing dito ngayon. But this is an incredible feat, honestly, from OLFU. The Ember Phoenix, as it were, diba? They truly are reaching that next level. They are able to weather yung paano ba sabihin ito, yung pressure of being that far behind and still coming back on top. And this is good because now, we're 3 games in, we're 3 maps are done. Ano na sila? Series point na sila. They're already 2-1 against dito sa DLSU, and DLSU is definitely in trouble. Again, we've mentioned this. Once we get into that map number 4, this is becoming, I wouldn't say uncharted territory naman in terms of maps, pero these are more the least played maps in our campus rivals.
Yeah, magiging parang if we had different strats all throughout map 1, map 2, map 3. Dito talagang unknown territory, just like what you've said. It's a different ball game and we don't know what's gonna happen. Can the LSU in a different environment bounce back, push it into game number 5, Ray Ray?
I'm sure. I mean, this is best of 5.
Sure.
Anything can happen. Despite that disappointing match mula sa side ng Green Aces, I'm sure that onto towards the next map, they'll be able to do something. Pero itong also talaga, I love the sheer power that these guys have. Imagine, they didn't give up. Mahirap na yung time na yun. Wala na din silang economy gano. Puro half buys na lang. And then, they just spark that motivation to actually win. And ito na nga yung look forward natin towards the next map. Siyempre, medyo masakit yun sa Green Aces. You're already at the match point. So, ang big question is, what can they do?
So, let's look at the highlights muna. We'll show it on the screen. I wanted to ask, ano na lang, you don't have to answer too deep kasi syempre you guys are absolutely fried nung intensity of that game. I just want a yes or no. Did you think na, specifically to sa Green Aces kay Vision, was he overdoing his part na as the duelist, the more na in trouble na dito ang DLSU? What do you think, Bipolar? Yes or no?
For me, no.
No. He was still doing the same thing naman.
I think he was at the later part of it as underperforming.
Underperforming na. Okay, because I thought he was trying to overextend na yung kanyang parang what he was already bringing at the first part and then trying to bring that into the second part.
I get you naman. Pero for me, like parang he was doing that pero he wasn't getting anything.
Okay.
Kaya nasabing medyo underperformed. Because we expect him to hit 2 shots Pero, ikaw ba?
At hindi mo kagad sa second half after Dati, it's always about Vision all by himself. Pero hindi. Dahil very aggressive tapos may bridge pa, nakitigilan talaga siya. So it forced the Villa to actually do Vision's job to pick up at least someone. Pero that didn't work. Kita mo nga kagad, whenever it's just a 4-to-1 split, hindi nagiging workable to sa side ng Green Aces. So talagang the rest of the members, they just couldn't. Seems like there's just a chokehold na nangyari sa kanila all throughout those rounds.
I like that that term that you mentioned about chokehold. I will steer it na nga. It felt like, paano ba explain ito? I think naglaro masyado yung DLSU that second half na in their own headspace na mas naglaro sila, or we're gonna show the post-stats na rin. Naglaro sila masyado dun sa pag-counter ng push ng OLFU, but OLFU were kind of juggling 2 things at the same time, pushing on one side of the map. If they feel more presence there ng DLSU, they'll go the other way, and DLSU overcommits to protecting that one side na wala naman dun yung spike. Did you think that was a thing that you saw multiple times in the second half? Kasi it felt like that was the case.
I agree with you, Asaray, on your take. Kita mo kagad na sabi ko nga, yung vision ng Green Aces dito, it seems like ang dami nilang gustong gawin. Unlike kapag ito sa side ng Ember Phoenix, they're just calm and collected. You mentioned, Asaray, na ang dami ginagawa ng Green Aces. So while ang Ember Phoenix, they only have two things to do, right? Is to go into the site and at least pick off someone who's just somewhere. So that's a good idea that they were able to get. And all throughout those rounds, yun lang yung naging focus nila, di ba? Napaka-ige. They take out Fashion, they take out Navila, they win the round.
Yeah. I think medyo naging problematic din na yung DLSU natin. We're doing a lot, pero they were up against a team na we're basically doing classic things na a lot of holes, pero you're overthinking it too much. Pero after that, it's our MVP right now, Asurat.
Yeah, once again, it's Shintaro, man. Or Amorfati, he was incredible in this specific game. Ang ganda ng, I think, presence niya. He was able to utilize well yung abilities ng Raze and assist the team. And not only that, he was able to do that while also weathering yung intensity nung DLSU players. He was still up against the double duelist. Pero, he's already used to it. Naglaro na siya ng map number 2. He's brought it to number 3. And again, he's still able to just perform so well. And now, with all of that, 2-1 na tayo. Wow. Is this going to be the 11th hour na? This feels like, I don't know, DLSU, they gotta wake up, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's a wake-up call, basically, right now for DLSU. And if they don't wake up, nako po.
Don't want to think about it just yet.
I don't want to think about it too much. I don't want to think about it.
Baka magdilang anghel ka nung wala sa...
Yeah. Wag.
At yun nga, talagang sana ngayong may konting little break tayo, sana napag-usapan nila yung gusto nilang gawin. Especially that our next map, it's going to be an Ascent.
Yeah, exactly. And again, I feel like Ascent naman, it's anybody's game talaga. However your experience on that, it's always going to be the 50-50. Anyways, we're going to throw it to our hosts muna to just, have a little breather for us, the casters, and of course, yung mga players natin. So hosts, take it away.
Thank you so much to our casters, Asuray, Ray, and Bipolar. Wag muna kayong aalis. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, we are still live here on High Grounds. Kung gusto nyo pumunta muna dito para sa ating Grand Finals of All-Fu versus DLSU, don't be shy. Dito na kayo. Catch up. Pero right now, I'm together with the crowd. Isang vibe check nga dyan. High Grounds, magingay! Yes, buhay na buhay yung crowd natin dito, but I'm with one of the supporters of DLSU's Green Aces. Hello, please introduce yourself to the camera. Sino pangalan natin?
Hello po, I'm Shang. I'm girlfriend of
Kinilig ako, my bad. Alright, sige, so Shang, now that DLSU is on the back foot right now, medyo nahihirapan sila, but there's still another game going on. Any words you want to say to Novilia or Banuno or the entire DLSU team? Nakikinig sila doon, so please go ahead, take the mic.
So, every game naman po, they're always giving their best, and I think they will win this. DLSU win! Go Banuno!
Okay, last na to, Shang. Shang, may tanong ako sa'yo. Kung isang agent si Banuno, anong agent sa Valorant at bakit?
Siguro po, Neon po. Kasi ganun po siya kabilis pumasok sa puso ko.
Sorry, ako yung kinilig. Alright, anyway, thank you so much. Here's a Predator merch from you. There's a speaker, tote bag, shirt, and a tumbler. And there you have it, folks. Love is in the air, pero hindi pa tayo tapos kasi meron pa tayong isang kakausapin. And Rekti, pasunod naman sa akin. Eto, may nakikita akong tropa dito. Hey, what's up, man? Hey. Hey, what's up? Ito pala. Okay. Hey, what's up? What's your name? At what's your name muna? Simulan natin sa pangalan.
Gian.
Alright. Parang Gian, matanong ko lang sa'yo. It's a Saturday and then you're enjoying Valorant. Any other reason why you're here to support the Grand Finals?
Yung nagkakas jowa ko si Ray.
Anyway, Gian, I know Ray's there. Baka hindi na yan magsalita. Pero Gian, now that we're here on the beautiful Grand Finals, we both have All-Fu and DLSU. Anong gusto mong masasabi sa dalawang teams natin going into the Grand Finals?
Sabi ko lang, sobrang fun nung laban nyo. Wala naman talaga ako niroot dito, pero nag-root ako dun sa OLFU eh. Biglang kumambak na ako eh.
So speaking of the teams, may gusto ka bang sabihin sa mga, sa mga tao dito or anything else, Gian?
Thank you sa lahat. Lalo na yung jowa ko nagkakas dyan. Proud na proud ako sa'yo.
Zeus! Anyway, here's your merch from Predator. GM, thank you so much for joining us over here. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, Grand Finals of Valorant Campus Rivals 2025. Wag na wag kayong aalis dyan sa live stream. Magbabalik kami para sa game number 4. Ofu versus DLSU. We'll be back after this.
Campus Rivals is brought to you by Intel and Predator Gaming. Campus Rivals is brought to you by Intel and Predator Gaming.
Ating host na si Bruce. We are now back here in the Game 4 ng Grand Finals between Amber Phoenix from Our Lady of Fatima University versus syempre ang Green Aces from De La Salle University. I'm here. My name is Ray. Syempre, dito pa rin siya ang nagwagwapuhang Azurai together with Bipolar.
Ako po, alam ko.
Yes, yung talaga sa ano ni Bruce.
Alam ko, yung isa sa atin blooming dito ngayon eh. Parang may na-shoutout ata kanina.
Ay nako, grabe nga talaga. Love is in the air. And syempre motivation yan, di ba? Pag nanonood sa'yo, di ba? Ang importante sa'yo, yung pala yung nagpapa-boost sa mga players natin. But then, what an intense match. We have no words on what happened earlier. Although really unexpected on that magic run in our third map in Azurai, this is going to be a big discussion. Alam natin na Ascent to. And alam na natin lahat ng players magaling dito. But do you think, will this shape the advantage ng meron ang Ember Phoenix? Or do you think there's still a chance for Green Aces to win this map?
So, Here's the thing, I'm not sure just yet, pero I think may muna tayo. Other stuff.
Yeah.
We have our unfiltered, so yeah, let's check it out. Alright, so backing up dun sa tanong mo sa akin, Ari, we're showing off our unfiltered. No, kasi I'll be honest, I'm not looking at it anymore sa previous performances nila. We're looking at the now, and right now, DLSU malakas sila sa generation. They're very confident, they're very dominant. Once they lose OLFU are the ones that have the better mentality to stay afloat, even though they're already sinking. And I don't know if that makes sense to you, but like, Nag-bring bring it all the way back to 12-12, and nakita na natin, nagkas na kayo into that round win or that game win sa overtime.
Before you start with that, Bipolar, add ko lang na
Laban nga tayo, side.
silang sanay na they always get the huge lead sa mga nakakalaban nila. Ikaw, Bipolar, we really see how intense and how focused they are.
Alam mo, speaking of maraming trash talk.
Pagka-color mo, go-blind ako.
Wala, mga bobo! Pushing na sa akin yung
Patay, bobo.
Can we go together, guys? For this.
That is, again, emotion after emotion that yun na lang yung driving factor nila towards getting that dub.
Yeah.
I'm really in love with both of these teams. Grabe talaga. Surprise ako mismo sa match na yun. Lost at words na ako eh. Ang dami ko na nga kagad sinabi. Ang dami na nga na-exhaust. But kita mo na nga din, Azuray, sabi mo nga, you want this vision. It's not about the previous games anymore. You want it how they face itong Ascent map. And do you think on the first half, speaking of sa side ng DLSU, sabi mo nga first half maganda sa kanila parate. What are the ways siguro na that they can do para lang maging consistent sila all throughout?
Oh, that's a very difficult question. I think I'm just gonna go back na lang sa yung discussion natin before that quick little break na before the Bruce segment na I think the biggest thing is hindi mag-overcommit si Fission being that I think clutch player para sa nila. I think the word that Bipolar used was he was underperforming. I think the way that I look at it naman, and again, this is not, I don't think the one that you said is wrong. I think the way that I look at it lang is he might have been spreading himself too thin for his team. And I think
I see that.
being able to put himself in a spot where he's dominant or the way that he is when he's dominant throughout the rest of the game, that consistency is what he needs talaga to, I think, lead this team as that star fragger to victory.
You know what? You guys are just taking words out of my mouth. Feeling ko a lot of adaptation once again. Feeling ko times 10 na yung kailangan gawin dito ng DLSU. We've been saying it kasi from the get-go pa lang na not just Allfu but also from DLSU because we know that DLSU is powerful more than what we're seeing right now.
Yeah.
So we expect a lot from them. And going into this fourth map possibly might be the last if Allfu closes this out, but we never know it. I think one thing is for sure, pag napakita na natin yung mga agent selection nila dito, it might end up dun pa lang yung game natin.
Ooh, yeah.
Pero ako dito sa akin, I think it's just gonna be the same
50-50
composition that we have unless both of these teams parating meron silang pinapakita but it's more of yung out meta, si Green Aces talaga yung gumagawa nun. So let's see if what will they show to us this time around. But looking at the mood, looking at their what they talked about, sana nakapag-reset na nga sila dito. Sorry, sana they were able to iron it out. Vince was able to guide the team, but at the same time naman, si Allfu considering that they're just on the hype, sana din maging powerful sila. But we've already mentioned the predictions. Itatanungin ko na lang sa inyo, sa tingin nyo ba, magkakaroon tayo ng map 5 or tapos na to sa Ascent?
I think that's still a different thing na sasabihin natin. It's not easily yes or no. I think, ito na lang, I only predict this one thing. If hindi magawa ng DLSU yung early first half dominance na nagawa nila in the previous maps, I think OLFU have the guts, the grits para tapusin na itong series na ito. So that's my prediction.
I was about to say the same thing kasi they feed off that energy na immediate advantage pa lang for
Yeah,
DLSU.
exactly.
Pero if that upper hand is not on their side, nako po, you have to bank it on Olfu from taking that away from the Green Aces. So yeah, we have to expect that DLSU has resetted, has reconsidered a lot of things. But let's see kung paano nga ba nila ita-tackle yung map number 4.
Yeah, and I love that, right? Kasi one of the things na I think naging strong point ng DLSU is, again, because they're dominant at the very start, they have some buffer rounds na lang. Sure, sabihin natin, okay, all of you, they got that last map na nga, nabawi nila against DLSU. Parang sad sa DLSU, di ba? But no, I think one of the biggest things din dito is if DLSU have those buffer rounds, they only just need that one. And sometimes you hit that good shot, you're able to read your opponent on what they want to do. Just that one crucial thing, pag nasa 12 na sila and all of you are, mounting that comeback, could push us into that map 5. So I'm wanting to see that from DLSU. I'm wanting to see that from our Green Aces dito.
And hopefully din sana, i-add ko lang sa sinabi mga sir, sana hindi ma-feel sobra. I mean, si Fission, dedicated player naman siya. But I hope na he's not gonna bear the, scenes of this world.
Cross, no?
You can really see that. At sana mabigay niya din, syempre, sa kanilang mga teammates. Pero, looking at it, I guess it's already cooking. Malapit-lapit na determine kung sino talaga ang mananalo dito lamang sa series na ito. But looking at it, we have, syempre, guys, make sure to scan your code right now na mag-appear because once you get that, you can shop our Helios Neo 16 and Helios, syempre, kagad na nakikita natin dito, Helios 16. Both of them, guys, is available now. They have a lot of what it takes, syempre, sa ating mga laptop pagdating lamang sa Predator. Talagang, sabi mo nga kanina, you can win. Kasing galing mo si Fission makakapag-isip.
Yeah, ay yung main character energy talaga yung mabibigay sa'yo ng mga Predator laptops natin, especially the Helios Neo 16. Baka naman po, again, a big shout out, actually, Miss P coming in here and supporting us as well, and also Sir Eric Lufin as well. So maraming salamat po for showing the love, not just for the community, but also for these players and for this intense matchup na parang gusto ko sana best of 7.
Best of 7. Parang sa ibang natin.
Kinabukasan na tayo. Pero ang tunay na bang-bang.
Ito, Valorant. Ikaw naman eh. Ako po.
Yeah. But, aside from that then, Predator is also giving that opportunity para makapaglaro yung winning team dito in the Predator League, which is huge. Because again, next year na is going to be in India.
And because of that, etong agent selection, ito ba ang magpapadetermine kung sino ang makakapasok syempre sa Predator League going into India. And now, here it goes. Sa side ng Green Aces, so ibigay ko na sa iyo to. What will be the determining factor? What will be the differences that they can go here in Ascent?
I can't honestly tell kasi having the KO, I think, is a hit or miss ngayon sa Ascent. I think we're at that point now where you go for this standard comp like a year ago, okay sana siya. But I think right now, there's more usable comps ngayon. Ember Phoenix, it's almost the same, pero having that Yoru, that double duelist, I think is the better option as of the moment. Siyempre, it's still yet to be seen, but at least here on paper, just looking at it, I like the comp for Ember Phoenix more.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. Because syempre, more aggressiveness. They have the upper hand. Why not keep on steamrolling Green Aces? Pero I think comfortability pick na lang itong KO pick coming in from Green Aces. So there might be some pros and cons, but for me, yeah, I have to agree. This setup coming in from Ember Phoenix is gonna be one hell of a show.
Yeah.
I think para sa akin naman sa side ng Green Aces, I still believe that KO has something, right? At the end of the day, it's not just about kung ano ba yung gagawin nila by the book. It's always about how the player will use and maximize that agent to its timing, di ba? Kita naman natin the surprise is pretty good pa rin naman when it comes to it. But then, this is where things can get crazy. Alam naman natin si Raph together right now with Machine Taro, sobrang palong-palo. And that's a huge advantage that we can see. They take on those shots. May kita talaga sila kagad ngayon, Azurai. And looking at it naman, siguro, what's your take naman din aside knowing na may Cypher, right? The Cypher, the Omen. I think there's not much of a big difference, to be honest, between these two competitions.
That's fair, that's fair. Kasi, I think yung mga mapapawaw tayo dito is if nawala yung mga
I don't want to say basic, but yung common picks sa Ascent na agents na ito, we're not seeing, paano ba sabihin to? We're not seeing the Waylay, we're not seeing the Breach, maybe even the Brimstone. These are, I think, the Vice and the Deadlock. Yung pala yung hinahanap ko dito na Sentinels pick din. But this just covers all bases, whether you're attacking or defending. I just like the Euro pick a little bit more, just because I think pag may Dimensional Drift ka na, Rafcutie is also someone that is able to access his Dimensional Drift so many times just because of how ang taas ng kill output niya. So this is, I think, what Ember Phoenix is going to be banking on. Of course, the extra flash is never a bad thing. The other thing lang din dito is, I actually am not entirely certain, pero yung changes that KO has gotten throughout this year, or at least yung changes to other alternative picks niya, has made KO not as strong, pero still pretty darn good. The only problem that I have here sa kanya is I don't think the blade is as effective as people think now on a set.
Yeah, I believe so. Especially tsaka, there's not really a lot of people. You're just gonna be using it as a recon bolt feeling ko for Green Aces. And it's a good thing that you pointed out Deadlock sa comp natin, because if Green Aces changed KO into a Deadlock, kasi may gumawa na yun na team dito sa Campus Rivals na Cypher and Deadlock combination, it was a hellfire na mahirap pumasok sa side na to. And I feel like there was also a path na ganun pwedeng kunin ng Green Aces, pero let's see, no? Talagang it all ends up kung paano nila gagamitin yung KO.
I mean, we could also be wrong. Baka iba din yung na-picks nila once we get into the game. Sabi ko lang. We don't know. Pero if that's the case, I'm also wondering what's gonna be the adjustment.
But I guess that this is it. Is it going to be a big chance para manalo ng ang kauna-unang campus rivals natin sa side ng Ember Phoenix from OLFU, or still mag-game 5 pa nga tayo? So Casters, Azurai together with Bipolar, take it away.
Let's get right into the action. Oras na para sa 50-50 map. You know it, you love it, you hate it, but we are still here. It's gonna be all food. Once again, the Green Aces trying to burn out or trying to dish out the waters on the Phoenix that is burning hellfire right now. On the attacking side mo ng Ember Phoenix and Green Aces, can they be able to defend the onslaught and the power that Olfu has right now?
And Green Aces, DLSU, they have that pedigree of being the team that has picked up an incredible amount of championships in the collegiate scene. Again, Campus Rivals is, the first ever ng Predator dito, but the other collegiate tournaments that these students have been competing in has been dominated by DLSU. And is it time for them to be dethroned ngayon ng Ember Phoenix?
Naku po, that's gonna hurt their ego. But right now, you can see at DLSU will get 3 kills just like that, make it 4. As Baby Dong, the Cypher of Olfu right now, is half HP and alone in that A main position. Secret, meron ngayong Sheriff in the hand. Just one shot into the body of Baby Dong might be enough to get this kill. May onting information si Baby Dong with the shots going in to that door. So, pwedeng paglaruan right now ni Baby Dong ang last remaining player ng DLSU.
So, does he have his camera up and running again para magamit niya? Put it somewhere. Yeah, he actually just put it on the side itself. So, as Secret is slowly getting... Oh, no. I don't think Baby Dong knows about this.
Yeah.
Timing. He gets back into cover. Oh! Didn't realize na nasa taas agad dito sa Secret. So that's gonna be a start, once again, para sa DLSU.
Yeah, and this is what we want for DLSU. Kapag ikaw yung, up in the mix, you want that immediate win to boost up your ego and to boost up that adrenaline na kailangan talaga ng DLSU from the get-go. As we look at the replay, sobrang ganda actually ng pagpasok dito ni Apple Fat. But the shots coming in from Nubia, Eusebio, and Fission was all up in the mix. And I actually just noticed Fission is going with... Siya pala yung may KO, no?
Yeah. And this is actually, that's also what I wanted to point out then, na he flexed once again into a non-duelist, which I like. He's gonna have a little bit more utility to assist Secret, but at the same time, he's not far off from the, from the action na he's just supporting. He's also someone that can go aggressive into the fight. Okay, oh, what a shot from Rafcutie though. And this starts, you take the OLFU into
into that A-side isolation. Rampant. Wala magawa ngayon ang other players that's nearby ng DLSU.
They are up by one player ang Olfu natin, pero look at Amar Fati, very much low in HP, 43 with the Stinger. At Secret ngayon will peek out and dash out lang, very basic. 1-for-1, and now they go for a two-man kill as Olfu squander all around the side. Maraming cages, and there's a lot of bodies falling down. Everything at one, it's a 2v1. It's Rap Cutie with the Sheriff. Teleportation to maybe divert the attention of Novilla. TP's away. Is he gonna fall for it? Yes, he does. Naku po, Novilla knows it. Both are very much not in good condition. The shot not hitting! Novilla goes for the second point.
I know they're hyped, but I think that was a breath of fresh air dito para sa DLSU. You can even see na not super hyped. They're just, I think, content na panalo nila yun. Kasi that would have been catastrophic para sa kanila. You can even see with, I think he's not, doing comms, but he's trying to at least uplift the team by saying good job pa din. And that's always important ngayon. Just having that little bit of fist bump lang para lang alam nila na they're still in it. 2-0, not a bad thing, but they're coming into this next round. Definitely saving up into the weapons. Yep, you can see that from, from OLFU. What? Did OLFU actually force buy last round? I didn't realize they did.
Yeah, I think they did.
Ah, okay.
Whoa! Calm down, Shintaro. Naku po, alam kong natalo ka for 2 rounds straight, pero with the Sheriff 2K, he has a Vandal right now. He will fall down. But that's 3 players. Man, we weren't able to see it. It was that fast.
Yeah, he's opportunist dito from Amar Fati from Shintaro. He's able to create that opening, huge stuff para sa kanya. This allows the excess of players naman OLFU to go for these flanks. Good timing from West, just has to hit this shot. Take him a longer time, pero that will force na lang dito si Shinapi to go for this 1 versus 4. There's no real reason para sa DLSU to play for the save because they'll have that that actual money. I think coming in to that next round, still OLFU. Yeah, absolutely incredible round para sa nila, courtesy of Amar Fati.
Already stopping that 3 streak na kailangan dito ng DLSU para makakuha pa ng at least a 5-round game in the favor of DLSU. And look at this, as we look back, may kita natin 1, 2, 3. No shots were wasted coming in from Amar Fati. Yeah. Shintaro really is a man to be reckoned with.
It truly lies within from him, grabe.
I like that. Saktong-sakto, in brand.
All right, let's see. Okay, so I thought the LSU would have some money, but because of how tight-knit these rounds have been, medyo caught up sila. They don't have lost bonus because they've been winning the rounds. Then, agad-agad ang pag-pick out dito ni Seeker just to get that one up, that catch against OLFU. But you can see in terms of movement that OLFU are pretty aware of the potential shenanigans dito ng De La Salle.
Beauty with this outlaw.
Oh, he knows it's fake.
Oh, he still gets the shot. Seeker was waiting for someone else to peek out with that decoy. Pero ngayon, Rap Cutie leads the fray, leads the push onto B. There's one player, he is blinded, but still, he is unable to get that kill. Amar Fati going from that market position. Kills off Fisher. One more player left in the side. It's Yusebi to fall down. It's a 2v4 once again.
Yeah. Last 2 players ng DLSU. They're a little bit far from the situation, so ano muna tayo? They're gonna be... I thought they were gonna rotate to mid, excuse me, but it's gonna be B main. A guy doing the first contact. He's already looking for the second kill, but Shinapi having some really nasty shots with the Sheriff dito. Paranoia does give him a bit of space, and he actually makes it a tad bit expensive. Para sa OLFU. In the end, though, it's still around 4 OLFU here for the Ember Phoenix. And we've equalized. 2-2 agad tayo dito.
Yeah, Olfu is happy about that, pero I think DLSU will take that loss still. A lot of casualties side ng Olfu. So, it's a give and take situation in that 4th round. Pero right now, a lot of players coming in from Olfu are very much online just from mere 4 rounds.
Yeah, this has been a very tricky set of rounds. Yung force buy na yun from OLFU really kind of shook yung typical round buys natin. But wait, hold on. This is great positioning from OLFU. They're trying to get the one catch against dito kay Shinapi that could open up the entirety of this A site. Operator in the hands naman ni Secret as he slowly encroaches into mid. He's activated the tailwind already. He wants to go for that contact. Okay, peak, aggressive.
Agad, bang, alis, walang trades, walang kill whatsoever, but they know immediately that it's going to be an A-short take, and that's why they're slowing down the process, the pace, with that fragment and the two-man defense dito ng DLSU.
Here come. They have dimensional drift. I did not notice. All ngayon has a little bit of weight here. They trigger the traps. They trigger the cage. Oh my god, Amor Fati through the smoke. You in the headshot. It's one player left again in the side. It's Rap Cutie with a headshot. Nakupo na ubos ang players ng DLSU. They're crumbling down into peace once again. It's a 4v2 like round number 3 and 4.
Oh my goodness, this is just, it's not feasible. Oh, Amor Fati gets spotted out. Snappy. Position exposed. Oh man, he was trying to set up a smoke as well to give him maybe a bit of space. Vision the man on the other side of the map. Wala na talaga. He's far removed from the situation. Save na lang for the next round. This is looking problematic for DLSU. They're not getting the value that they want, and ito yung sabi ko nila, they're spreading themselves thin to try to get that advantage, and it's getting punished by Ember Phoenix.
I see him now, Asarai, and it was an expensive round for DLSU because that operator on Secret was not getting the light of day. He wasn't able to get one shot.
Yeah.
Amor Fati switches to the Vandal though, so as you can see, marami pa rin namang ways dito ang DLSU to fight them out in the long run. I think there's a null command already online. A lot of blades from these Jets also, so pwede tayo maglaro ng Valorant with a lot of ultimates in this round. It's just a matter of how they're going to be executing it.
Sure.
Look at this, Green Aces, 4 ultimates on their hand, Neural Theft. We have also Hunter's Fury, pero man, in terms of buy, Vision also just forcing it out with a Phantom.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. Like sometimes you just, when you have all of these ultimates, then having a hero Phantom or a hero Vandal is not far removed the man from just supporting that. And sometimes you just need that one extra firepower, and then if it fails, may buy around naman yung 4 players to the next round, and you can just get like a Guardian or something. Anyways, now, like you mentioned nga, lots of opportunities for DLSU to use those ultimates. Pero nakita mo yung galawin ngayon ng OLFU. The call is to wait and see where they might try to do their power play.
Yeah, parang it's another slow round for OLFU. It's like deja vu once again from the last 5 rounds in the map number 3. Look at Amor Fati right now with a shot. It does connect. How does it connect? Another bending bullet coming in from Amor Fati.
That's nasty. That opens up yung mid-control as well, so na-force out si Nabili dito to actually try to get control. He was not able to pick up the rifle, so now, shots not connecting. That is just so confusing to be in that situation. Nabili does get the kill onto Amor Fati, pero kita mo agad na kapag trade dito si Ralphie, it's gonna be one player at the back of the site, and Snappy throwing out that paranoia exposes his position. Now they know he's just there, and they will have to deal with him. Pero the question now is, where is Secret gonna be? He's very far, and si Snappy, oh my goodness, he needs to hit these shots. Okay, one. Oh. Unfortunately, not even a single one.
Yeah, that was dangerous territory para sa kanya. Losing that paranoia was the bane of his existence, but he needed to do that to delay the inevitable. Right now, Secret has a Phantom, has a lot of utilities as well. No Tailwind, but he does have smokes. He does have that updraft, so just a little bit of luck is what the LSU needs here. A possibility of a clutch is in the mix. West now with the timing. Picks it up. Nakapo na pakita ng mga bullets right now. Secret gets 1. Can he get 2 more? He gets nothing as AllFu claim their 4th round.
Dang. This is just... this is becoming more and more problematic at the very start. And this is the... Anyway, that trend, that prediction I was kind of did not want to see from DLSU. But they're already in that headspace. I think pretty soon, Woods has to call that time out. He has to rein in his players. I don't know, give them words of encouragement, something to calm them down. Kasi medyo nahihirapan na sila at this point. But no, for the meantime, they will have to play for this one. They have the gun round, they got the weapons, they got the ultimates, but they didn't use it at all last round. So this time, they have a big power swing to use.
Yeah, the gap of power right now is in the hands of DLSU. Pero look at this Amor Fati. Gets spotted out. Kailangan push dito ng DLSU, and they do so. It's 4 players on the head of Amor Fati, finally taking him down to his grave. Look at that.
He's TP'd with the spike, actually. This is confusing. And he actually backs up into the spawn. Okay. TP's back, or try to step for a little bit of that reposition, and somehow him and Ralphie, the R's ng OLFU dito, were able to manage picking away at the two defenders ng DLSU at the time.
Yeah, that was crucial picks coming in from all from ngayon.
Dash.
They might have an advantage here as Ralphie once again claims the life of Eusebio. One player left, and it's the Villa to fall down. Olfu is in the start that DLSU wanted.
Oh my God, man. I mean, all of you are at that point where they're taking very, I don't want to say unnecessary risks, but they're taking risks, and it is putting a lot of strain dito sa DLSU. The Green Aces, they're having trouble. Honestly, I thought Ralphie's supposed to be done with. He TP'd into the site, no punish against him. Or they tried to punish him, pero because he survived for so long, nandun na agad yung other players ng OLFU to go for the punish or maybe even go for trades and just win the site altogether.
Yeah, it gave them ample amount of time to react even more, help out his brother who was stuck towards hell position, towards underneath that platform. At dahil doon, he was just basically like parkouring all the way towards Dice, towards Jen.
Yeah.
At ngayon, forced to time out once again. Naku po, pumapana si coach. Sabi niya, ganun daw. Itama mo doon yung recon bolt.
I mean, DLSU, right?
Yeah. Archer.
Exactly.
Very in brand. It lies
within. All right. So, back to business.
Yes.
Back to the matter at hand. OLFU, we started, or at least we equalized with the 2-2 a while ago. Now, somehow, parang less than even, I'd say like less than 3 minutes. They've already gotten 3 rounds ahead dito ng DLSU. It feels like a more accelerated round generation from them. And now they know that DLSU, Green Aces, is or are on just the upgraded weapon. Seeker's the one that's brought out the blades. Pero, syempre, without Vision having any pop flashes para sa kanya, it might not be as effective as they're kind of hoping for.
Yeah, I think it's a shot in the dark right now if Secret really does get this kill, but he is in prime position. Is he aware? There goes the shot. Oh no, he does get the kill. Amor Fati falls down into the hands of Secret.
Question now is, was he able to actually pick up the weapon? I don't think so, yeah. So he could have thrown that to the hands of Vision if ever man, pero that was a very, very crucial kill na nakuha ni Secret.
Yeah, that's a good start for them in this 8th round. So a little bit of breathing room for the LSU right now.
Sure.
They do have the Sheriff still, so I mean, they're quick in their aim, but Olfu with a lot of these. And look at this right now.
Yeah, Rafcuty is so far into the spawn agad. I think Secret's also feeling this one, so he's gonna be checking it, but he might not know that Rafcuty's just here for the big agad-agad. The Villa has to be aware of what's behind him, and he does fall down, and this is a 2-kill opening opportunity for Rafcuty. While that was happening, Wes also finds the opening, the entryway into short. Still, 25 seconds. Teka lang muna. Vision does get the kill. Teka, tingnan nyo muna kung nasan yung spike. It's in the hands of Ralphie. He has to go through a short. Vision is holding this. The Ruthless will expose his position, and he has to hold this with that Sheriff. Mukhang hindi magagawa to, and unfortunately, that opening, that sliver of timing opportunity missed by DLSU, and from out of nowhere, nagka-desperation Hunter's Fury dito sa Eusebio, unfortunately does not connect, and yeah, there is a taunt from Amor Fati. He realized what just happened, and again, that struggle from Eusebio just did not pay off.
Yeah, desperation, naging starving sensation na ngayon ang ating DLSU squad against Olfu. Prime position once again from these players. Rafcuty just splitting the defense, dividing the attention of Olfu. Again, Vision quick with his feet, gets 2 possible kills here, but it was too much, and this Hunter's Fury, man, it was sad to see, but he needed to do it. He needed to stop that plan, at least maybe get a kill.
Yeah, he tried to though. I mean, it was pretty close. I think it was like an inch off from actually connecting sa planter din dito ng OLFU, pero that definitely costed them a pretty impactful ultimate coming into that next round. Novillian, nakita niya na yung pouring of the OLFU players, but they're not still pushing into the back of the site just yet. Nakita mo yung takot nila dito. Still, good control from OLFU. They're able to weather yung utility dito ngayon. Novillius is not getting any kills that he wants to. Down to 6 bullets na kanyang Vandal. He's gonna get spotted out. They know that he's gonna be in the corner, and he just gets overwhelmed. DLSU now have to go for this retake all the way through their side at Swan, with Secret hitting the shot with the operator.
That was crazy. Overwhelmed Overwhelming is the right term. And with it, something secure being a distraction. Baby Dong onto 2. Rap Cutie with 1 pero Snappy boy pa naman. It's a 1v2. Can he get this crucial kills? Snappy, the clutch of a lifetime.
Oh!
He spot. Did he see the?
Yes.
Did he see the gun? I think he did.
Yes.
He puts his crosshair here and with the spray down. Now process of elimination. No one in sight. It's one last player. 7 bullets is not enough if you are flying like an eagle. Kalaban mo, Phoenix. Archer ka lang.
That was problematic. Oh my goodness. All right, well, we'll see it naman dito sa ating replay real quick. This was a great set of kills from Snappy.
Yeah, so good.
And then he spotted the barrel. Good stuff from him. But this fake out with the jump, itong tumalon siya ng ganyan, bigla na siya nakita dito ni Wes. I think he was 50-50. I don't think he knew where Wes was specifically, and he was just banking on the fact na nakapocket si Wes dun sa pinaka-far left. Ooh.
Unlucky circumstances for Snappy. Almost a clutch of a lifetime, but right now, the Dimensional Drift being enabled spots out the Cypher and can also. Oh my god, Novelia gets one. Eusebio also is 2 players up for DLSQ and Olfu now. Very much low in player count. Novelia now very much angry. Sabi niya hindi na papatibag. Look at that, wow.
Okay, sorry. I thought he was teleporting straight to A. No, he just wanted to pick up the spike, I believe, that was dropped in B main. But while this is happening, Snappy, oh my goodness. Okay, that took him a second, pero he will at least drop the spike out in the open. Baby Dong by himself, Outlaw in hand. Snappy taking the high ground, having a swell yung crossfire dito alongside with Secret. And this will force the alternate route from Baby Dong. No, he's actually going back. He does have a bit of time to maybe, kind of just deal with these different angles. Okay, first shot connects. It's good. Pagkatamaan niya dito si Secret, Secret will fall down. 110 damage on that Outlaw is fatal for this Jet to peek out again. Nakita niya isa. He actually whiffs. Okay, so still, solid round for DLSU.
Yeah, I think the wall was too thick, just by a centimeter. So,
yeah.
I mean, good shots nonetheless. Tsaka mali na rin yung napili niya. First one na nakita niya was gonna be the Sova. So, not really a lot of potential there to get those kills. But Novelia playing out of his mind, getting at least 3 kills. And Snappy, not a snappy kill, but still getting that nonetheless. Baby Dong, again, just falling down outline. I think there's no buy. Never mind. Ember Phoenix still has a lot of credits.
Yeah, they're still, sobrang clean na mga runs nila. So they've been getting back. Oh, interesting play dito from Secret.
This.
Yeah, it's aggressive. It should get a catch sana dapat sa A main, pero no one from OLFU was there. And they figured out what was, I think, happening on A, so they're gonna straight up run rampant dito on the B side. Fati just, okay, parkour into the side. Oh!
This is too intense. Fati is just getting a lot of space for his team. Vision gets that kill, pero dalawang at mamamatay for DLSU. It's Novelia and Snappy once again. Secret and Vision are the last remaining players in this round. And look at Vision, man. Asurai, wala na siyang buhay.
Yeah, I mean, he has the regen shield, pero he's still critical in terms of HP. You're absolutely right, pero grabe ang pag-push out, the confidence na nakikita natin ngayon from the Ember Phoenix. The Recon Dart exposes Vision's position. Secret will try to go for the refrag if ever, man. That's a fake. Vision, I think, realized...
No, that's not.
No! Oh!
We got decoyed.
All right. Si Vision hindi, pero, I mean, okay.
Yeah.
He's still exposed. Teka lang muna. Wes, on a mission. I mean, there's a lot of money here for all of you. They can just play this aggressive and take away at the weapons. So far, it's just exit tracks for DLSU, all things considered.
Yeah. If they can secure some of these kills, it's going to be good.
That's the third kill, too.
Wes is going to be nice in his veins. And look at him. He is confident like a beast.
Yeah, he's conniving, but rubbing his hands together, man. He's like, yeesh, I am getting all of these nasty kills.
I am gonna win campus rivals.
Okay. That's not how Wes sounds, actually, guys. We're just,
yeah. Ganon kasi yung movement.
Yeah, so, he just looks like he's a conniving fox. Just scheming.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Like a troll as well.
Yeah. Last round of the first half. Secret, okay, the Korean dash, jet dash. Let's see how the plays works out.
Oh my God,
working.
Vision.
There, still, Raf Cutie though is able to respond in kind. Di pa tapos ang laban dito. Ralphie Man as well. As the other player ng OLFU, Eusebio, coming around with the stinger, actually gets a connection with the help of Navilla, who gets the shot off. Rough Cutie nila matitira, 1 versus 3. Look at the lineup from all of them. He's able to handle 1 by 1. Now he's still in a 1 versus 2. Wala pa siyang ultimate, needs 2 charges to work with that. Flashes pa magagamit siya. Now, they're gonna go for the double up, but look at this. Raph Cutie from out of nowhere, TPs onto B main. Alam niya agad dito. I think there's an opportunity, a chance for him to actually go into the A site, but he decides to plant for B. I like the idea. At least now he's just gonna be able to reposition a little bit. Now the question is, saan ba manggagaling ang 2 players dito ng DLSU? Exposed by the recon dart. He's pretty much out of options, and yeah, there it is. Clean round, clean retake para sa DLSU.
Almost a lineup there for that Yoru, but still DLSU now with a very good round. A little bit of hope is shining amongst them, and you can see, I think DLSU hindi pa nila talaga binubuga yung totoong powers nila, because look at them, they're still confident, they're still relaxed, and this is the power of their coach, I think.
I like that. Yeah, incredible. Of course, ano lang, there's a chug of their energy drinks, pang ano lang, just give them that extra bit of focus, but boost, exactly. This is a very, ano ba explain ito? This is just the crucial moment ngayon. Yeah. It's 4-8. It's not that far of a lead, but once you drop that pistol, DLSU are definitely in trouble. I'm expecting that if they lose, if lang, that they lose this pistol round against OLFU, they might be going for a force buy coming into that next round para lang ma-mitigate yung advantage ngayon ng OLFU. I'm just guessing lang if that happens, but if they can win this pistol, then good para sa DLSU to.
Yeah, I mean, I can see what you're saying, like force like 5 stingers, ganun ba yung sinasabi mo?
Yeah, kasi ano they don't want to play, I would say a 10-4 na naka, ano na, double G's na yung kalaban mo, and you don't have anything else, you know, in terms of rounds.
Oh wow, look at that, but still, it's double kills, triple kills, but look at Snappy, he is very much
the stun!
bloodthirsty. Right now it's 2 versus 1, Snappy alone with a classic. It's Baby Dong though, they know where he's at, goes for the teleport play. Snappy now with a fake plant, jumps onto lane, he cuts them off guard, 1 more shot, but it doesn't connect. 2 versus 1 ends with 2 players alive for Alfu. Almost a good shots coming in from DLSU.
Man, I feel like they're gonna be cursing that classic. Kulang sa damage. Yung head taps ng classic dito. That could have been something. There was, as you saw, parang pare sila nag-jiggle peek and everything. Now, there it is. First buy, second buy, yeah, they're gonna look to go for a force buy dito because they know that they're that far behind. They have to take this risk agad, and OLFU just are that far threatening talaga dito. Yan, bipolar.
Yeah, I mean, I respect that they really need a little bit of money in going into the round. Even if they lose this, at least you get the casualties. This is going to be a fast and aggressive approach coming in from Secret. But the paranoia being a problem, being a starting point for Alfu to deny the push that DLSU wants to start.
Yeah, the thing is, with that quick dash na nakita dito kay Secret, they've already exposed that they've gone for the force buy. Now OLFU are completely visible doon sa galawan ng DLSU. Now they know that this is a round where DLSU wants to take a fight. Now OLFU, they can choose to bring the fight to DLSU or actually just play the farther angles. They have the longer range weapons. Might as well just use it na lang para sa kanila. Amorfati, I think he wants to go for a peek onto short dito, but does not want to, I think, take the risk just in case na may katabi siya dun sa fridge, sa mid.
Yeah, discipline favors the bold there. Very much a good decision para sa kanila. But is Ralphie Man ready for the 2-man push? Here comes the scan. Not going to be hit by it. Cage to help him out, but look at this Amorfati missing the shots that are crucial. Snappy now still able to be alive here. Raph Cutie with a double kill and a triple as Alfu gets 3 more kills. Snappy left alone, no more HP. It's time for you to touch the globe that you once ruled. No more kings here. We are about to get into double digits para sa Alfu.
Damn, we need to see yung POV ni Raph Cutie done. I thought, okay, good. He got the first kill, and then somehow he managed to get a second kill then, right behind yung player na nasa harapan niya from DLSU. This is just so damn difficult for DLSU. Raph Cutie is 21 kills in 14 rounds.
What?
Yeah, I mean, we weren't checking the KDAs for the most part. It's not really spread across the board evenly for both, for OLFU. But you can see kung saan napupunta yung amount ng kills sa amount ng efforts na pinapakita dito. Truly, ni Raph Cutie.
Man, it's double digits for Alfu. I want to ask Asaray, is this the only possible title that DLSU cannot get against a squad na talagang naging breeding ground for esports talents? All for now just needs 3 points away from DLSU, and it becomes easier as a sheriff round lang ang magagawa dito ng ating Green Aces.
I don't know how to answer that, man. It's complicated.
It's too hard. Yeah, it's too hard.
I mean, there is a chance that DLSU climb back all the way from this deficit. It's only 6 rounds, right? Yeah. We've seen that happen. We've seen that be executed, done well by OLFU. Why not, believe in that DLSU?
I believe.
Yeah, we believe indeed. Navilla, he's trapped. He's getting pushed by like 2 players already. Cannot find a shot with that Sheriff, unfortunately, and OLFU overwhelms. On the other side, the man, Raf Cutie, positions.
Oh my God.
He's doing massive damage though, but still opens up the site. Pero this just sets up Amar Fati for 2 kills. Gamit ang kanyang outlaw.
And he dashes away just like that. He's still alive with 8 HP. He just waits for the last 2 players dito ng All-Fu. So, no planting yet, but it's now being commenced. Nakapatay pa nga si Wes, and Secret will get 2 kills, but still falls down to the Spectre of that Sova. All-Fu is mere 2 points away from claiming the very first title of Campus Rivals. Pero alam naman natin yan, sinabi nga ni Ashray, if someone is able to get a comeback, it's none other than DLSU.
Yeah, but the pressure is on. This is at least the glimmer of hope para sa ating Green Aces. They have their gun round. They have Secret, starting to build up a bit of heat dito. Amar Fati, I think to counteract that, has brought out his own operator naman. Look at how far Raf Cutie and Amar Fati are on mid. They're so aggressive. I think mahuli dito si Eusebio, but thankfully enough, he did have yung kanyang drone, and it was an alley-oop for Navilla to get a kill. So that overextend for OLFU, DLSU was able to capitalize.
Yeah, that's going to be a bad one for All-Fu, because DLSU, you don't want to give them the steamroll potential that they are providing them right now. Navilla shoots down the drone. Still a lot of time, pero Amar Fati has been waiting patiently dito sa mid natin. Does not connect doon sa second shot. Very much far away, but Rafi, man, he is owning this area. He is owning G. Paranoia connects, and he gets one. An aggressive push nonetheless, and he gets away just like that.
That shot of step was just beautiful. And of course, the previous Paranoia before that as well, sobrang ganda. Amar Fati does not miss that shot. Sobrang linis na kanyang flick. Secret just backstabbed. And now, si Novilli na lang matitira. He's still somewhere on short, but he has to pick up that spike that's somewhere trapped on the A side. Pero wala. 12-4. And now we have one more round for OLFU to claim victory and the Grand Finals title. The champions dito sa ating Campus Rivals.
I don't want to say it yet, Asaray, kasi nakita naman natin na in the third map, they were on match point yung DLSU, and there was a comeback coming in from All-Fu, so it's still very much possible. But as you can see, not a lot of buys coming in from DLSU. Yes, they have Bulldogs. Yes, they have Guardians. Yes, they have Jet Knives. And yes, they have Omen Ultimates. But let's see, can Amar Fati put the bullet into the heads of DLSU?
Okay, there's a pop flash shot dito from Raf Cutie. Navilla is still somewhere on B main. TP out dito kay Raf Cutie as he actually repositions for that A site. He is bringing back yung kanyang gate crash to assist B just in case na yung players ng DLSU dito are amassing outside B, which is gonna be the case from the looks of what the minimap is giving to us. Baby Dong is gonna be able to spot this out, even though there is a smoke right there. Yep, he spotted out one. This could call the rotation of the other duelists. Pero while that is happening, you can see that OLFU are starting to reposition onto mid.
Here he comes with a Jet Knife. Not gonna be connecting with those two. Can he hit the shots? Oh, he does! He gets one, he gets two! Can he get more? DLSU is very much alive! But look at this! It's Ralphie, man, to put them into the grave, and he gets down the grave first. It's 1 versus 3. It's Amar Fati though with a Vandal. It's time to quiet up. Can he get this clutch up? Can he get the beautiful highlight of his life? Smokes up. Becomes difficult for Amar Fati to get this. It's a lot of time para sa kanya. Azurai, take it away.
This 1 versus 3 is going to be so difficult for Amar Fati as there's just so many crossfires. Now he spotted out one already. Pero di makita na sa likod or underneath him. That's going to be Fission. And this is a fight that DLSU needs. And they need to keep doing this over and over and over again to have a chance.
They need to have resiliency, they need to have dominance, they need to have everything in the next coming matches. Because every death means every kind of possibility. Every kill means a win in the mix. Can DLSU really come back? Give your shout-outs, give your hope for the Green Aces squad and for the players or for the supporters of all who onti na lang magre-reincarnate ng ating Phoenix soaring high above the sky. Here comes Amor Fati with the first blood.
Oh, the Korean flash and dash on mid. Oh, they actually just bypassed each other.
Oh
Baby
my
Dong with
God.
the wraparound. 3 versus 3 tayo dito ngayon. Make that a 3 versus 2 as it seems like DLSU are just spreading themselves aggressively around the map. Wala na silang pakialam dito to control it. It's all about just going as aggressive as you can. Schnappi cannot pick up that spike with his ultimate because I think he already used it previously then to maybe get into B main. It's them separated. Look at this flank coming in from Baby Dong. I don't think he understands or maybe doesn't know yet. The smoke's right in front of him. He could push this, but Schnappi is pretty aware that that is a possibility. Flank coming in from West. Schnappi doesn't really look the other direction, but he does. Baby Dong does get it. Secret by himself, and he's getting just pinched in. And OLFU, ladies and gentlemen, are your champions for the Campus Rivals.
Your very first winners of Campus Rivals. The Phoenix soar high, they rise above the clouds. The archers have fallen down, no more kings. All just fire across the castles. It's Our Lady of Fatima University.
What a game! What a championship! Grabe nga talaga, puso. I think this map talaga determine on what they have in store. Congratulations once again, your first ever Campus Rivals winner. Syempre, we have here Our Lady of Fatima University, Amber Phoenix. The lineup really good. The game talagang kita natin dito sa Ascent. Sinabi nyo na din, in-explain nyo na kung gaano talaga nga kalakas ang team na to Ascent.
Yeah, I didn't expect this to be yung parang flow na nakita natin sa Ascent, pero it is what it is eh. Talagang nag-activate dito ang entire squad ng OLFU. They were so confident. They were pressing their advantage consistently against DLSU, and DLSU, I think, just didn't really have that many options, that many plays that they could go up against yung activated na Raf Cutie saka Amor Fati dito.
I mean, Raf Cutie in just the beginning of the rounds enabled them to get a lot of rounds into the mix. Again, DLSU nakuha nila yung first 2 rounds. But after that, parang sabi ni Amor Fati, sabi ni Raf Cutie na, it's time for us to dominate. And as you can hear, everybody, the screams are getting filled dito sa high ground.
Pakiulit nga natin, saan yung mga fans ng Amber Phoenix? They are just there. They're so happy finally. We've been finding this, right? There's always being the king at the top, and finally after kita-kita naman natin yung mga efforts na yan. But syempre, i-throw na natin sa victory syempre sa ating host. So, Juicy Brucey, kamusta na dyan?
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters. Ladies and gentlemen, a big hand to our first ever champions of Campus Rivals, Opus Ember Phoenix! Ralphie Man, Wes, Shintaro, Ralph Cutie at Baby Dong. You guys are the champions. Go champion kayo. Talon nga. 3, 2, 1, jump! Jump shot! Yan yung tinatawag nating jump shot of victory. Pero bago ang lahat, kausapin natin sila para you are now the first ever champion of Campus Rivals this 2025 in Valorant. Anong masasabi mo at ano yung feelings mo ngayon?
Siyempre po masaya po kahit muntik lang.
Pero yeah, you win. You won so much. How about you, man? Kumusta yung feeling that you are here standing in front of your fans?
Siyempre po masaya, pero isa lang yung talo namin, ma.
Wow, isa lang yung talo naman. The confidence in there. Wes, may artista tinatawag na Wesley Snipes. Ito si Wesley Sniper ng Campus Rivals. Wes, how are you, man?
Ito, masaya. Kasi champion kami.
Champion sila! And there you have it. Amor Fati, my God, kung ano mang kinakain mo, pahingin yan. Ang galing ng tutok neto. How is it right now that you are the champion of Campus Rivals?
Masaya kasi invited na kami sa Predator League.
Yon! Invited sa Predator League. Now, bouncing off of that answer, man, you are going to Predator League. Anong masasabi mo sa mga kakalaban nyo doon?
Feel ko, good luck sa kanila kasi magpa-practice na kami.
Magpa-practice? So wala pa tong practice para. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, Ember Phoenix of OLFU. And that is a very dominating performance. Now that you've got it, you guys, eto, mabilisan lang to ha. Since kayo yung champions, uso ngayon yung pag-flex. Pakita nyo nga in 3, 2, 1, flex. Thank you so much. Now let's head over to our casters to check out the highlights of this game in our grand finals. Casters, kayo na.
I really feel the energy up there. Congratulations, syempre, Ember Phoenix. Nakita mo pa yung flex ni Toji. Sorry, ni Shintaro pala. Jujutsu Kaisen, reference nga lang tayo dyan. Syempre, nakakatawa. You can see the smile on the faces. Talagang pinaghirapan nila yung pinagdaanan nila against Green Aces. At you know, Asurai, ang dami nilang pinagdaanan. Nakakapagod yung mga rounds. But then, we are really here. And now that I'm gonna be asking you, bago natin nakita yung mga post-match stats, tingin mo, sino yung best player so far na nakita mong nag-effort?
Ang hirap ng tanong na yun pero I think Amor Fati pa rin. Para sa akin.
Okay, kitang-kita natin yan. But right now, let's head over, syempre, sa mga highlights na pinakita sa atin at sinabi mo nga na marami tayong plays na na-witness kay Shintaro himself. But what about you, syempre dito?
For me, if we're talking about the biggest player here, I think it's between Rap Cutie and of course Amor Fati. Pero we've been saying this before, Shintaro or Amor Fati has a lot of things in his bag and now he is showing it here sa Campus Rivals. Alam natin na he is familiar and I think hindi na natin siya makakalimutan after this.
Talagang alam natin yan the memorable plays. But I think it's not just about him. The whole team right now talaga sa Ascent. Very different na talaga yung naging approach nila dito. I mean, and Ascent, lahat na dito magaling talaga Asurai.
Yeah. I think special mention na rin, the entire team also special mention. Pero there was a specific round that I liked from the double Rs ng OLFU. That the one with Raph and Ralph na somehow they were able to still get that A side. And yun yung, I think, round na nagbato si, I don't think it was West, yung Sova ng DLSU ng out of nowhere na Desperate Hunter's Fury. Nakita mo talaga sa round na yun that there was that point na DLSU was just grasping at straws, trying to bring back our round, taking all of this risk, and it just didn't pay off. And that was courtesy of Ralph and Raph.
Yeah, it was kind of them big, yung parang foreseeable future na they were drowning little by little and I mean they got the rounds that they wanted, they were comebacks possible kaso nga lang, man, Olfu, you are the new kings basically, you are crazy people.
Imagine, speaking of being crazy, kita-kita nyo din naman talaga amount of firepower na meron ang Our Lady of Fatima University. Very consistent talaga dito si Rap Cutie on those entries with his reorder. You guys mentioned this already before we started the game, diba?
Yeah.
That he's gonna be just aggressive, gonna play it very confident. Aside from him performing on the past 3 maps, napakaganda. He still continued it all through good. Pero syempre, kita mo naman yung amount of support from Mess together with Baby. Talagang calm and collected talaga sila sa mapang ito.
Yeah, and again, it just, I think emanated throughout the entirety of the rounds that we saw. Kita mo naman yung discrepancy ng performance dito ng, I think, DLSU compared sa OLFU where everyone on this right side team averaging, I think, let's say like 15 to 17 kills, while on the other side sa DLSU, maybe the mid-10, 8 to 10 ang kanilang stats. And that just shows kung gaano ka bilis makakuha ng picks on OLFU throughout that map.
Yeah, and it shows kung gaano ka-powerful yung Olfu dito. And I think we can definitely say that Olfu has read the LSU from top to bottom, from the first page to the last, from appendix to table of contents. Hindi ko alam kung tama, hindi ko alam kung baliktad ata, pero
I think it's table of contents then appendix sa pinakadulo.
Baliktad pala. Kaya ata di pa ako.
Wala kasi nagpapasa ng libro sa atin.
Nakalimutan ko na yung thesis ko. Pero to wrap it up, mamaya magda-drum roll tayo para syempre may kita natin yung Intel Finals MVP.
Wow.
And I'm sure naman na that player consistent talaga siya. He was really good. Sa DLSU side, lahat naman talaga sila nilabas talaga nila lahat.
Is this throughout the series na ba, yung MVP na to, or just last game lang? Series na ba?
I think there's a game series and Intel yung whole entire one.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
So, I mean, kung sino man dito, that might be something, you know, baka we have to choose between the two. Wala yan, syempre, ng mga nanonood sa atin. But all in all, I'm so amazed talaga sa Oppo. They had a hard time, especially on the third map. We really thought it's over already, right?
Yeah.
Na pagdating dito sa Ascent, I think it might DLSU closing it out. Pero yung mga important rounds talaga na ipanalo na. Here in Ascent talaga, the fact that it was a big lead already sa first half, we already know what's gonna be coming next. Pero syempre nga, na-highlight din natin si Shintaro, nahanap na din natin si Rough Cutie. Let's head over naman syempre sa mga players ng DLSU. Nakita ko talaga yung amount of effort syempre pagdating kay Sarah together with Fisha natin.
Yeah, I definitely agree na, you know, Sarah Eusebio has been doing a lot of, how do you mention this? He's been putting his heart out talaga to set up for both Vision and Seeker. But I think the problem therein lies na he wasn't able to really get that value himself, and I think because he's been focusing so much on Seeker saka Vision, it just didn't really give him that time to shine, at least dito sa last map natin.
And speaking of, here it is. Sino kaya ang Intel MVP for this map? It's going to be, syempre, straight aimer of the match from Intel. We have here Shintaro getting that 290 average ACS and 1.77 KDA. Alam mo, parang how many maps, di ba? I think 3 out of 3 maps na naipanalo nga sa ating best of 5. It's always been him as well.
Yeah, it's so every time nanalo OLFU, he's been the one talaga to get that title. So, you know, again, props to him. He definitely deserves it.
Yeah, kita naman natin how he really deserves it. Kita mo yung amount of experience. At sabi ko nga, it's not the first time we've casted this guy na he's really consistent. He's been in bigger tournaments dito. At yun talaga yung naging ambag niya going into the team actually.
Yeah, kung titignan natin yung DLSU as a whole, they have veteran status already. Shintaro also has that, and he brought it all the way to Our Lady of Fatima University. He soared like a phoenix, and rightfully so. Our Intel MVP, straight aimer of the match, is gonna be Shintaro. Alam mo guys, it just shows na this pose of Shintaro really shut up na lang daw kayo guys, kasi there's new kings in town, there's new people na kailangan nyo abangan every time, and it's the Ember Phoenix squad.
Yeah, and again, I like how he's the complete jet player para sa OLFU, diba? He's efficient with the rifling, he's good with the Blade Storm, he's also threatening with the operator. Again, I know that those are the, you know, the conditions talaga that you need, pero at the same time, when you're able to excel at it, talagang nararamdaman mo yung presence niya.
Nakita mo naman, all of these highlights collected for Shintaro. He's really smart. Sabi nga natin, it's not just about how aggressive you are as a duelist. It's also about making team effort, diba? Sometimes yun yung namimiss ng concept ng ibang tao, diba? Na gusto nila as much as possible maging aggressive. Pero hindi, it was really smart. He was playing actually with the whole team by Paulo.
Yeah, very much so. He was a multi-fragger that couldn't be stopped after that map number 2. Sinabi ni Azrai, sinabi ni Ray na this guy is unstoppable once he gets on that feed. He knows it. Ang ganda rin ng mga position niya. I want to commend that as well kasi it was basically, you know, unreadable for the side of DLSU, and that ultimately gave them the win. That ultimately gave them the breathing room na hinahabol ng ating all-blue squad. And it's just the versatility of this man. You have to give it to him.
Yeah. The credit is yours, Shintaro. Plus, alam ko na yung buff kasi ni Shintaro.
Ano?
Ibang malakas si Toji talaga na Toji Fushiguro sa Jujutsu Kaisen. So, yun siguro yung buff. Plus the flex, Azura, you know that.
Yeah, of course. Man was is built IRL saka in-game. Pero ito, you're seeing the highlights, and this is just showing yung point na pinagsabi natin sa kanya, diba? That he is able to create such openings, not just by himself, pero with his team. I think that was the stark contrast na hindi natin nakita on the flip side naman with Seeker. Seeker is incredible then, but unfortunately, he wasn't as well, I think, as well set up as DLSU was wanting, and Amar Fati was just completely set up well by OLFU naman.
But talaga yung naging decision-making din ng player na ito, di ba?
Yeah.
Talagang, but it's not just about him. Wes also has his own. The other members also, they were pretty sure of what they're gonna be going to execute. Although sabi nga natin, may mga times nga na very out of the blue yung etong DLSU sila. They just stayed on what they're more comfortable with. And that's one of the primary reasons, syempre, bakit sila ang first ever champion ng campus rivalry, di ba? Nakaka-excite.
Yeah, and one thing to point out, guys, that just means that one of the qualified teams already, kahit wala pang nagsistart na Predator League, is gonna be Ember Phoenix. So you better watch out for even more Shintaro, even more RAFQ team, even more Alfie Man West, and everybody coming in from all FU, because that just means that nag-evolve talaga ang Valorant scene natin dito sa collegiate scene.
Every time.
Every day.
At saka talaga nakakatuwa sila panoorin. Because you know, Azrael, when it comes to this competition sa campus rivalry, kakaiba na nga talaga. Pero syempre, panoorin natin ang mga winning moments as we watch on the unfiltered match. Syempre, nakita mo yung
Akin na.
Sige, tara, tignan natin mo yung silence, syempre, on how they actually play.
Grabe.
Yeah.
I want to say that I know this is unfiltered, but this is also some of the highlights na I think di napakita ng maayos for...
Sige, snappy lang yan. Snappy lang. Bobo yan, bobo yan.
RAFQ din dito. Okay, I'm gonna
Bongos lang. Isumuhan mo isa, pre. Joke lang.
Kasi ang ganda din ng comms na narinig.
Talon! Bobo, di ba? Ano ba yun? Double heaven. Tagsibes ang katago.
Sakto yung pagiging tahimik.
Uy, pwede pala yun. Pwede pala yun.
Pero ano naman tayo, this is
Mabilis sa box, pre.
out! Is all
HP
about that
HP.
confidence na build up na talaga ng OLFU.
Tago pala!
Talon din pala sila. Talon, di ba?
Tama naman.
Bobo ka ba, boy?
Fan din naman as well.
Ikaw ba yung MVP? O yung multi? Iyan, goal! Abnormal!
They are gonna be getting a set now.
Galing! Wala ka na sa medal! Galing!
Young men able to bloom, and one of the places that they can do it is Campus Rivals, and that is it.
Nice! Barag!
Natuwa talaga. Again, you guys, you deserve that win. But looking at our tournament bracket, a little bit of that history lang, syempre. Right now, we have those matches. Nakita natin ibang mga teams. GG sa kanila, sa Pirates, sa mga taga-Tele Tigers. And syempre, wow, sa Green Aces and throughout the series. Pero syempre, there can only be one. And once again, it was Ember Phoenix. Ang dami nilang pinagdaanan. Nakala ko nga, sinabi natin kanina, that whenever you're in that lower bracket final, you always tend to get that energy, diba, motivation. Pero syempre, it didn't stop them from working their way in to getting that slot to Predator League. And of course, ang kanilang championship title.
Yeah, and I honestly forgot din na yung path din dito ng Ember Phoenix was pretty much undefeated sa kanila. 2-0, 2-0, tapos biglang 3-1. The only blemish is that one loss in map na nangyari dito lang today against DLSU. But again, that you kind of see that happening siyempre kasi best of 5 tayo, but still, that is some crazy output dito from OLFU.
Talagang it's really amazing to see. But then, we're gonna be seeing ang ating tournament bracket at yun na nga yung quick matchup. Sinabi na nga natin earlier on, nakita mo yung run ng Green Aces, actually yung Zenith nakakuha sa kanila ng mapa eh. Last time they went up, and now the Ember Phoenix was able to defeat them. They had a hard time kanina against Zenith, but still they paved it. And now 3-1. I think someone predicted 3-1, and I'm gonna give it kay Bipolar.
Ay, naku po, I was not gonna be even talking about it kasi medyo nasadin ako kasi I wanted 5 games. I'm happy na 3-1, pero you know, Juicy, parang tama na naman prediction ko, brother. You owe me another coffee later.
Sorry, Juicy. Ito, this time wala kang bawi.
Yeah, wala kang bawi.
Kanina, nakalamang ka sa amin. Pero ngayon, sabi ni Bipolar, wala kang bawi. But you know, once again, lahat ng teams, proud kami sa inyo. You guys went through so much. The way na we watch your games before we go into our LAN setup. natuwa talaga kami. And sa lahat ng mga nag-join na universities and campuses, thank you so much. At lalong-lalo na syempre kay Predator, di ba? Na binigyan ng opportunity ang bawat estudyante dito, Bipolar.
Yeah, big shout out to Miss P as well for coming into our very first day ng ating finals day ng Valorant. Also to, again, Sir Eric and the entirety of Acer family and Predator. Also for Intel for just providing these players, not just the team itself, but again, the organization as well. Again, congratulations again and thank you very much po.
Nakakatawa at nakakataba ng puso. Konti-konti na lang. Makikita na natin, syempre, ang mga pangyayari. And once again, palakpakan natin, guys, ang Ember Phoenix, the first ever champions of campus rivalry. Talagang onto their interviews, diba, kita-kita mo how confident they were. They are sure. Sinabi nga nila kanina sa interview bago mag-start yung match, diba? Talagang humanda sila sa kanila at humanda na din ang ibang team sa kanila. But I guess, guys, this is it. We're gonna be wrapping up. Maraming salamat, syempre, sa aming mga casters, diba? Once again, this is Bipolar, this is Azoray, this is me. It's been really a crazy day para sa atin. Pero syempre, hindi pa tapos ang lahat. Dahil nakita pa natin ng mga players natin, nakita pa natin ang awarding ceremony. So sit back and relax lang kayo.
Yeah, ang sasabihin ko na siguro while we're, before we're gonna pass it to Bruce, heavy is the crown ngayon para sa OLFU. They've already won the championship, but the title is not gonna be forever. May susunod na campus rivals.
That's right.
And everybody is gonna be gunning for them. Maghanda na sila.
Yeah, basically may bagong target lahat ng collegiate players ngayon.
Oo.
And that is Shintaro. Yung muscles niya, baka kailangan niya papalakihin ulit later on. No, di ba? Baka kailangan mong damihan yung protein mo and way later on. But yeah, Olfu, very much deserving. We've said this before, even when we were talking offline or off the broadcast. Our Lady of Fatima University is also one of the players na talagang, one of the teams talaga na nagbibigay, one of the new breeding grounds for esports players.
I guess that's just it for our casters. Once again, I am Ray. Alongside with me is Azoray together with Bipolar. Pero syempre, itapon na natin sa ating host para sa awarding ceremony.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters. Palakpakan natin ang ating mga casters. May potential kayong maging shoutcaster sa Valorant. But anyway, once again, ladies and gentlemen, this is now time for us to finally award our top 3 teams here in Campus Rivals Valorant 2025. And right now, we will be starting off with our third placer. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the roll call. Let's give a huge round of applause for our third runner-up in the Campus Rivals Valorant Grand Finals. They fought hard, and they were truly the gods in this tournament. Ladies and gentlemen, our third placers, let's welcome UE Zenith Esports. We will be awarding you with this check. And pag i-encash nyo yan, dapat dala yan, ha? Okay, thank you. Mga business accounting majors, patulong na lang. Smile for the camera, please, here in front. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, UE Zenith Esports. All right, thank you so much, guys. Thank you. And right now, we just witnessed them fight a very, very powerful game against our champions. Ladies and gentlemen, the proud archers, DLSU's Green Aces, our second placers. Let's give them a round of applause here. Gentlemen, please join me here in front. And of course, here is your check. Pag ito napunit, invalid yan. Please smile for the camera. Ladies and gentlemen, DLSU's Green Aces fought long and hard to be at this very stage today, this beautiful Saturday, this Campus Grand Finals. And now, ladies, gentlemen, agents, I present to you the champions of the first ever Campus Rivals in Valorant, no other than OLFU's Ember Phoenix! We award to you this check. Congratulations, you guys. Please smile for the camera. with only one map drop in this tournament. Ganun kaangas all the way from the playoffs down to the championship. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, the Ember Phoenixes of OLFU. Please smile for the camera here, and of course, your fans are here to support you as well, with 50,000 pesos directly into their accounts. Congratulations, you guys. All right, thank you, thank you. Now let's look at the history and the journey of the Ember Phoenix into this tournament. Ladies and gentlemen, please, let's look at the winner standings all throughout Campus Rivals as we flash here on the screen. This is the winner standings of Ember Phoenix of OLFU. On third place, we have UE Zenith Esports. Second place, DLSU's Green Aces. And of course, our champions from OLFU, the Ember Phoenix. There, take your photo. This is a momentous occasion. Ladies and gentlemen, with this being said, now that OLFU is our crowned champions, the new kings of the street here in Campus Rivals, they will be securing a direct invite to Predator League PH. So as we show here on the screen, our invited team for Predator League is no other than OLFU's Ember Phoenix. And there you have it for the Philippine qualifiers for Predator League 2026. A fight for honor is going to be taking place, and that is possible right here in Campus Rivals 2025. And by the way, to everybody watching out there on the screens, on their live, thank you so much for being here. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations once again to our champions. My name is Juicy Brucey, but before that, a huge shout out to Intel, our amazing production crew, to everyone who made this event possible, and of course to you out there who supported us from day one to day. Ewan ko pa ilang araw na to, but this is many days, and here we are on site watching. We still have League of Legends tomorrow, so don't go away. We will be right back. This has been made possible by Predator Gaming. Ladies and gentlemen, let's check out the highlights of Valorant's Grand Finals today on this beautiful Saturday as we look at our SDE video. Name's Juicy Brucey. I'll catch you tomorrow.
Push the button, let's get active.
Welcome to the Campus Rivals Valorant Finals 2025. High grounds, make some noise!
That's what I'm made for. Big mistake, bro. But he doing all he can, can't stay close. Watch out. Let me show you how it's done. Take notes, no way I take a loss. Better pray the game broke. Drop in, walk him down, boom, boom, caught him, lock in. Watch me go to work as if I clocked in. It's big, getting out of hand, somebody stop him. You wish you could. I'm too good.
Campus Rivals is brought to you by Intel and Predator Gaming.